F9 versus Crank. Let's get the show on the road.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Let's get this show on the road. Is in the top right-hand corner, we have F91, our blue Zerg player, representing WTL and representing the foreign scene. We have Crank as the red Terran. Oh my god. Let's go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the beginning of the end. Welcome to day number 1 of the WTL 2023 Winter Codes playoffs. The first day of the entire playoffs here, and we are starting things off with a bit of a show match. Earlier, I believe half an hour ago or so, there was another show match. There was Chalcé versus Rotterdam. They did end up finishing up their show match, and we are here with the second show match of the evening before the main event, before the playoffs, before the big teams duke it out. We have some show matches between our lovely casters. Of course, Crank up against F91. F91, for those who are unaware, is the Chinese caster for WTL, for SC Boy. He is the equivalent of Chalcé, I should say. F91 and Chalcé are the equivalent of Tastosis in the Chinese scene. So they have quite a lot of notoriety behind them, quite a lot of hype behind them. In general, they're great guys. And they're up against some of the casters. We had Roddy, of course, as an English caster. We have Crank here as a Korean caster. And it's not just that they're up against casters, they're also up against players they're up against people that are part of teams that are a part of, the playoffs. Of course, Crank representing Onside, and we have Roddy representing Basilisk as well, as they were actually the top two teams of WTL Summer. So again, great to see the teams getting involved like this. There's a little bit less on the line. It's a best of one, really bragging rights more than anything. And last season, Crank had a really rough time. Crank played and competed in WTL for the first time in years. In years, he competed in StarCraft. Of course, he used to be a pro back in the day. He used to be a very, very powerful Protoss player in his own right. And then he switched to random, and then he stopped playing. Then he started full-time casting for many years, and now he is back. And he has been tightening things up, and really interesting to see that he is off racing. Part of that may just be because his Terran is a little bit closer ranked to the Zerg of F91. So to make things a little bit more fair, Crank is going to be playing the Terran race instead. And a TVZ, it's going to be an interesting one. I haven't had the luxury of casting Crank in a very long time. I think the last time I casted Crank was last season in WTL Summer during the show matches then, where we casted Crank in a PvP against Rotterdam, where Rotterdam just like all-in him. He all-ined him on, almost at Submarine, on the small map. Oh my god, it hasn't even been a season. I can't remember the name of the goddamn map. You know what I'm talking about. Near Humanity, that's it. He all-in him on Near Humanity. We'll never forget. Behind this, interesting. We have Crank going for a 1-1. Never mind. I was going to say Crank is going for a 1-1-1, and he is, and he also isn't. That's a second starport on the way. This could be 2-port BC or 2-port Banshee. 2-port something. What exactly? Yet to be determined, as I believe there are no tech labs, so there's no add-on swap potential from the rack. So this looks like Fusion Core. This looks like a battle cruiser rush. Crank whipping out a bit of a Gumiho here. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryung actually coached him in this build. I've seen Ryung do this before, so this would make sense. Meanwhile, across the map, F91 going for a very fast lair, by the way. Things are popping up. Okay, so there's the Fusion Core, so we are going for a 2-port BC rush. Meanwhile, F91 with I think it was like a 3-minute 30 lair timing. It was very fast, and with that, he could go for a Link Nidus all in. He could try to go 2-base Spire and 2-base Muta. Gases are being taken. Second gas is on the way. I'm really curious to see when and where the third and fourth gas will be taken, if at all, for F91. There it is. There's Roach Warren. So there's no second and third gas, but we are going for a Roach Rush nonetheless. Now, with, of course, this lair, we can go straight into Roach Speed, or we can go into something a little bit crazier, like something like a Nidus. Meanwhile, the Viking has arrived, and this is a tell. This is already a tell here that something is wrong. A Viking opener can lead into Battle Cruiser. It could also lead into a Liberator-based opener as well. So F91 has a piece of the puzzle. I'm sure BCs are in the back of his mind. But even if it's a BC opener, little does he know that it is going to be 2-port BC. Meanwhile, with the fast lair, I assumed it was going to be Mutas. We didn't see any gases, but it is going to be a late Spire and late Mutas here from F91. I mean, I say late, a little bit later than what would have usually been a 2-base Spire play. Gas is now being taken, and with this fast spy, we can rush into mutas or even corruptors. So all in all, this is a pretty good position for F91. Blindly going to the Spire upon seeing the Viking is a really good reaction, really good response here from the Terran player, from the Zerg player. Meanwhile, again, we still don't know it is BC though, that's the thing. And there we go, Yamato's on the way, and Crank should be pushing with his first 2 battle cruisers. And if there aren't enough queens, then F91 is going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, I believe he has around 6 to 7 queens. I'm uncertain as to the exact number here. Shout out to the WTL admins and observers, of course, as they are covering this. And yeah, we'll see if we can pull everything together. Again, there we go. We have 6 queens here. I believe we have 8 queens in total, soon to be a 9th and 10th queen. Battle cruisers are amassing. Here we go. And there we go. We're immediately going to be teleporting across into the main base. Spore is done. Spore is in position. Spore is in position for some Banshee play, though. That is, Corruptors are on the way. I'm sure the BC was heard when it did teleport. Link's going to be dipping on in. Hellions going to be shutting them down. And here we go. The BCs are diving into that main. Going to be diving into the main base. Spore's going to be focused on a couple of drones as well. Looks like the Spore will fall. There's not enough energy for Transfuse. We get the Spore. We will barely get the Queen as well. But fighting toe-to-toe with all these Queens, it's not going to work out well here for F91. For Crank. He has to back off. He has to retreat. And he cannot teleport because he teleported in. Uh-oh. At the same time, though, a massive massive Hellion run by. And it looks like we will get a hold of some of these drones here, but there are Lings in position. The Lings will clean this up. This is not worth it here for Cranky, and he was not expecting the Corruptors to already be out at this point. And both BCs are going to be going down, and Crank in a world of hurt right now. He lost both battle cruisers, and he lost every single Hellion. This opener from Crank, this build has not paid off. It's a really tough position here for Crank. And we'll see if he can recover from here. Now, there's always potential. There's always potential with these Hellions. He can always go for a Hellion run-by and get into a mineral line. Meanwhile, BCs, they have Yamato. They do pick off 2 Corruptors. Good pickoffs here so far from Crank. But yeah, the Hellions always have potential to deal some economic damage. Say with battle cruisers, they can always gain value over time. There we go. 2 more factories on the way. It is going to be mech out of Crank. It is going to be a more mech style. And again, Cranky's going to have to... It's a difficult position. I was going to say he's going to have to try to turtle up, but the reality is that turtling up is not good enough to get ahead. Like, he does need to take some risks. He needs to take some chances here when it comes to his BC movement and his Hellion movement as well. Now, remember, these BCs, they have a teleport. They have teleport now reset on them. The cooldown has reset, so we have to make use of it. We have to be active. We have to move out, catch a couple of Overlords, Queens, drones, whatever we can get. And then, of course, trade efficiently and teleport all the way back home. We need to be quite active here to gain value. And, I mean, Crank is at least moving out with his Hellions. Like, the scary thing is, though, that if he does misstep, if he loses his BCs, that's going to be game. Other drones! Up! Oh, again, a bit of a miss rally here from Crank. Lings, they do trickle in, though. They're going to be shut down by the Hellions. Jones as well, taking a lot of damage. And Crank diving on those workers. Will be pulling back. BCs are going to be soon waddling on forward as well. And here we go. The BC is going to be going into the main base. Corruptors, it looks like they might barely be out of position, so there's potential for some damage here before we have to teleport away. Meanwhile, that's a lot of Hellions here towards the south. Oh my god. Massive amount of Hellions ready to go for another dive. BCs have arrived. They're going to be focusing on the Queen. Here come the Corruptors. We do have to, teleport the hell out of here. We get you one Yamato. One Corruptor. Both BCs do make it out. But again, there are just so many... Oh my god, that's a lot of Corruptors. And the BCs don't have a lot of support. So Cyclone production has commenced. We do have... I almost said Macfield accelerators. We have Hurricane Thrusters on the way for those Cyclones as well. Cranky has a pretty formidable army. He's up to, oh my god, 85 workers. I just realized his SCV count is insane. Much higher than I thought we would get to here. 86 SCVs already. Been non-stop pumping out those workers. The army is amassing. Roach is going to be pushing on forward. We can see the BCs have to fall back here to the safety of these SCVs. The Tar says, well, Yamada is going to be going off. We're going for a mass repair. But the Roach Ravager, or the Roaches at least, they're breaking through these Cyclones. First BC goes down. Second Battlecruiser does fall as well. We're down to 2 BCs, but the ground army does crumble. Again, the Cyclones are able to come out just in time, and F91, he is hurting. Now, what's really killing F91 here isn't this fight, it's his lack of workers. He cut workers at 66. Very low drone count. And this means after losing a fight, F91 cannot remax. He cannot remax, he cannot rebuild because of his low worker count. Crank is the one snowballing out of control. Crank, he has 91 SCVs. TY, is that you? It's the Crank. 91 workers here, plus mules on top of that. His economy is booming. Because of that, Crank, he can remax very quickly, very efficiently. And F91, again, is struggling to rebuild, still stuck at 67 workers. Ay. There we go. We do have a handful of drones on the way for F91. Finally going to be joining up past 70. But it may just be too little too late when it comes to the economy of the Zerg player. F91 going to be trying to engage with these BCs. BCs, they teleport away. Big Yamatos go off. Mass repair once again. Oh, a bit of an overextension here from Crank. We'll be losing a lot of his Cyclones. Yeah, a rough moment for him. This Crank is going to pull back. And with that, we are going to be calming things down for a moment here. Again, Crank is going to be the first to max. This is the important thing. Because Crank has had a higher worker count for longer, he is maxing out first. F91 is finally joining up to 85, which is nice. But again, it's only a recent thing. His drone count is very recent here, so he still doesn't really have the economy to sustain himself. He's still working on 2-2 Infestation, now on the way for Hive Tech. Crank, he is running away with this so far. He is getting better at control, despite the rough opener. Remember, the initial BC harass did nothing. Crank lost his first 2 battlecruisers. It was a disastrous start. Crank, he lost his BCs and he lost his Hellions. It was on F91. It was on F91 to capitalize on that, and he didn't. He put himself all in. This middle line is going to be going down the base potentially as well. BC's coming from the right-hand side. Do we have the teleport? We do. Every single BC does survive just barely. 20 workers go down. The Roach is trying to collapse on top of these Cyclones. And we will be catching some Cyclones, at least a good half of them. But from here, Cranky's actually remaxing on more Cyclones. He's sprinkling in a couple of tanks as well. We have Infestors on the way. That will help. That will help F91. Don't get us wrong. It's going to be 4 Infestors. We have Neural Parasite being researched. For the time being, we will have Fungals, which will help. Neural can be effective as well. It does depend. Neurals, of course, can be key against battlecruisers, but that's only if we have control of the ground army. If we don't, then, of course, Crank can just collapse on those Infestors and can free his BCs from their control. Here we go. We are pushing across the map. Infestors not quite ready for this. Neural not ready either. Yeah, this base is being broken. We even pulled a couple of boys here to repair. And we do have to give it up. F91 pulling back here to the high ground. Trying to amass his army. And he has potential here with a couple of Fungals. There we go. He does look down those Cyclones. Tank's a little bit too far back. There we go. The mass Yamato going to be going up here onto those Corruptors. And the Corruptors, they are going to fall. There's not enough anti-air. The BCs will reign supreme. And fun fact, without Corruptors, nothing else shoots up. The Roaches, they break through the Cyclones, they break through the tanks, but they can do nothing against the battlecruisers. Crank, he's going to be rolling on into this. Every single Infestor going to be going down. They have no more energy. They can do nothing. The last Infestor falls. We're pushing into the natural. We have 8 Corruptors in production, but as they pop out, they can do, again, nothing to this army. As we get on top of that Spire. You can see the Roaches going for a counterattack, but we have reinforcements back at home. We still are building tanks, Hellions, Cyclones as well. And Crank, he is running away with this. Again, had a disastrous start, but was able to recover. Was able to bounce back in the end. It was on F91, and again, he's the one who caught workers early on to put himself in an all-in position. Crank was able to take advantage of him, as again, he's just camping this area in between the bases. Corruptors, they want that final... Oh! They want the final BC. Crank will not let him have it. They go for the dive. They do pick off one. One BC goes down. Only one. And we're not stopping. We're rallying everything else across the map, now with the ground army as well. Looking at the units tab, F91 only has Queens and Corruptors. No Roaches, no Lings. Oh my, we go for the Mule? Crank. Bappy. Even if it's for the repair. Oh my god. We don't have to style it in that much, Bappy. Calm down. GG. And with that, Crank will take down F91. We'll get his revenge from last season. Oh, as we do have, I believe that's Maxed and XY. Oh, let's go. Shout out to our lovely pro gamer casters. I mean, this is what they do. Because the casters are playing, we get the pro gamers on the casting couch, which I always do appreciate it. Big shout out to Maxed, a big shout out to XY. They're providing us some lovely coverage on their end. On the WTL desk, and yeah, GG, well played. Crank gonna be able to again bring it back here with the mech, and able to take his game. I believe Rotterdam did take down Chauset earlier as well, and up next, I believe we have a 2v2 show match. So the show matches have not ended yet. We will soon be getting into like the meat and potatoes and like the real meat of the overall broadcast tonight eventually with World Team League, but I believe we still have a little bit more fun to have here with some show matches, and I think this 2v2 is going to be Crank and Roddy. Am I crazy? I don't know if there's do we know?
I mean, it didn't say on the announcement, but I just want to say you said meat and potatoes, but I thought the potato already lost.
Boy. Yeah, it is not confirmed on social media. It just says 2v2 event, so I don't know who's gonna be a part of that. Shaking my head, Kurt, shaking my head. There's wondering, there's a bit of a meme going on. I think is Roddy the potato, or is Chauset the potato, or do they both want the potato?
I think Chauset is the potato. I think that's his like Chinese nickname.
Yeah, I think because I remember Roddy said that the last time he lost to Chauset, like a bunch of like Chinese fans mailed him potatoes or something.
Yeah. And also
something like that.
I don't know if you saw, but the new gift box also has like a potato. I don't know if it was a stick. No. It's like a potato bag with sunflower seeds for some reason.
Yeah. It's the potato in the sun. It's there you go. I just saw on Twitter, WTL tweeted out, "Congratulations to Rotterdam for destroying potatoes again," and then they show a picture of mashed potatoes. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I'm just quickly checking here the gift bag as we are getting ready for the 2v2. Again, I'm not too sure who's or how the 2v2 is being constructed and what exactly is going on with it, but we're here to find out. We're here to find out. I guess. Oh, let's go. Okay, so I think it's gonna be Crank and Roddy versus F91 and Chauset, I believe. And right now they're discussing strategies here with how to approach it. I'm really curious to see what race Crank plays, because he is a random player, or like he can play all three races at a pretty high level. So I'm curious if he does embrace Terran again, just to like kind of warm up with it, or if he whips out the Protoss, or if he whips out the Zerg. I am curious.
I just want to say, yes. I don't think they are talking to each other. I think they are just talking to stream.
It's very possible that they're both talking to each other's streams. It's very possible. Yep. So I'm just having a look at the WTL gift box. I didn't see it until now. Apparently they have a Roddy badge. They have a Crank badge with Murphy. Murphy's there. Ah. Crank's Bad Test Murphy. I think they have Cyril and DRG. Is that Dongrigu? Wait, what? I know that's Cyril for Team Basilisk, and I think it's DRG. Yeah, he's got the Abdos logo on his. Am I crazy? That's Dongrigu, right? I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Abdos logo, and that's the muta in the background. So I don't know why they're giving it to DRG, but I guess so. Okay. Yeah. So with that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our 2v2 events right with you. See you soon.
小色 and F91 versus Rotterdam and Crank. Let's get the show on the road!
And welcome back. I love that they have made the return of the announcer. We missed it last season. We had it 2 seasons ago, and we are here. We are back with our 2v2 in the top right-hand corner, representing SC Boy and WTL. We have Xiao Se alongside SC Boy, and oh there he is. Xiao Se alongside SC Boy, of course, representing the World Team League. The lovely Chinese casters, and here we go. We have their opponents. In the top left-hand corner, playing Terran once again, we have a Crank representing Onside. Oh, they're still introduced out. Oh, wait, that's not him. We'll see how they recover. There we go. We have representing Team Basilisk, Rotterdam, from the land of the Netherlands. Yeah. So here we go. Crank and Roddy going to be working together here, going up against Team WTL. And here we go. We'll see if they can bring it back. So I'm unfamiliar with this. I don't even know what the map name is. It's the map name is in Mandarin, so I'm not too sure. I've never seen this before. Apparently, there's a gold island base in between the two teams. Looks like there's Zonaga in the center of the map as well, towards the south. And there's actually not that many bases to take either. Again, very short rush distance by ground, or at least by air, it looks like. So maybe aggression is going to be favored on a map like this. I'm curious to see how our players approach this matchup as well. As we see Xiao Se going for his hatchery very far out of the way, by the way. This is a very awkward expansion for our Zerg player. That's actually his third, if I'm mistaken. Yeah. Right? I think he's double expanding. Yeah. So he's going for a hatch before, or very fast third hatchery here from Xiao Se. We'll see if we can get away with it. Likewise, we do have a reactor. We have a Rax into factory based opener here from both Terran players. So my brain is a little bit perplexed. Not used to casting 2v2s. Aye. Oh my god, we have gold bases? I didn't even notice. We just now pointed out. But apparently we have gold bases as pocket bases as well. Okay, so we have Xiao Se taking it on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, I believe we have Rotterdam taking it on the left, as Roddy is playing Protoss. With this, he's going to be going for a Stargate-based opener, which makes plenty of sense on a map like this. Again, short rush distance by air. So something like Stargate play. Roddy could even try to embrace rushing into Skytoss. Against Skytoss alongside Mech is a very powerful thing here in this matchup. A very powerful thing in 2v2. And there it is, double Stargate. So double Stargate with the Fleet Beacon would make a lot of sense here from our Protoss. From the side of Crank, something along the lines of Mech would make sense as well. Meanwhile, that is an early Balian Nest. Early Balian Nest here. Do we intend to saturate our bases? Interesting. So Xiao Se does have an early Balian Nest, although he's amassing links, but he's also taking another gas geyser. So I'm still not entirely certain if he does intend on Bane busting his opponents, as we do see SE Boy massing up Cyclones. Okay, we are being hyper aggressive. We have Team WTL amassing Cyclones, Lings, Banelings. We're going for a big bust. Meanwhile, Roddy's being very greedy. He's throwing down a Forge for cannons. He's going double Phoenix production. It's an energy-based unit. Rotterdam is going to have very little to help defend. And it looks like we're getting a bit of a read here on what the players are saying. Oh. For a moment. But yeah, this feels really wonky. Basically, Crank is also going into Mech, I believe. But Crank, he's gonna have to try to hold on onto this by himself, I believe, because again, we only have a handful of Phoenixes. We can pick up a handful of units, but we have Massling Bane coming in. Oh boy. Here we go. So far, decent Hellion shots. The Ling Bane going to be kept further back, avoiding those Hellions. Here we go. We go for the lift on the Cyclones. Cyclones are going to get picked off. That means that Crank can deal with the Ling Bane. So far, good kiting here against the Banelings. They all get shut down. And overall, good teamwork here. We have Roddy picking up the Cyclones, and then Crank can deal with everything else. As he cleans up the Lings as well as the Banelings, we do hold. And we don't really lose too much. a couple of workers went down, I believe, but only a handful. And this means that our blue team is very much so in a rough position. We do not have any workers here. I mean, to be fair, neither does the red team. So we are just going to be probing on up. And there it is. There's a Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is on the way for Roddy. So now that they've survived the early game, Skytoss is on the horizon. Carriers, Tempest, that should be on the way for Rotterdam. And there's no real good answer to that at the moment. He doesn't get caught out, though. 1, 2 Phoenixes get picked off. Nice catch here from SC Boy. We do see Macfield accelerates. God, I keep saying that. Hurricane Thrusters on the way. 2 more Stargates. Going to be 4 Stargates in total. We are going into Phoenix range. Interesting decision here from Rotterdam. Okay, so he's just committed to Mass Phoenix. He's not going into Skytoss. Not yet. I should say he's not committing into kind of any admiral ships. What? Any higher form of tech, higher form of Skytoss. Not for the time being. Just making sure he has an army. Capital ships. That's what I was thinking of. No capital ships yet. So he's still just amassing Phoenixes. You know, behind this, Chassé transitioning from Lingbane into Roaches, which will help against the mech army that CranKy is amassing. But the reality is, what is the answer to the Skytoss? We have SC Boy amassing Cyclones, which is okay against Phoenixes specifically, but if we do end up working towards something like Tempest All Carriers, then Cyclones will not cut it. And Cyclones out within range, and Roddy does overextend. Ooh, trading 1 for 1. Cyclone for Phoenix. And for the time being, this Mass Cyclone composition should be doing fairly well, actually, against what Rotterdam is producing. I'm really curious to see what kind of direction Crank takes us in, as he's still just throwing down tech. Has Hellions, yes, but he may opt to go for tanks, and we may have a bit of a longer game here. For those that are curious, when it comes to the meta of 2v2, and there is some like pro play of 2v2, is that Skytoss alongside Mech is considered to be the strongest matchup, the strongest kind of partnership in StarCraft. Just because of how efficient you can be with those two armies and how they complement each other. And there it is, carrier production has commenced. It's going to be on Chassé and SC Boy to try to crack this. We're going to be going into Roach Hydra Hive Tech. So basically what we are going to be needing here is Hive Tech and energy-based units, Vipers, Infestors, Brood Lords. That's kind of what we're going to need to be working with eventually. And of course, SC Boy has to get into mech. The carriers, they are moving out. And for the time being, like quality-wise, I have to give the edge to the red team. They are building up an army that will scale so well as the game goes on longer. Their base is being taken. Economy looking solid, even picking up a couple of free roaches here in the center of the map. Chassé overextending. I'm not really in love with the commitment that we made into roaches here for our Zerg player. It is kind of almost dead supply. Quite heavy supply investment. We do catch a lot of these Hellions though. Big catch. Hellions get shut down at the same time. And Rotterdam going for a big counterattack. He catches the Viper. Viper does go down. Alongside so many drones. How many? Not too sure. Maybe around 10. 10 workers go down. And this is what I was waiting for, because Crank, he's had a very small army, but a big reason for this is because he's been just now working on his transition. Crank is working on mass tank. Oh, big fungals though here on these Phoenixes. The chain fungals are real, and Rotterdam is getting caught out. Big pickoffs. Every single Phoenix goes down. They're excited, Papi. They're excited. I mean, it's a big moment. We see Rotterdam trying to take the goal base. But right now, we do see the red team is quite vulnerable here. Now, the supply is quite high for the blue team, but a lot of that is, in a way, inflated. Like, we're going Mass Cyclone and Ling Roach, essentially. Meanwhile, we have the red team going carriers and tanks. Here we go. We'll see if we can break the defensive line of the red team. So we are moving out. You can see the tank line is set up, and pushing into this is going to be so difficult without Ravagers or Vipers. You can see here that this is why Crank, it took him a little bit longer to really get into this supply-wise. That's because he's just been working on mass. Oh, God! Mass tank. Massive Nova does connect. And now Chasse is throwing down Spire, throwing down the Lurker Den, working towards Broodlords. But I think they both realize that they just can't really push in other than the Vipers. The Vipers are the only thing that can potentially snipe some units. Outside of that, this wall is solid. Yeah, we have turrets on the way. Like, the only way for the blue team to engage is with abductions or blinding clouds. Now, there's going to be zoning them back. Yeah, tanks are leapfrogging forward. Good spread as well from Crank. Making sure that even if there were some blinding clouds, that they wouldn't really cover too many tanks at once. And it does feel like both players have to refine their armies. Like, this is the problem here with the blue team, is that, again, even though they've had the supply lead for quite some time now, they can't do anything with it. They do catch an observer. Nice pick up here. But, like, it's a very mid-tier or mid-game oriented army composition, and it is being outscaled. Like, slowly over time, even though it's taking Crank and Rotterdam a little bit longer to really get going, it's because the quality of the army is just so much better. Here come the Vipers. Get one yoink. Get one yoink in the end. Vipers are going to be going for the carriers. Big overextension from Rotterdam. Does overextend carriers. Every single one of them is going to be going down. A big misstep. And with that, the carrier count is getting reset. The tank's a little bit too far back. And with that, Rotterdam, yeah, his entire army is reset here, just dropping almost to zero supply. Crank is going to be able to hold on his own for a little bit longer, and it's going to be he's going to have to basically hold the fort here until Rotterdam can remax, and that's going to take quite some time. Again, Rotterdam just flew too close to the sun there, and we find a base. Now Crank is going to be able to max out himself, and on his own he can gain some ground, as you can see, slowly pushing forward. Viper's coming in. Never goes off. Ooh, big connection. Yeah, the final carrier is going to be going down. So essentially what Rotterdam was lacking there, well, a couple of things. One would be High Templar for feedbacks to support his army, Storms as well. The other, of course, is Tempest, more so Tempest, less so carriers. The added value of Tempest, of course, is their range. It does mean that they can chip away at an army while being relatively safe compared to carriers that who have to traverse a little bit closer to the Cyclones and closer to the Vipers, which is why the carriers were exposed and why they got picked off, because of their lack of range. It is something that Tempests have over carriers. And now it looks like Rotterdam has recognized his folly there, and he's getting into Mass Tempest. But again, Rotterdam has to remax from scratch, and as a result, it is going to be Crank a little bit on his own here. I mean, he's holding the line. Like, the map is cut in half. Oh, but Broodlords are on the way. And this is where it's going to really hurt the lack of Tempests. Like, the lack of Tempests are really going to be hurting here when the Broodlords do arrive. Because, again, we need those Tempests to zone the Broodlords away. And we're pushing in. Tanks are exposed. Yeah, pure tank doesn't cut it. Not anymore. Not against Broodlords. Ay. Rotterdam, he's making 2 Tempests at a time. It may be worth, I was going to say, it may be worth giving Rotterdam some resources. Like, Crank needs Roddy to max out, but Crank doesn't have any gas. Like, both compositions are very gas intensive. Crank, he has 2k minerals, but Roddy needs gas more than anything. Here we go. The Tempests have arrived. They're going to be zoning back the army for now. You can see here that, again, Crank has max, but we're still waiting for Rotterdam to catch up. And then we can kind of contest against this army. Tanks going to get picked off. Now, as we lose tanks, we need ghosts, essentially. For those that are curious, when it comes to the late game Terran composition, it's meant to be tank liberator ghosts. And we do yoink the carriers once again. Yeah, the carriers are going to be going down. Even a couple of Tempests. Yeah, Yeah, one Tempest does fall. Good kiting here with the rest, though. As Rodam is going to be able to zone back that army. Ooh, have to be careful to overextend. Again, it is a delicate dance. Now, unfortunately, I believe we don't have any Ghost production. So, instead of going tank Ghost, Crank is going tank Thor. Which can be okay, but on its own, it does need some support. At the same time, Center Goal Base is going to get punished. We do see Crank rotating over towards the south, Tempest towards the north. Both Crank and Rotterdam going for a split push. They are isolated, they're on their own. And we can see that Xiaoxie wants to try to collapse on these Tempests. They have no supports! They have no support. The Tempests are going to be falling here. Once again, a big reset. As the Tempests, they're lacking Archons or Storms to support themselves, or even these Thors. On their own, the Tempests were shut down, and now Cranky's on his own as well. Ah. They're getting picked apart. Big blinding clouds here on the Thors. Broodlord's going to be coming in. Oh, and yeah, this will be cleaned up by the Broodlords. Now, Crank is remaxing. Likewise, so is Rotterdam. I believe we're remaxing on Disruptor Tempest again. Tanks will be falling. Center base has been shut down. Now, it looks like the red team has more mining because of the goal bases. But again, they've just been taking some really rough fights. This is going to go a little bit better here for our Protoss player. Good prismatic alignment, but the Tempest is still exposed. We have the Thors. The Thors are supporting here on the ground. But a big blinding cloud. And the Tempest, they are going to be hunted down once again. And this is the moment. Oh! This is the moment that SC Boy needs. We go for the dive. Oh, not quite. Tanks do siege in time. They're not quite able to dive yet. We're going to be sieging up. We're going to be late. Oh, yeah, we do take down the Thor. We're within range of the base. Once again, the Corruptors, they do dive on forward. This time we do have those Void Race to support. Voiders are holding. But here come the Cyclones, and yeah, together it looks like the blue team should be able to break this position. The Voiders are falling one after the other. The tanks are falling to the Broodlords. The Sky Toss here falling to the Cyclones and Corruptors. And it looks like there's just too much here. We got some decent Novas. We do get some decent Novas. We do have some Thors coming in to reinforce, but alas, there should still just be too much. We're trying to get on top of the production. We're pushing through. Barely. We're almost there. Things getting a little bit chaotic here at the ramp, but the tanks, they are sieging up. The mass Thor, though. Crank coming out here with 5 Thors at a time. Can he somehow hold on? Good target firing here on the Broodlords. He gets 1, he gets 2. 1 Broodlord left. But the tank army pushing up the ramp. 1 Tempest comes out, but it gets shut down immediately. Yeah, and again, it looks like SE Boys should barely have enough here. As we're breaking the production, we're breaking the economy. You can see that, again, the red team trying to barely hold on with their reinforcements. I mean, they're picking up quite a lot. They were picking up quite a lot. But this is just becoming a little bit too much. No! Roddy! He recalls to the wrong base! Ugh. Was trying to save those probes and leave them behind. And again, there's a lot of bases to work through, so Xiaoxie and SC Boy, they've got a lot to kind of, a lot of bases here to go through. But again, as long as they're able to keep the pressure up, then both Crank and Rotterdam should not be able to recover. Yeah, bases are falling. We do have the overcharge trying to keep that base alive. Can we save it? Can we save the Nexus? We can! The Nexus is saved. The Nexus is going to be saved here. You have SC Boy coming in with the rest of his tanks as well. Boys are being pulled. A bit of a desperation move here. As workers, they get completely shut down. Oh, we do have a lot of Void Rays, which do have to be respected. Oh my god, the tanks, they just melt to the Void Rays. Like, Rotterdam, he has a pretty threatening Void Ray force. And it does have to, we do have to take it seriously. Are the infestors? No. Really good value. We catch infestors, we caught some tanks. 6 Void Rays in a dream. I'm sure both players are aware. Oh, Shalse is so broke. Both players are actually, but everyone has a really hard time spending their money here. Everybody has 1,000 minerals in the bank. And here we go, the mass Void Ray. Can we do it? Can we pull it off? Oof. Rough losses there. It looks like Crank was maybe feeding Rotterdam. It looks like maybe that was happening. But the goal base gets shut down. But yeah, Roddy, he has Void Rays and Tempest as well. Like, he has an army. Rotterdam, can he 1v2? It depends on the Zerg army here. Because we haven't been making Corruptors. We've been making Hydras instead. And Hydras will fare better against Void Rays. They will fare better. Again, things have been getting very chaotic. You can see that Crank and Rotterdam are kind of reestablishing themselves. Crank down to 8 SCVs. He's basically out of this game at this point. He's got 2 tanks. There we go, diving on the army. Big snipe here on the Disruptor. The Fungal misses. The Fungal does miss, but we're coming together. We're collapsing on those Tempests. Void Ray will connect. Oh, sorry. Fungal will connect on the Void Rays. And the Void Rays are getting shut down. Have Phoenixes coming in. But there are too many Hydras. Too many. Okay, looks like they're peeking. They're trying to shut down this last mining base here of Rotterdam. This base is keeping him in this. Cyclones moving out. The Tempest trading very well here. Yeah, we do have to cut back. We do have to respect it. We catch a couple of Void Rays. We're going on top of the Tempest. Lings are coming in. And it looks like we may be able to shut down all these Hydras, but the Lings, they wreak havoc here in the mineral line. Rotterdam trying to hold on here. Again, good kiting with the Tempest, but the Void Rays, they're getting picked off. One after the other, they go down. Yeah, we get on top of the base. Would you lock on the Nexus itself and the Mass Cyclone? Yeah, we've broken this Nexus. We've broken the last mining base here. GG gets called. And both Rotterdam and Crank will tap out. GG and Team WTL. F91 and Shao said they will take it here in the end. Not an easy game there. There was a lot coming into it. There was a lot of really interesting kind of interactions as well. It did look like both F91 and Shao were doing a really good job at working together more than anything. It did look like Crank and Rotterdam maybe a little bit too independent. I mean, that's a really kind of simplistic way of going about it. Like, there was a lot that came into that game. Overall, I did like the outlook that both Crank and Rotterdam had, because they were both very early on rushing into Skytoss and rushing into tanks. But they did kind of slip up in the process, and they weren't really covering each other. There was a moment where Roddy had like mass carrier with a handful of Phoenixes, and Crank had like mass tank, and it meant that there was no answer to the Corruptors, right? There was nothing to stop the Corruptors. There was no Thors to support at the time. There was no Ghosts either. There were no Archons, no High Templar. They just, were almost looked like they were kind of doing their own thing that had like overall like the right idea, but they were caught out, and multiple times we saw as a result the mass Corruptors went uncontested, and Rotterdam lost his Skytoss army twice. And after that happened, it kind of turned into like a 1v2 sort of thing, and yeah, they were picked apart in the end. But GG, well played. Fun game. Fun game there, as F91 and Shao said they may have struggled individually, but in the 2v2s, they were able to bring it all together. They were able to work together and bring it back. And with that, I believe that is the conclusion of our show matches. We had three show 3 show matches to start off the night, and we will be getting into the actual series soon. We're going to be getting into our first matchup of the night. It's going to be, I believe, Mystery Gaming versus, is it Mystery Gaming versus Team Liquid? Let me just double check. Yes, it's going to be Mystery Gaming versus Team Liquid. The winner of this series moves on against Psystorm Gaming, and both of these best of 7s will be played out tonight. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a break, and when we return, we will have maybe a winners interview and the rest of WTL. See you then.
现在是上午的11点，刚才训练营的管理人，也就是 DK 的领队雷诺杀手，我们的板凳哥柳定，他告诉我们要赢起来了，我们现在一起去看一看吧。现在大家看一下这里的环境啊，这里是一个大约160平的一个42厅，这里就是一个选手的一个训练的一个地方。这里是我刚才进来的一个玄关，不知名的冠军粉丝送来的一个这个壁画音箱。选手们有时会在这里选一个自己的画面和 BGM， 通过这种玄学的画面提高自己的比赛胜率。往里走呢，就能看到这么一个杂物间。之前这里是靠北的房间，但是靠北现在因为水土不服，暂时就先回去了。然后接下来是这个整个训练营最开阔的地方，一个巨大的阳台，看到是非常大的一个阳台。选手们有时候也会在这里晒晒太阳啊，吹吹风，休息休息。整个视野风景非常好。从阳台进来就是一个主要大厅区域了，选手会在这里吃饭、训练，包括有时候会在这边进行投屏一起看看比赛。然后再往里走就是选手的这位一个私人房间，我们这边就不过多深入了。原价260，但是前面我操！今天本来他们一般是这个时候是应该阿姨来做饭的，那昨天这个李鹏强夺冠以后，今天也是请我们一个我们韩气夺冠以后必吃的一个食品。好了，兄弟们应该已经猜到了，没错，就是这个韩式烤肉啊，韩气夺冠必吃。
超级大力，但是他跳远链把这个局面稳住了，他因为稳所以把局面打回来，但是因为也太稳又把局面给送回去。这一把对前期超级大力，他开局赌错了。本来这把我觉得在收太对，他这局开局赌错了。确实在收太是失误的。这波羽毛但是羽毛失误了，被羽毛挂机了，然后就劝裁送了。这局要不要欺负都？对啊，我下次得谢主，或者你就 A 一下要塞西子走，或者我直接回城也行，对吧？然后我主要每次他妈能反而且进去再回城，结果进去过不去，有点打。然后送完这波引刀，其实还能打，鸡哥还是能打，然后鸡哥又送了一波引刀。
我不知道，我也不知道为什么你打国内选手，你妈的战术连
这叫态度问题，态度要多点，不要轻敌。
哎，我给你推荐个鼠标，很屌。
我用惯了，我不想
一模一样。
我知道，我看那个国产，我看你发
是比它小1圈，
我觉得这
就小1圈，很爽。
你先送我一个，我先试一个。啊？你先送我一个。
送完你下单。
怎么样？就仿的吗？
不是仿的，就是别人现在就是
怎么打开啊？一般这种。
没开那个嘛，
可能没插吧。
只要我用中间用，
我觉得你狗上用了。
哎呀，你用就好，你买回来试试。
买个这个
这个也他妈就是很蠢呀。
这个很蠢吗？
这
个比狗票好用。
你知道我买
这个是芯片比狗票好。
我买的时候2000块钱。
对呀，
因为我当时刚。
你想你买这种可以买10个。
我这还是港版的。还是港版。
你别管，你给我买10个，你妈的用到你他妈这个鼠标用烂。
就出去打比赛就箱子里面放。
把打坏了就扔掉。
那边，然后还有个旋钮可以调音量，或者你改。
然后琉璃是在里边直播，他是在里边，但是因为碳基在睡觉。
哦，你们都用笔记本是吧？
对啊，碳基呢还他俩用的，我这个是别人送的，都是那个。但我这个电池好像坏了，一直是23%充不上电。
他妈的去找他们去换。
我刚花了1700块换了一个，我去那个什么，所以我不是马上回北京了吗？我回北京了。
可以，是那种这叫什么克制化的。
啊，对。
自己装的嘛，一摸就知道了，它是那个什么gasket 的那种结构的，现在。
对。什么任务都先单，他都先6。
谁骂你啊？就开了小号是吧？
没有，这是我自己名字哈，这个是第3个号，这个是我。第3个号，哎，第3个号还是第4个号？
有什么用？打谁都打不过。
我周赛赢的呀，你没过而已。我3比0输了。不过最近是输的有点多了，我不知道为什么。哇，他们这个现场是真的，这 S 赛现场做的真是厉害。
我想问个问题，他妈的，
我没看过，
这样好吗？
怎么样？
不是
韩国人都在看，你自己看没一个上线的，今天全在看这个比赛，没事干啊，现在找不着练习。你看 Zero 他们都不在线，我们一般这时候会看谁在线。
现在是全国总决赛，全球总决赛，
对，肯定都在看。
贝克他不是3冠
，4冠
，4冠，那他妈不是牛逼了？
他已经不是 GOAT 了，他已经很牛逼了。
又打。
哦 ，Hello。现在大家都在看，我看看退值多少人。
一般都不会。
你怎么去看看？
没有
看叶老师，
你知道吗？我有。
为什么他妈你那么习惯？我问一下叶老师，你就直接打开直播间了。
我顺手啊，
不是手机吗？这个是手机吗？
我靠，你改的那么可以。
因为是那个。
我不知道他为什么决赛日他一般都比晚，一般决赛日都比我们之前开赛晚1个小时。
2个是吧？本来想好的那个他也不打了，想好没打，12节，2个也不打了。
他不打吗？
他输给那个谁啊？我们不是约了2个打12节的本那个本到贝
哦，他输给啊不对，输给
那个拉里以后就自闭了。
他输给那里很正常的呀。
哎呀，他是这么说呀，但是他肯定难受的呀。
对不对？我给自闭的嘛。
各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来，我是赤小兔。那我们紧张而又残酷的冒泡赛马上就要开始了。在开始之前，我们也是要来采访一下，在我们常规赛的最后一轮确保了自己晋级席位的 MYG 战队，让我们来跟他连线一下吧。
Now we're gonna interview Akira from MYG.
Hello， 我们要采访到的是 MYG 战队的老板 Akira。那老板你好，不知道有没有看到刚刚我们4位解说给我们呈现的一个非常精彩激烈的表演赛啊？对那个表演赛有什么感想吗？如果想给我们的4位解说打个分，会怎么打呢
？From 1 to 100, how would you rate each of our 4 commentators in the exhibitions, and why? I think if Xiaose didn't, if Xiaose do better in the first wave attack, I would rate him for 100.
孙哥打 CranKy 用的好像是那个郭猕猴的2vs 大河转机械化，然后孙哥我觉得可能他还是基本功退化太厉害了。
As for F91, I think he's doing well. And he's doing the mind game, good countermeasures, but the basic ability I think he's getting rusty. So as for him, 85 and Crank 85 also. And for 2 versus 2.
是孙哥、黄哥加起来一共100分吗？就是孙哥10分，黄哥90分这种，还是孙哥30分，黄哥70分这种？
他俩都100分。他们2v2，他们
To be specific, do you think
好的，那么
each of them have different numbers or just 100 for all?
级正赛就成功晋级了季
Akira
后赛，
says
现
it's
在感想怎么样？也
100
评
for
价一下自
Xiaose
己
and
的选手
100
们
for
在本赛季的表现
F91.
吧。
So this is the first time MYG players get in WTL Tier S and even playoff. How you're feeling now? So we can talk about our players' performance in the whole season. Akira says that it's beyond my expectation. So I'm thrilled. The performance of our players, I rate them 85 for the whole season. They're doing well, but they need to do better, I
毕竟
think.
是一支新的队伍，其实可以获得这样的成绩已经相当不错了。那
It's
其实
really
在
good
整
for
个这个
we
比
can
赛
say
的
that
过程当
MYG
中，常
is
规赛
a
里面有一
new
度状
team,
态不是
so
特别好，当
the
时甚
result
至有
is
一个降级圈
really
的危
good.
险，所以队伍当时做了哪
But
些
during the middle
调
of
整，
this
然后
season,
去
your
把
team
当
had
时的一
been
个劣势
through
给挽回
a
过来
really
了
hard
呢？
time, even very close to degrading to a lower rank. So what did you do to get back to the game?
确实都比我们要强，
We can say that our opponents are very strong teams. So we have 2 Korean pros and 1 ranked player, high ranked player. So the pressure is on our Korean players, and the order is also very important. I can see that we have a gap, small gap between us and the top teams, and our players got sick. That's one reason
至于
too.
后面队伍成绩回暖，一部分也是选手顶住压力了。
As for we are getting back to the game from score disadvantage, I have to say they're dealing really well. They were dealing really well against the pressure
因为当时其
from
实积
the
分的
game
劣势还是
or
比较
from
大
me.
的，但是选手和队伍及时做出了调整，成功的这个逆风翻盘，向阳而生，表现非常的棒。那其实最近鸡哥也是加入了 MYG， 可以给我们说一说为什么选
And
择了这名
Cyan
选手吗？
just joined MYG recently. Could you share with us the reason why you chose him? Akira said that I have full respect for all the players and crews who are still working on StarCraft 2. So as a legendary player, I just I cherish that his effort.
MYG 当时我建立的初衷就是帮助国手，扶持国手，
And
给予他们后勤和生活上的一些支持吧。
When I found MYG, I really wanted to give more chances to Chinese players. So as he's free, once he's free, I just talked to him. And really hope he could just continue his career. And That's why I wanted to bring him back to the stage and prove to the world that China's StarCraft 2 is really strong.
更多的机会，更多的舞台，也希望像您说的一样，能看到我们中国星际越来越强，越来越棒。好的，那么其实下一个问题就是要问到你们第一轮要应对的队伍是 Team Liquid 的，你觉得你们对你们来说最大威胁的选手是哪一个？有什么话想对他们队伍说吗？
Who's your biggest threat in who do you think is the biggest threat in Team Liquid?
我觉得他们每个选手都非常强劲。
Akira said that
就对我们的威胁非常大。
Team Liquid is
我觉得是一支没有短板的队
伍，
全部都是顶尖选手。
is definitely a big threat
这个最近的这
to
个成
us
绩
and
非常的夸张。至于我想对他们说，就是享受
they
比赛
might
吧。
be
我们
the
MIG 能跟
top. They might be the top
那
horse
个液
for
体
to
在
for winning the
WTL 这个舞台
champion.
上面切
But
磋
we are really
我希望
glad
两支队伍
to
能打
have
出
this
精彩的比
opportunity to fight them
两支队伍一定
on
会
the
给我们
stage
呈
of
现一场
WTL.
非常精彩刺激的比赛。那最后来预测一下我们本届 WTL 的
So
冠军
which
吧。
team do you think will be the final champion of
我自己希
WTL?
望是 OG 是冠军因为 OG 算是我个人
Personally, I hope OG.
粉丝项目
But as only as a fan, because I'm a big fan of Maru.
然后外
So
加
I
就是
hope
这一届马入的
Maru and
是
his
在
team
WTL 的个人成
could
绩
win.
是最好的，就是他是21-1嘛，我记得是，他好像只输了一场。
He has a
而
really
且 OG 的平
really
均
good
实力
score,
也不差，
like
就是马入和索瓦
21
都是
win
那种
and
非
1
常能
lose.
打的
So
选手，我觉得他们2连冠很有希望。不过就是我也经常
has
毒
a
奶，
big
如果真是
big
把
chance
OG 奶
to
死了，
win
跟我没啥关系。
2
这是
champions
我自己粉
in
丝
a
向
streak
的东西了。
as a
没
fan.
有关系的，毒奶是我
Just as a
们这
fan.
个中国信息的一大特色和特征。好，那也是非常感谢 Akira 老板接受到
Okay.
我们的采访，预
Thank
祝
you,
你的
Akira,
队伍在
for
今天的比赛
our
里面
interview
可以
and
有好
good
运，
luck
取得胜利，
in the
谢谢。
game.
谢谢主持人，主持人辛苦了，祝 WTL 越来越好，中国
Yeah,
经济越来越
thank you.
强。
谢谢，谢谢，拜拜。
拜拜。
好的，那么也是非常感谢我们 MYG 的老板 Akira 接受到我们的采访。我感觉老板对于他们的一个选手都非常的认可。虽然在常规赛他们是最后一轮才确定了自己晋级季后赛的位置，但是面对强敌，他们依然可以保持非常火热的状态。希望他们可以在我们季后赛的舞台里面走得更远。好的，那我们接下来就要采访一下他们的对手 Team Liquid， 让我们来跟 Team Liquid 连线一下吧。
Get ready. We're gonna interview Team Liquid.
好，那我们要采访到 Liquid 的 Elazer 来跟大家先打个招呼吧，跟我们中国的观众还有全世界的观众可以先打个招呼。
We're about to interview Elazer, so say hi to our audience, please.
Hello, guys.
大家好。
Hello， 那这边的话，第一个问题是想问一下，总结一下这个赛季自己跟队友们的一个表现吧。
First, let's make a summary of this season for you and for your teammates.
Yeah, so the season went pretty good. We had some roster changes because Kelazur left, and a couple rounds back we had Cure joining the team. So Cure obviously is one of the strongest players right now. So I feel like it's our team got a bit stronger in the middle of the season. And overall, we're happy to reach playoffs. We had a lot of close games, so yeah, we're pretty happy.
我觉得就是挺好吧。总体回顾来讲，我们当中有换人 ，Cure 来了之后也是一个极大的补强。我们最终这个成绩也不错，打进季后赛，大家都很开心。
刚刚也是聊到了 Kill， 第二个问题就想问一下 ，Kill 加入了 Liquid 之后，参加队内赛马谁的一个胜率是最高的？
So did Cure participate in any inter-team scrim after he's joining in Team Liquid, and who had the highest winning rate?
I can't share that, but we played some custom games with Cure, and yeah, I can feel he's very strong and he's doing very well in the custom games.
具体不能说，我只能说他来之后，我们确实是打过一些这个自定义啊。但是我能说的就是他确实是特别强，我们非常高兴他的加入。
先保密一下。好，那接下来想问一下 ，Clam 选手在获得了 ESL 的冠军之后，队内有给他做什么庆祝活动吗？可以跟我们分享一下吗
？Could you share with us how did the team celebrate Clam's ESL championship?
So everybody were very happy. I think most people just went for dinner after the tournament. But yeah, it was a long time coming for Clem. So yeah, everybody were super happy in the team.
我们是肯定是非常高兴啊的，这个一顿大餐是免不了的，这个总体而言，这个气氛是非常欢快和高兴的。
也是要再一次恭喜 Clem 获得 ESL 的冠军。那接下来你们马上要迎战的第一轮对手就是 MYG， 他们队伍也有非常强劲的选手，比如说像 Bunny， 比如说像 Think 这样的选手。你觉得他们队伍当中谁对你们的威胁最大呢？
So once again, I would like to congratulations to Clan on his victory. But on your first round opponent, MYG has very powerful players like Bunny and Shin. So who in MYG do you think is the biggest threat? Anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah, so during the group stage or regular season, we actually lost to MYG, and I think Shin was the strongest player in the team, so he was the biggest problem. But Bunny is also very strong, so I think they're close to each other. But this time we have Cure in the team, so I think they're gonna feel the power of Terran today.
在这个小组赛，我们的常规赛当中，确实也是败给过 MYG 啊，所以我个人觉得呢，信肯定是威胁最大的选手，而且巴尼这名选手也非常的强，他们就相差不大。但是呢，我们现在有了 Cure， 所以再次对阵他们，我们是非常有信心的。
现在已经跟常规赛不一样了，更加的信心满满了。好的，那最后一个问题是来预测一下本届我们 WTL 的冠军会是谁？
So who's gonna be the champion?
Well, we're gonna try our best to be the dark horse of this tournament. I think our team is actually very strong, with Clem being the recent champion and Cure also being, top Korean player. So I think we'll try our best.
我觉得我要把赌注压在我们自己队伍身上，我们非常的有信心，而且我们有了 Clan， 又来了Cure， 所以我觉得我们有信心拿下本次的冠军。
哇，非常的有自信，觉得自己队伍会夺得本次的冠军。那也是祝你们好运，希望你们能在我们季后赛的舞台上面大放异彩。有机会的话，想在总决赛的时候采访你们，那也是祝你好运。
So wish you good luck. If anything goes well, next interview I hope it's going to be the finals. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 拜拜。好的，也是非常感谢，也拉着接受到了我们的采访。那么我们的2023斗鱼杯 WTL 冬季赛季后赛的比赛马上就要开始了，3支队伍仅有1支可以晋级到我们明天第2个比赛日，希望选手们不留遗憾，全力冲刺。那接下来把画面交给我们比较专业的解说席。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that interview with, of course, the owner of Mystery Gaming and the representative of Team Liquid, a laser. Welcome, everyone, to World Team League WTL 2023 Winter Codes, the playoffs, day number 1. We just wrapped up with some fun show matches. Again, just a fun way to ease our way into a long weekend of StarCraft. And now we are here for the main bulk, the main course of WTL. Up first is going to be Mystery Gaming versus Team Liquid. Again, we just heard from some of their representatives, and this is going to be a spicy one. As they mentioned, as Alaze just mentioned, I think I have to echo that, where I think coming into the playoffs, I think a lot of people, myself included, looked at Onside versus Basilisk for top 2 and to have another rematch, have another finals. But we have to bear in mind the form of all these players, and Team Liquid coming out of left field here. Obviously, they picked up Cure, one of the strongest Terran players in all of Korea right now. I would say top 2 alongside Maru. And alongside them, that we have Clem. Clem, who of course is the most recent ESL Masters Winter Champion for DreamHack Atlanta. So Team Liquid, they actually have a really good shot here at actually, coming out of left field and actually upsetting the hierarchy of WTL. When I talk about the hierarchy, I'm talking about Dragon, KZ Gaming, Onside, and Basilisk. They're the top 3 teams in World Team League, and historically, that's been the case, at least for the past couple of seasons. So we'll see if Team Liquid can have a miracle run and shake it up, as do feature those players here and now. We have Clem, Laser, Kelzer. Oh, that's a bit of an outdated roster. Mana, Skills, Kelzer, of course, no longer of Team Liquid. We have replaced Kelzer with Cure in recent times. And on top of that, I also can't forget Mystery Gaming. Mystery Gaming, they are going to be one of the, I would say, one of the weaker teams coming into this. There we go. Cure towards the end. When it comes to Mystery Gaming, they have some really strong players like Shin and Bunny. I do believe that Shin and Bunny, they can take down any player on Team Liquid, but again, they do kind of lack a little bit more of that consistency here. Shin is a very unpredictable player. Bunny as well, I think, thrives in TVT, but in the other matchups is still a little bit lacking. And they're lacking a strong third. Strange has been carrying that torch for a long time. Cyan recently was picked up. He did leave the Starving Camels a couple of weeks ago, or I want to say a month ago at this point, and did join Mystery Gaming, and he will also be available to be fielded. I think he's a really nice addition. I do think that Cyan and Strange are very comparable. Cyan, of course, recently qualifying for IM Katowice. He's very informed. Cyan is arguably top 2 Protoss in China right now, alongside Firefly. So Cyan can be another kind of dark horse for his team, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Looks like we have our vetoes. Looks like Radisson Station was vetoed by Team Liquid. We have Hecate vetoed by Mystery Gaming. I think the way this works is we're gonna have, of course, our players pick maps. I believe losers do pick, but you know, the teams get a couple of vetoes here available so they can avoid some of these other maps. It looks like our first matchup is going to be a TVT though. Bunny versus Cure. This is going to be an interesting one. Again, I do think that Cure is top 2 Terran in Korea at the moment. I think Cure and Maru are kind of at the top, and I do think that Cure has distinguished himself from players like Gumiho and Byan. Maybe I'm a little bit crazy for saying that, but again, Cure has been looking very impressive as of late. But in a TVT matchup specifically, I mentioned before, Bunny, I feel like this is his best matchup and his best chance at an upset. Cure is going to be coming in as the favorite player, don't get me wrong, but Bunny can make some magic happen here. I want to believe that we can get it back and forth. We got our prediction animal. Let's go. All right, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who are we predicting? Team Liquid or Mystery Gaming? Up. No, the food, it's over there. The food, no, stop looking at the chairs.
Why is that cat so scared? Oh my god.
It's okay. Just it's safe. It's not point. Eat the food. Eat the food. You like it. You like it. Using the laser pointer to draw it to the. What the hell? And there we go. We do have our player. It looks like we have not available predictions, question mark. We have NA for everyone.
I think it's just that they have no points.
Potentially.
Yeah, because the logo is the prediction.
Oh, right. Everyone went Team Liquid. Oh my god, no faith in Mystery Gaming. Aye. But shout out to, we do have a couple of people coming in. We have Rotterdam, Wardy, Crank, Loco, and of course, Maxet and XY as well. And here we go. We're diving on into our first TVT. So as a reminder, this is a best of 7. It's a best of 7 overall, and it is, I believe, kind of all kill format. It's kind of the WTL format. The way this works is that this is going to be a best of 2. This is going to be a best of 2 between Cure and Bunny. And if it's a 2-0, the player that won the 2-0 will stay on. If it's a 1-1, they knock each other out. Every win counts here. So it's a best of 2 overall. Winner stays on. If it's a 1-1, they knock each other out. 2-0s, they will stay on. So here we go. We are getting ready to dive into this, having a look at some of these player stats as well. Do I know what these numbers mean? God, no. Looks like we have some ELO rating for Cure and Bunny for their performances over the past couple of seasons, over the past rounds. It looks like, 11 rounds of group stage. Makes sense. 11 rounds of group stage. Both players have pretty comparable ELO ratings. And what's the pie graph then? Is that race matchups like TVT, TVP, and TVZ? Maybe? No. What is that? What's the big one? What's the 52%? Is that loss? I'm sure this is win rates, question mark. If you are familiar with the, if you can translate in the chat, we would appreciate any kind of translations when it comes to the pie graph. But overall, Terran versus Terran is soon to commence. The playoffs about to begin. Here we go. Curious TVT is not suited. It's very true. Very true. He does have some of the best TVT in the world. And here we go. We're getting ready for game number 1.
Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming. Game 1. Let's start the game.
I love the way back here. Let's start the game. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have for Team Liquid, the blue Terran player from South Korea. It is Cure. And in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent for Mystery Gaming. Not for onside. We have the red Terran. It is Bunny. Here we go. And you can see the lives that are currently available here on the top part of the map. Again, it's a best of 7, 4 lives essentially for each teams. 4 lives are available. There's potential for ace match. There's potential for super ace match as well. Of course, a big shout out to our sponsors, Honkai Star. Uwu, papi, Uwu. Kaido, Rio de Janeiro, no longer a sponsor, unfortunately. And you can also, of course, support the event by checking out the... Oh, we just shout the sponsors, but checking out the WTO box. The gift box is on sale as of a couple of days ago. Again, Doyu, Order Full, Taido, and Honkai Star. Big shout out to the sponsors. Without them, this event would not be possible. Not just this event, but also Masters Coliseum as well, as that is also going to be starting up here in the month of January. Again, we did cast the qualifiers last week, and the StarCraft just does not end. But here we go. So it looks like initially we're going to have 2 double gas openers. We have Cure and Bunny going for their second gas geysers. This will be a more tech-heavy opener. It's going to be going for a faster factory, a delayed command center for both Terrans. So very aggressive openers overall. Now we should eventually be expanding, but again, with this, we'll gain access to faster factory tech, faster Hellions, faster Cyclones. Oh, as we bring it back here to our lovely casters, because we have an important message. Looks like maybe some technical issues and maybe a little bit of latency is going on, but hopefully it will be resolved, and hopefully we can dive back into the game. Again, at least there are only these issues at the start of game 1, and you know, here in the early game, nothing was really going on, nothing was really happening. There's no like disruption to any kind of micro or hopefully to the players. So we'll be getting back into this. They may be opting to remake the game. I'm curious, because I did see earlier they had like the wrong logos mod for onside. We'll see. Hopefully everything is all good. I appreciate that they've got like all the Honkai Star like anime figurines. They got they got all the merch that they're flexing. They're in their battle station with the Hyperion in the background. The player. Not the battle cruiser. Beautiful. It's flying, papi. It's good. And again, I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Yeah, we're still in the early hours of the broadcast. We have 2 best of 7s tonight. We have Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming, and we have the winner of this series up against Psystorm Gaming tonight as well. So a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft later on tonight in a couple of hours. Hopefully we don't overlap with it too much, but we also have the New Year's Cup. New Year's Cup is in, I think, 5 hours time, so be sure to tune into that. So again, we have plenty of StarCraft going on tonight, and I'm looking forward to another long one. I was really concerned. Last night we were live, and I was casting for almost 10 hours straight, like 10 hours with like a couple of breaks in between, with a couple of minutes where I could like get some water. But it was intense. It was an intense morning, and it was a lot of fun. And I was a little bit concerned. Towards the end, I was losing my voice. I was really concerned that I wouldn't be available for this weekend of WTL, but we're good, Pappy. We're good. Thankfully, we're okay. And we made it. We made it. 10 hours of StarCraft, Pappy. It really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting the broadcast to be that long. I was expecting like a 6-hour cast or something, but for those who weren't here, we casted the OSC Championship Challenger brackets, 2 of them back-to-back. And all up, it was a straight up 10-hour broadcast, just over 10 hours, with very little downtime. And it was fun. It's been a while since we've had a marathon like that. I think the last time was in November, or when we were doing DreamHack Atlanta, when we were covering the open stage. So, you know, it's good to just whip out one of those 10 to 12 to 14-hour casts just to make sure we're still alive. We're still kicking. Yeah. We still got it. Catching up in the chat. Cure looks stressed. Bunny always looks like he eats raw metal for breakfast. Oh my god. He's hard, Bobby. He's tense. Let's start the game. But yeah, it looks like we may have some technical issues, so we're going to be going, I guess, on a short break. Going to be going on a short break, and hopefully, in a couple of moments, we can dive back into this and dive back into the TVT. We'll see you soon. Send us in. And we are back. And again, do apologize for the extended break, but it looks like there was just some technical issues and we have restarted the game. I do think they were just fixing the logos mod or maybe fixing the server. But regardless, we are back in. And yeah, there it is. Now we have Team Liquid as the logo instead of Onside. So it might be possible that's why they did remake and just reset the lobby overall. But now we're settling into this. And we are potentially going to be mixing things up. So winding it back, in game number 1, when we first started, we did have double gas openers from both players to go for faster factories. Okay, there we go. So yeah, double gas openers here once again from Kure and Bunny. We are sticking with the same opener. I was curious if we were going to mix it up and go for something more economic, but that is not going to be the case with this faster factories, with this faster cyclones. And if you're familiar with TVT in the modern era of Terran versus Terran, you would be aware that cyclones, they do play a pretty crucial role here in the early to mid game of TVT. Kure has been very fond of it. Kure has been doing customs and practicing with Clem, and they have been embracing it quite a lot, and they've been improving their TVT as a result as well. I'm curious if Bunny has been taking notes. I'm curious if Bunny is one to kind of adapt his style to the modern era, or if he's stuck in his old ways, as we saw a couple of days ago with Ryung. We shall see. As we have our factories in production, so far everyone is mirroring each other for the time being, but we'll see if that continues to be the case. We shall see. For the time being, no SCV scouts or anything like that. Should be getting to our first Reapers. It is going to be quite a risk to take for either player to move their first Reaper across the map. We're going to be checking the fringe locations just to make sure there's no proxy, but again, we shouldn't be pushing just because it is so risky. Losing your first Reaper is just a really terrible position to be in. Speaking of, Kure does send his Reaper across the map. I just realized we did switch players. We did switch places. There we go. Kure, he does push. Oh, and I believe Bunny does shoot first. He does force Kure back. So a nice little trade from Bunny. Kure taking a risk and thankfully doesn't lose his Reaper. Is going to be pulling back. Initial Hellions are in production. Add-ons are on the way. Bunny is getting his CC on location, and so is Kure. Everything looking as it should. There's our 1-1-1 follow-up here from Kure. Meanwhile, Bunny going for slightly faster cyclone production here, as we do have the reactor on that factory for those cyclones. I believe Cure doesn't have the reactor on his factory. Yeah, exactly. He's still making it on his racks. So Bunny will have slightly faster cyclones. Meanwhile, Cure has the heli. He does delay the CC, does get a kill on that worker. But was it worth it? Because we lose the cyclone, we lose 2 Reapers as well. Big pickoffs. A good start here from Bunny, shutting down quite a lot of units only for 1 worker. And the command center is well underway. Bunny pushing out. He has a little bit of momentum. He could maybe try to flex that and get some worker damage here at the natural. Meanwhile, Cure pulls the workers away, is aware of how vulnerable he is, so he's preemptively just making sure he doesn't lose any SE. At a Cure. The lock on. Good. Really nice control, pushing out that ramp. Gonna be able to focus. You can see just how much damage or how much damage you can gain, how much ground you can cover here. You lose units. Just too much and Bunny control. Has arrived. And we have a second Liberator on the way as well. Interesting choice. Meanwhile, Bunny going for a drop into the main. Instead of making Liberators, we have a Medevac. So Bunny going for that drop. For the time being, Curie, he's hyper-fixated here at the natural. There we go. The Cyclones are going to be rotating over. The drop has been spotted, and Bunny is going to be forced back. The lockouts! Oh my god. Bunny does barely escape. Gets out of there with those Cyclones. Meanwhile, we have the Liberator here at the top of this entrance. I do apologize if there seems to be some roboting going on. Hopefully, production has fixed that. Okay, all good. Cool. As yeah, the Medevac drop does come back. Looks like there was a little bit of latency, but hopefully we can clear that up. We're just going to be getting a bit of a concave here outside of the natural, waiting for any kind of move outs, and behind this we are going to be transitioning. We do have our CC still well underway. Medevac does retreat. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Bunny is going for a very fast third CC. Very fast third CC here from Bunny. Looking to get away with the economy. Meanwhile, at the same time, Cure just doubling down on Cyclone production. There he goes. Going to try to break out, but again, the concave is real. Ooh. Cure losing quite a bit there in that engage. Boys have to be pulled. The Liberator goes down. A good pick off here from Bunny. Very nice pick off. There is a second Liberator across the map, getting poised to go into the main. Oh, do we have much at home to defend? Stim is on the way. Additional Cyclones as well. SCVs are going to be going down. So quite a bit of lost mining time here for Bunny. We do catch some of those libs. Liberator does full. Didn't really kill too much, but did deny mining time, and that is value. Third CC is done for Bunny. Bear that in mind. So he's going to be ahead in the economy. He can make 3 SCVs at a time. He can mule that much more as well. And there it is. A third CC now being landed on location. Cure still building his own. So Bunny taking a big economic lead here. Already working on Stim. He was able to trade better with his Cyclones. So far here in the early game, Bunny has been looking better. But these have just been like these little wins, little skirmishes here and there. Nothing major yet. As the armies are soon to clash. Ravens have arrived. And we're diving on in. Order starts are thrown down. Bunny a little bit late to pull the trigger. The Ravens, they do get shut down. A Cure does come out a little bit better here. But the Cyclones, they're going to be popping off. Once again, the juggling out of Bunny. He hops on over with those Cyclones. Does push Cure back. The armies will bounce off each other. Both players, they lost their Ravens. You can see Bunny was able to kill an extra Cyclone. Bunny still has his third Raven as well. So he is going to pull back. And Bunny is already, again, on 3 bases mining. Even if he's losing an extra unit here or there, he can replace it that much easier. As he does pull back to repair. And the game is going to settle for a moment here. Again, overall, I want to give the slight edge to Bunny. I mean, he's up in workers, he's up in supply. Kira starts up its 4th CC already. A good way to try to catch up. Now, bearing in mind that even if you're up 10, 20, 30 army supply, isn't the biggest of deals here. In TVT, it's all about positional-based play. It's all about keeping up with your opponent's drops. It's all about keeping up with your opponent's siege tanks, or even catching your opponent off guard. There are a lot of kind of layers and facets to TVT, more so than just supply. So again, even though Bunny has a nice edge here, he needs more than that. More than an edge. As he's going to be moving out. Again, Cure doesn't really have too much map vision. Does have this sensor tower just to help out. Give him a bit of a heads up to the army movement. Marine does spot the main army as well. Cure's going to be rotating at the same time, dropping to the main. There is a turret, but the turret is not going to be enough. The drop gets into the main base. Cyclone's going to be skirmishing. There we go. The picture-in-picture SCVs are going down. Bunny looking to pull Cure apart. Tanks are sieging. Ooh, a bit of an overextension out of Bunny. Very late siege. All 3 tanks go down, and the main army of Bunny is going to be shut down. A nice win there for Cure. But meanwhile, in the main base, a lot of SCVs are falling. Boys are being pulled. And that's going to be 9 dead workers in the main base. Ay. So Cure, he traded well against the main army, but he lost 9 workers in the process. So Bunny maintains his economic lead, is going to have to replace his army though, and as a result, I believe Cure will be up in tanks. On top of that, we have a faster 4th. Bunny, he was late to start up his 4th base, so Cure is catching up with his faster 4th. With double drop coming in, but we have plenty of Marines in position. This drop a little bit wasteful as we shut down both Cyclones at the same time with double drop in the main, but this was mistimed. This is a little bit mistimed. Curie can focus on rerouting into the main. We take down the turret, we can maybe take down a Rax. The tank has arrived. We do see Bunny being very active though, getting on top of the 4th. Can we shut down the CC? Boys are being pulled. Bunny gonna try and trade out here, but it looks like he cannot take down the base. The tank does fall. And Bunny has been a little bit wasteful here. He just lost, I believe, 2 tanks. He lost his tank at the 4th and the tank in the main. He lost a lot of Marines. And he didn't really gain too much value here. He killed 6 workers, which is okay. Job comes back in, but it's deflected. Remember, he lost the Cyclones earlier as well. Has been trading, but you can see that because Cure has been trading a little bit better, he is catching up. He is slowly evening up the supplies here. We'll be losing some more SCVs though if another 4 go down. Bunny gaining some value. Big counterattack here towards the south. Late reaction out of Bunny. But he is in position. The double drop towards that 4th. Meanwhile, we're going up. We threaten a doom drop into the main. Calm down. Ooh, Bunny is on the hunt. Looks like Bunny may be looking to try and shut down this drop. Yeah, he goes for the stim. Curry's going to get the hell out of here. Does save 1 medevac, 2 medevac. 1 medevac full of Marines as the other does get shut down. Good pick off there from Bunny. At the same time, we do have a Marine counterattack and run by here at the 4th. And that's going to be a kill on the 5th CC. Very nice pickoff. 400 minerals down the drain. Bunny, his main army, still not pushing. Actually, we may even get another cancel here on another base. Oof. Cure achieving a lot with a little. Meanwhile, Bunny is up in supply. But as we mentioned before, it's all about positional play, and pushing into these entrenched positions is so difficult, especially without Ravens. Without Ravens, it's so difficult to push into these tank lines. Bunny looking for another way in. He rotates over towards the 4th. Yeah, tanks are rotating as well. Curie keeps up. And good movements out of Cure. Bunny still looking for a way in. Both players going for their starport transition. We spoke about it earlier, but the starports will be for Vikings, Liberators, and Ravens. In the mid-game, TVT is all about the tank versus tank, but as the game goes on longer, it's all about the Sky Terran as the armies do clash. Cure doesn't have any tanks. He has to be careful. Will retreat. Does bleed out a couple of Marines. Bunny, oh, gonna be pushing. We do get a bit of a pause, and hopefully everything is okay. We might just have some latency issues here. Ooh. And hopefully they will be resolved. And again, we've had a couple of technical issues so far in the first game, but you know, hopefully it's only just like some teething issues with the first game, and the rest will go by smoothly. When it comes to the game itself, again, I do want to say that Bunny did have the much better early game, but as we saw, Bunny has been a little bit wasteful with some of his drop play, and as a result, Cure has been catching up. Cure also had the faster forward CC, so Cure was able to catch up in that way as well, and things are relatively even overall. The army supplies are similar, the worker counts are similar, both players are currently on 4 bases, and it all comes down to the fight, to be honest. We're coming back in! We're coming back in. Speaking of the fights, Bunny is pushing Cure. Ooh, as Bunny is maxed out, Cure is still trying to keep up though. Tanks are sieged. Do you see the Viking advantage for Bunny? Gonna be able to zone away those medevacs. We're going for the Doom Drop. Oh my god, we're going for it. A massive pick up. The scan does reveal the medevacs. And can we get in position? Can we deny the drop? Vikings are moving in. And we commit anyway. 1 full medevac goes down. The tank is in position as well. A very risky move here from Bunny. Losing so much in this Doom Drop. He does siege though. Only, what, 2 tanks. Only 2 tanks make it in. We're getting some of the production. Good target firing here on the starport. But here come the Marines. And it looks like Cure will break this position, will clean everything up. But he lost 14 SCVs in the process. And that was merely half the army of Bunny. There's still 2 more starports at the natural, getting to mass Liberator production. Liberator range is on the way. Meanwhile, Bunny with his own starports avoiding Liberators, going into mass Raven instead. And Curie is getting ready for a counterattack. And Curie's down 20 workers. But he has a comparable army. With Liberators, he can maybe make something happen. At the same time, Bunny going to be stimming forward. Oh, the CC! The command center under threat. Going to be going down. At the same time, Bunny in position as well, denying any kind of movement here from Cure. He is keeping up. You see Cure going to be able to outposition his opponent for a moment. A big anti-armor missile. Bunny coming back. Yeah, looking to engage. 3-3 is done for Bunny. Still on the way for Cure. Liberators have arrived. But I believe Bunny still has a handful of Vikings left over. Yeah, both players do. It's going to be close. Bunny has remaxed. Cure still on the way. Tanks are sieging. Again, Bunny, he has a 5th, he has a 6th base. Cure still working on his own 5th. The Liberators do siege. He does catch 1, he does catch 2 tanks. 3 tanks even. Oh my god. Very nice trades here from Cure. Ooh, Bunny trickling in. Does overextend. Another tank goes down. Cure getting a load almost for free there. Very nice trades. At the same time, a massive counterattack. Cure has nothing at home. Uh-oh. There's not much at home to defend. The Marines, they get on top of the CC. This orbital will burn down. Cure is that much more committed. We have to push forward. We disable the Viking. Disables on the Vikings. Speaking of, Bunny going ham here on the air army of Cure. Oh, it's going to be close. It looks like the Vikings of Cure were reset. Marine's going to be coming forward. Yeah, Cure just bleeding out a little bit too much. Does catch a tank. 3-3 now done for our blue Terran player. We rotating around. Tanks getting sieged. Bunny has to be very wary here of how he does rotate. Yeah, Planetary not going to have any mining whatsoever. Good positioning here from Cure. Bunny was just 1 second too late. Yeah, the command center goes down almost immediately. Massive tank volley is going to be going off. Cure looking for another way in. You can see that Cure, he is closing the gap in the supply. They're both even in army supply, actually. Bunny only ahead in workers. Tanks are sieging. Bunny taking the Viking lead. But another Liberator here, which means Cure actually has the economic advantage right now. We're pushing in. Massive on siege. We do go for the disables. We go for everything, every single spell we can. A really awkward engage though out of Bunny. Not able to get on top of the tanks. Again, for the past couple of minutes, Cure has just been trading better. Straight up, he's just been trading better, out-positioning his opponent time and time again. And for the first time in minutes, Cure is now ahead in supply. Cure now takes a supply lead. He's denying another base. Bunny barely has any mining right now. Again, that one Liberator towards the north is denying an entire base from mining. Bunny at one point had like a 20, almost 30 worker lead and was making use of it. Now, no longer. This is going to get these bases back up and running. Cure backing off. Both players remaxing. And as Bunny deals with these tanks, Cure, he is just going to be regrouping here with his reinforcements. Again, that fight earlier was also very chaotic from Bunny. Does go for the Master Sable. This is going to be a much better engage here from the Red Terran. Yeah, he will clean up these tanks. At the same time, though, Cure, he does rotate over towards the north, and he shuts down an entire base. And he's not going to stop. Cure, he's going for another mining base. And Bunny, he has to go for the base trade. There's no turning back. Not anymore. We're going full base trade at this point. Cure is getting ready for it. Cure backs off. Oh, my God. Oh, he's going for the kill. Cure, he's backing off only to push towards the natural. Both players, their end goal here, the main base. We're pushing towards the main base. And can we break in? Bunny trying to get in position. Tank late to siege. Yeah, it looks like Cure, he just walks his way into the main on top of the production. And Bunny still just cannot make his way in. And it looks like Cure has done it. He's doing it here. He takes control of the production. He clawed his way back into this game. Bunny had a massive lead here in game one. So much of this game was in favor of the Red Terran. But Cure, towards the end, was able to just trade more efficiently. Position so much better here compared to Bunny. And in the midst of all this chaos, it looks like Cure will come out on top. Breaks into the main, camping the production. Bunny is also pushing into the main base as well. Disables are not going to run out. The tanks do go down. But the reality is that Cure has double the army supply. Bunny, he knows it. You can see there for a moment. Hands off the keyboard. Again, was in such a good position earlier, but it did slip away. Bunny pushing a little bit further here into the main base. It's all he can do. He's throwing down a line of Raxes. Trading well against these Marines. It's 20 workers. But Cure should soon be turning back around, and I guess we're going to be hunting down some bases. We're hunting down some command centers. It's happening. As Cure is making his way towards the top left, we can see Bunny scanning bottom right. It does get eyes on a full mining base of Cure. And GG gets called. Bunny, he knows the writing is on the wall, and Cure will take game number 1. Oh, we got some new music. GG, well played. And with that, Cure, he fights back, and things are looking a little bit scary for him. Things are looking very tense, and Bunny, again, had a much I don't know if I want to say cleaner start, but just a much better start overall. He was able to get away with a faster third base, with better mining, better economy. But Cure did bounce back again. Just really good positional play time and time again. Just reaching a base 1 or 2 seconds before Bunny could. Bunny was having a hard time rotating and keeping up with the movement of Cure. GG, well played. Again, it goes to show something that we mentioned earlier. TVT is very much so based on positional play, and you could see there that even if you're down 30 supply, which Cure was, he was able to still just outmaneuver his opponents and outtrade him anyway. Is one of those dynamics of TVT, and with that, Cure takes game 1, and now it's going to be Bunny's map of choice. Now, to wind it back, we spoke about the format earlier. This is a best of 2, not a best of 1, not a best of 3, a best of 2. And what does that mean? That means if a player gets a 2-0, if Cure in this case gets a 2-0, he will eliminate Bunny, and he will stay on as an active player. He will stay on into the next series, and it's going to be on Mystery Gaming to field another player to snipe Cure. Now, if Bunny can win this next game, and we have a tied up 1-1 score, that means that both players eliminate each other. Both players will eliminate each other in the end, and both teams will have to field fresh players instead. So that's pretty brutal. It means essentially to knock out a player, you don't need to completely win a best of 3 or anything like that. You just have to win one game. One game is all you need to take here to knock your opponent out. So Bunny, he can, of course, he is going to be eliminated here, or he's going to be knocked out of this this initial Team League match, but he can bring down Cure with him. He can do so. So yeah, it's a bit of a different format, and it's what WTL have been, again, relying on for the playoffs for many years at this point. And it's always a lot of fun, always very dynamic, and does lead into some really interesting and even like surprising upsets as well. One game, Papi. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do to bring down Cure. Now, to be fair, there's more than just Cure in Team Liquid. They have Clem, I'm sure. Clem is going to be fielded at some point. We have a Laser who's available. He was just, a part of the interview. Potentially Skillus as well. Skillus also a very formidable player. Has a lot of potential to bring down some of these other big names. Again, Team Liquid, they have a bit of a deeper roster. That's the advantage of Team Liquid. I say that Mystery Gaming, with the acquisition of Cyan, they may have some more options available as well when it comes to the next player. Meanwhile, here we go. The map has been chosen. Game 2. Ocean. Be on Oceanborn here, a much smaller map compared to Solaris, so it can lead into some more aggressive play, and hopefully Bunny can bring it back. And here we go, we're loading on in. Spawning in the top left hand corner, we have Cure for Team Liquid. There we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. There we go. Again, Cure has already taken his first win here. Can he close it out with a 2-0 and stay on? Or can Bunny fight back and knock Cure down with him? Here we go. Now again, we're just getting into our openers of choice. You can see Bunny shaking his head there for a while, and I hope he's not really I hope he's not ruminating on that last series. Again, it can be a little bit stressful and a little bit frustrating if you know that you're ahead, you know that you have an advantage, and then it slips through your finger. It slips through your fingers. I understand that can be just really difficult to overcome, a difficult feeling to overcome, but I'm sure Bunny can just shake it off and get into our next game with a fresh mind. I hope so, at least. I do hope so. I do hope we can get a more back and forth. As for now, double gas opener. Interesting. Okay, so a double gas opener out of Bunny. Cure going for a Rax expand. Economic opener out of our blue Terran player, which is a little bit crazy on Oceanborn. Again, just because the rush distance is so short, but Cure, he has some momentum on his side. He's feeling that much more confident as well. And with this, Cure will have an economic lead. With this, Bunny will have a bit of a power spike. And we're basically taking roles here. Cure is going to be the defender. Bunny is going to be the aggressor. Reaper is moving out. And as we do move out across the map, Bunny should recognize, hold up, that TC. It's a little bit earlier than normal. The Reaper has a right for Cure. Oh, good grenade, and Bunny does take an extra hit. He has to back off. Again, this is the difficult thing about being active with your first Reaper, is that you can very easily lose it. So Bunny, he has to retreat. Kira was able to get an extra hit in. And with that, Bunny is just working on additional Reapers. We have a Cyclone already in production for Bunny. Again, because of that faster second gas, we can see he's going from the CC on the low ground into a starport. Second Reaper has arrived. We get eyes on the CC that's already done, and we're going into the main. Ooh. Dip into the main base. We get eyes on the production. We back the hell off. Bunny will pull back. And again, he will have a bit of a power spike where he will have a Cyclone lead and a Cyclone advantage compared to his opponent. He can maybe even just go for an initial Cyclone drop with that medevac. With that starport, I should say. And there it is. Speaking of, there's the medevac and the Cyclone in production. So we are starting off with a Cyclone drop. It is very commonplace in current TVT to go for Cyclone drops. We could commit a little bit harder with it as well. And again, the pressure, the onus is on Bunny to get some worker kills, just because he is slightly behind. We'll see if he can pull it off. And so there we go. We do have the medevac being loaded up. I assumed it was going to be a Cyclone drop, but no, we're going for a Marine drop with Cyclones to support on the ground. So again, very committed. We're just sending everything across the map. And it is so far unscouted. Cure is unaware as to what Bunny is up to. Do have a safety bunker in position. Do have the initial tank coming out for Cure as well. I believe maybe within range of the natural. As the tank is still on the way for Cure. And here we go, we're pushing ourselves up the ramp. We do get our eyes on top of that bunker. Raven going to be coming in. Order Tower does push Bunny back. And clutch repairs from Cure. Does arrive in time. We have a third CC already on the way. We try to jump into the main base, but Cure is in position. And so far, he is defending beautifully. Yeah, Bunny doesn't find a way in. He's trying to, but alas, the longer this goes on, the better it becomes for Cure. As his tank has arrived. Big Locon's going to be trading a Cyclone for a Cyclone. Oh, God, no! We trade 1 for 1. Just barely towards the end. And Bunny, he must have seen the third CC. Must have seen that it is already finishing up for Cure. Just getting further ahead in the economy. And Bunny has to do everything he can to deny that third. To delay it and to contain Cure to 2 bases. As you can see, he's still working on his own third base. So there's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on Bunny. Do pull the boys for the repairs. Again, Bunny, he's down 8 workers. And if he allows his third base to get up and running, then he's just going to be left further and further behind. Like, Cure will snowball out of control if left to his own devices. Which is why Bunny is just rallying everything outside that natural. Viking production has commenced, Liberators as well. A very risky move to invest this early on into Libs and Vikings, but we're going for it. That will help counteract some of these Ravens. Third base is being taken. We do see the scan is revealed, or does reveal the army. Kira does land. Bunny's still just sending everything across the map. I mean, so far, he is doing a good job at just containing his opponents. Tanks are getting within range of the production. Bold move here from Bunny. There we go. Big disables here on the tanks. Auto towers are thrown down. We're going to try and hold the line. Liberator has arrived. And it looks like we should barely be able to hold on here, but the tanks are being focused down. And Bunny, he loses both tanks. Lose the Liberator as well. Bunny losing a little bit too much. And with this Cure rotating into his main, his command center is taking a bit of damage, but it can take some damage. Plenty of HP to work with. Bunny looking for another way in. He does have the Viking lead. We'll say that. There's plenty of Vikings to work with. We do see, oh, during the scan, though, Cure decides to pick up. Going for a drop. And Bunny saw it. He saw, oh, like, the fake out. Let's go. Cure, within the scan, he picks up, he goes for a big drop, and he actually just turns back around, and Bunny believes it's coming. He's racing back home to defend against the double drop. Little does he know that it never moved out. And this means that Cure can expand. Very nice mind games there out of Cure. You can see Bunny getting in position, looking for those medevacs. Medevacs that do not exist. And Cure pushing right through the center. So get a nice move out of Cure. It means that now he can establish his third. Is getting it up and running. The double drop rotates over towards the right-hand side. Oh my god, and Bunny is not ready for it. Liberator does come in. Here comes the double drop into the natural. Bunny being pulled out of position, and Cure's main army looking to try and shut down that third. At the same time, Bunny also going for a drop across the map. Chaos is ensuing. Workers are going to be going down for both players. Again, the third base. There it is, the picture-in-picture. We have the Marine drop coming in. Cure is in position there. He does force back that drop. Meanwhile, Cure, he's getting so many SCVs in the main. 15 workers go down. Big disables as well. Cure pushing into the third. He's going to take down the tanks. The workers, 25. 25 workers going down. And Cure is still not cleaned up. He's still active here. He still has a position at the third that is not being dealt with. Reinforcements are on the way. Cure, he was able to defend. He was able to get a drop off in the main. And now going for a real double drop into the main base as well. Is slipping in. A bit of an overextension out of Cure. That's clearly not worth it here, as he will be bleeding out all those Marines. But reinforcements have arrived. Cure just has a massive advantage here, just containing Bunny to 2 base economy. Here we go, big disables. We're diving on top of the tanks. We land the Vikings as well. Bunny, he will break out. He will shut this down. Cure overstaying his welcome. But again, Cure still has a massive economic lead. He's got, what, 30 SCVs over his opponent. Army supplies are similar. But Cure is remaxing. He is rebuilding. And Bunny is just, quite a bit behind here. 2-2's finishing up as well. Just in time for this fight. And Marine's going to be going down. The tanks are looking a bit exposed. Bunny does break through. Does force Cure back. Tanks are sieged. Oh. 3-3 on the way. Bunny still stuck on 1-1. Wasn't able to start us up with the Ravens. Wasn't able to start his upgrades. Big snipes here on the Ravens. Very nice pickups from Cure. Very nice pickups as Bunny is going to be pushing. Ken has a decent tank line. A tank line that does have to be respected. The army supplies are neck and neck. Bunny is pretty committed. He's pretty all in with this, but he can maybe pull this off. As Cure, he goes for the stim. He's breaking through the Marines. He's getting on top of the tanks, and it looks like the tanks are finally being reset. We have 2 tanks left, and we barely hold. But again, Bunny holding on to this position. It's not going to be good enough. GG gets called, and Cure will take the 2-0. Oh my god. GG, well played. First blood as Cure does take the 2-0, which means Bunny is knocked out, and Cure stays on. Cure is going to be staying on the roster here. He's going to be staying as an active player, and it's going to be on Mystery Gaming to send out someone to snipe Cure. Again, this was a close series. Game 2 was a little more one-sided, is what I will say. Game 2 was a little more one-sided in favor of Cure. Game 1 was more back and forth. And there were moments for Bunny, then moments for Cure, then back and forth, back and forth. And I hope Bunny isn't too frustrated after losing game 1. It did look that way, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. As Bunny does bow out, and it's going to be a Mystery Gaming to field another player. Now, they have some options. Shin is the obvious choice, but do they want to send out Shin this early? Shin is the ace player of Mystery Gaming, and we don't want to burn him too quickly, but like, it's Cure though. Like, we have to stop him before he gets any more kills. And do we really send out Strange or Cyan to snipe Cure? I believe we have seen Clem struggle against some of these Chinese Protoss players in the past. So there's potential to maybe save that. As there we go, we have our roster. Bunny gonna be stepping out. We have Cyan top left. We have Shin in the center. I don't see Strange. Strange is not here, and I wonder if that's a bit of a tell that Strange will not be competing tonight, that instead Cyan will be stepping in instead. Again, I do think Cyan is a really strong player, but, you know, who do we send out? Who do we have faith in? Who do we trust? Our players will be deciding amongst themselves. Likewise, we get player cams of Team Liquid. We have Cure, Clem, and a Laser. I'm sure Clem just, you know, giving a little bit of insight, maybe a little bit of a pep talk to Cure, like, so Gosu. And Cure's like, there. Beautiful. So again, really good play there. This could also be a tell, the fact that there's no Skillus. It's possible that Skillus isn't here either for this Team League match, and they're going to be relying on a Laser as their third. That is possible, unless they are selectively showing us some player cams and not others. But I'm pretty sure this is just the entire active team at the moment, or the current team that is here. So we'll see. We're going to be stepping back for a moment here, just while our teams decide on who is sent out against Cure. And then we'll be diving into our next best of 2. Oh, here we go. Who is it? It's Okay. It is going to be Cyan. Cyan going to be coming out here. We are saving Shin. Makes sense. I do think they want to try to save Shin for as long as they can. Cyan is going to be coming out swinging instead. Now, we have seen Cyan take down some big Terran players in the past. He has it in him. Is he favored? No. But remember, all you need to do is take a game. One game is all you need to bring down your opponent. Ideally, you want the 2-0. Ideally.
Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming. Game 2. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game as we are diving into our second best of 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Team Liquid. It's the blue Terran. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the new addition to Mystery Gaming, the ex-Starving Camel from the land of China. It is Cyan. Here we go. And as we get into this, a big shout out to Complete in the chat for gifting a sub to Kalasi. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the subscription, Colossal Gulp. Thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Again, our subscribers do gain access to our emotes, so you can veg in the chat. You can quack as well. And you can also gain access to our Discord channel, where we do share replays of events that we do cast, of events that we do have permission to share replays of. So plenty of replay packs are available for subscribers. So thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Quack, Bob, quack. As we are getting into this, and we do see Cure going for his SCV scout across the map. Likewise, so is Cyan, setting out his probe. And we are loading into Golden Aura. We are loading into Golden Aura. Bit of a smaller map here. A much smaller map. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get into something along the lines of a Twilight Council based opener and Blinkstalker based play. We'll see what direction Cyan wants to take us in as the SCV is hidden behind the mineral line. We're going for the bunker. Going for that bunker here to deny any kind of mining at that natural. So again, a nice cheeky maneuver here from Cure. Meanwhile, the Reaper does get in. Gonna be dancing with these probes. So far, the probes do survive. None of the workers do go down, but the bunker has been revealed. And Cure, it's a very late reaction to this. The pylon is done. Shield battery just now starts. The bunker does complete. The Reaper does barely get in. This means that Cyan cannot mine from his natural base. You can see him main-outing over into the main. He's got one probe mining. That's all he can really afford. We do have another. Oh, no, the probes. As we do have to pull back. Would you want it? One worker goes down. Big pickoff from Cure. He isn't just denying mining, but killing any kind of workers here is an added bonus. Okay, some extra hits in. Cyan, he does go for a Twilight Council. I assumed it would be a Blink-based opener, but no, we're going into DTs. Oh. Reaper's coming in. Can we deny the scout? The bunker is salvaged. The Reaper going for a full scout into the main base. It gets shut down. Did we scout? We did not. A big moment here. The scout is denied. Cure is in the dark. Now, there's a bit of a give and take. Dark Shrine openers are a lot of fun against Terran. That is true, but the downside is scans, right? Unlike some of these other races. As long as the Terran has some energy left on their buildings, they can scan, they can deal with those Dark Templar. On top of that, Raven-based openers are also very meta and very common. Opening up from a mine drop into a Raven is not unheard of, so we'll see if the stars can align, and we'll see if Cyan comes in just as Cure mules. That's kind of what we're hoping for. We're hoping that Cure mules, there's no energy, and then there's no scan. Meanwhile, we are getting into this as we're going for a mine drop into the main base. 3 Widow Mines in total. They'll be making their way into said main. Likewise, DTs are on the way. And we'll see if Cyan can react in time. We'll see if he can pull back. 1 Widow Mine going to be welding on in. We scout the Dark Shrine. A big scout there from Cure. Widow Mines, they drop into the main. So far, Cyan, he does react in time. He does pull back. 1 mine shot goes off. At the same time, Widow Mine waddles into the natural. And we do react. We do notice, do have the Dark Templar waddling into the main base. So far, only 2 workers go down. And this CT is putting in quite some work, but there's the Raven. Yeah, there's the Raven we spoke about. It wasn't a reactive Raven out of the Terran, but oh my god, we have another DT in the natural. Despite the detection, 6 SCVs go down. Nice pickoffs. Nice pickoffs here from Cyan. He's able to take a slight worker lead as a result, but again, it was 6 workers for 2 Dark Templar. It wasn't for free. But as we were saying, again, the Raven wasn't like a reaction or anything like that. It was just a follow-up here from Cure. Was able to shut them down. Mind Drill comes in. Oh, good blink. Very nice blink here from Cyan. Doesn't get the medevac, but will clean this up. At the same time, Cyan getting his 3rd base up and running. Stim is on the way. The game is going to be settling from here. Now, was the Dark Shrine opener worth it for Cyan? I was like, it does catch the medevac. Very nice movement. Very nicely done here by Cyan. Will shut it down. Likewise, Cure building up on 2 bases. Cyan finally taking his 3rd. This 3rd base from Cyan is late. It is delayed just because of the chaotic nature of the start of this game, but we're getting into it. We're getting there. Tank is in position. Stalkers, they try to dip in. Cure on a 3-1-1 setup here on 2 bases. Pretty standard setup overall, production-wise for Cure. No 3rd CC yet. There it is, 3rd CC now on the way, so it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. We will not pull the boys. Cure is expanding. So we're looking towards the mid-game. Looking towards getting into a longer game. Here we go. We have the auto harass in the main. Good reaction out of Cyan. Loses 2 probes though. And may lose some more in the natural. Good target firing here out of Cure. 4 probes full. We're going to get even more in the main. Ay, ay, ay. It's going to be 6 worker kills. 7. And this is becoming a bit much. 7 worker kills for only energy, bearing in mind that the Raven is still alive and will be able to gather up even more energy to go back in. Here we go. You're just going to be getting in position. Again, he's only getting in position to expand to take that 3rd base. The army, though, is building up. And we're really waiting to see how Cyan really rounds out his army. There's a big window. There's a big window where he's stuck with a gateway-based composition, and he's still working on splash damage. We have the Robo on the way. Sorry, the Bay on the way. For eventually Colossi. For those Colossi. Kira pushing on the right-hand side. Double Forge in production for 1-1. And here comes Kira. He's up in supply. He's getting in position. Cyan, oh my, he's not quite here. Cyan a little bit late to respond, a little bit late to recognize what was going on. I'm loving these hallucinations, but they do not connect. Trying to force some friendly fire. That the Zealots are coming from behind. They get on top of the tanks. The tanks go down, but what about the main army? What about the Marines and the Marauders? We can stim on forward. We shut down the Immortal. And we get the 2nd Immortal as well. Good trades here for Cure. Even if he gets forced back, he's already traded so well, and he's not done. Overcharge is about to run out. And he can keep pushing. He can break this position. Break this 3rd. Reinforcements, they come in. And Cure, he is overwhelming Cyan. GG gets called. There's just too much. And Cure will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a strong game there at a Cure. The initial openers were a little bit wild and a little bit hectic. But again, the Raven Harass just picked apart the economy of the Protoss. Cyan, he was just one step behind when it came to getting to a splash damage. Remember, because of the Dark Shrine opener, that did delay his 3rd, it delayed his tech, delayed his Robo, his Bay, his Colossi. All of that was just put on hold. When Cure did push out, Cyan was that much less prepared for it. So really crisp push there at a Cure, was able to pull apart his opponent. On top of that, of course, the harass as well and the worker kills. And his ability to deal with those Dark Templar. Solid game there at a Cure. And now it's going to be on Cyan to fight back. It's going to be on Cyan to pick his map of choice here to try to bring it back against Cure. But where are we going? Where do we load into? What map do we choose? We're about to find out. As there it is. Ooh, interesting choice. It is going to be Equilibrium. Okay, a very large map, very macro-oriented. This makes sense when it comes to the playstyle of Cyan. Golden Aura kind of working against Cyan in a way because it is so much smaller. The rush distance by ground is so short. Aggression is favored on Golden Aura. On Equilibrium, a little bit less so. Rush distance by ground is longer. They get a little more bases to take. And here we go in the top left-hand corner. We have arguably one of the stronger players on Team Liquid, the Korean Terran. It is Cure. He's already got 1 kill under his belt. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the Mystery Gaming, the Chinese Protoss player, Cyan. Here we go. Again, Equilibrium, it does kind of lean towards longer macro games, and it looks like Cyan just wants to settle into the mid-game. He wants to get up to a 3-base economy. He wants a stable army. He wants, yeah, a much more stable start here against Cure. Now, the downside to Equilibrium, if that's the approach you want to be taking, is the gold base. If you do not have map control, if you do not have a presence on the map, then your opponent can rush into the gold quite early on and can take advantage of your passivity. So I'm curious if Cure is thinking along those lines. I'm curious if he does want to embrace that. We shall see. Meanwhile, big shout to some of the people in the chat. Yo, I see Neogis in the chat. Shiva Blaster, I stand Sinistre, Papi. Fala, Papi. fala. Terran Lord as well. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Hope you're all ready for a weekend full of StarCraft. Again, this is merely day one. Day one of 3 days of WTL action. That's a lot of WTL. There's a lot that's going to be coming at you. SCV Scout going to be coming in. We do see Cure going for an economic opener. Once again, he went for a Rax Expand, not a double gas opener against Cyan. So overall, very economic. This time, the SCV does not get behind the mineral line. We do not get a bunker. We will not deny mining. Here we go. And 2 games in a row, it's going to be a Twilight Council. I wasn't quite expecting this. Especially on a map like Equilibrium, I was leaning towards a Stargate opener into Phoenixes. But no, Cyan once again is going for the Twilight Council, is going for Blink Stalkers. Now, I can't imagine we're going to be seeing Dark Templar 2 games in a row, at least not this early on. It is something that you whip out once in a series, and it was a nice way to spice things up in Game 1. But here in Game 2, should just be Blink. Should just be Blink. A weekend full of StarCraft, where our life is already StarCraft. True, true. You're not wrong, Kalasi. You're not wrong. This weekend, it's full of StarCraft, and it's just like every other weekend. It's we're always casting StarCraft on the weekends, Papi. Always. Let's go. As we do knock ourselves up into the main. A very nice moves there out of Cure. Does throw down the grenade, does knock himself over the wall, and gets a full scout of the main, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, the researching Blink, lack of additional gateways. Very nicely done. Now we can see it's going to be 3-gate. 3-gate Blink out of Cyan. With 3 gateways, we should still be taking a 3rd base, but this is enough for map control. It's enough to gain a map presence and look to contain the opponents on 2 bases. Not as aggressive as 4 gates, for example, but 3 gates, still respectable. Behind this, getting into earlier Marauder production. Very interesting. Okay. Cure. So, something that just happened here, as we're starting with a mine drop, which is normal. We have a mine drop. We saw it last game. We'll see it again. Cyan is taking the gold. But Cure, instead of going for the tech lab on the factory for early tank production, he goes for the tech lab on the racks, going for faster stim. Going for fast Marauders. Does look like Cure wants to be more active. Does look like Cure wants to be very active with a hefty Marine Marauder army earlier, a little bit sooner. Avoiding tanks entirely, which is risky, by the way. Like, without tanks, it can be very difficult to defend against 4-gate Blink. But as we know, as we can see, it's not 4-gate Blink. And Cyan is chilling back at home. Hallucination does get eyes on the production. We see Cure lying in wait outside of the natural. Widowmine's waddling on in. And Cure is getting eyes, on the gold. He's aware of the 3rd. Now, as Cyan is getting ready for the gold base, we are going for a mass gateway composition. So instead of going Blink Stalkers into Colossus, like we saw in the previous game, we have Blink Stalkers into Templar Archives, Storm, and Archons. The Charge Lot Archon going to be the composition of choice. Storm's going to be very crucial here when it comes to dealing with that bio army. It's going to be a very tight defense once we get into that. Meanwhile, we have a handful of Stalkers outside the natural, but we missed the drop. The drop does slip by, going straight for the 3rd. There is a High Templar there that's looking very exposed. We can see Cyan threatening a dive into the main. Does have vision with that observer. Widowmine goes off, going to be waddling away. At the same time, you can see Cure just drawing away the attention. Widowmine waddling into the natural. We still have that drop towards the south. And this is all set up. This is all just a big distraction here. Getting eyes on the High Templar. And the Marine drop getting ready to dive into that mineral line, into the gold. The 3rd CC is on the way. Fast Ghost Academy here at a Cure. And here he comes in. Oh, big storm. Oh my god. Big storm on the army, but we got 6 worker kills and we're going for the High Templar. Can we get it? Oh, we go for the Stalker instead. Not enough DPS though, but that's going to be 6 worker kills. A good start for Cure. With that, Kira does take a worker lead. He has mules on top of that. Bear that in mind. And Kira still just amassing his army. Throwing down 2 more Raxes. Ghosts are on the way. Very active style here out of Kira. Now, it's difficult to really gain momentum on Equilibrium just because how large it is. You can see that Cyan, he's more concerned with defending back at home. And Kira is trying to be active. There we go. 3rd base is now being taken. Is spotted by the Observer. Again, really nice Observer positioning there from Cyan. He sees everything. Sees the army returning back home. Sees the 3rd base. Oh, we go for the scan. We do get eyes on the Observer. We do shut it down. Double Forge once again from Cyan to get into 1-1. And yeah, we are just going to be settling on down. Settling into this. Cyan, he has been able to successfully get into 3-base economy. Even more than that with the gold. This is what he wanted out of Equilibrium, and he's got it. Now, things are still a little bit worrisome here for Cyan, especially considering that Kira hasn't lost anything. That's why he's up in army supply right now, is he has been very careful with his movements, with his army, with his units. He hasn't been too wasteful at all. He's been trading very well. Still has the mine drop even outside the main. It's going to come down to the spellcasters, Storms and EMPs. Which one will connect first? Here we go. So far, decent Storm does zone away those Marauders. Ghosts are pushing forward. Oh! Do getting an EMP. It does graze that High Templar. Very nice EMP from Cure. We do have 2 High Templar in the War Prism. 2 Storms are available. As Cure is pushing on forward. Does catch those Zealots. Zealots are going to be going down. Main army rotating back over. Again, we still have those Storms. 3 more High Templar on the ground. Oh my, that's so many High Templar. Good feedbacks here on the Ghosts. Pylon does fall, and we do take control of the we do take control of the high ground. Big EMP on the High Templar. Cyan going to try and rotate around again. He's still looking for a Storm. Does connect. And I believe there's still 1 more Storm in the chamber for Cyan. But what about the rest of the army? That's a problem. Without Storms, what do we really have left over? A couple of Archons here and there. A couple of Zealots. There's the second Storm. Good connection. But that may just be it. Yeah, that is going to be it here. Big EMPs. No more Storms are left. And Cure, he is breaking through. Another Storm is throwing down. It's going to be buying some time. Medevac drop coming in. Wouldn't mind drop coming in. And it looks like Cyan is barely holding on. The Colossus does arrive in time. We're going to try and force this back. Again, Cure just waiting for reinforcements. They're still on the way. Vikings have arrived. They take down the Colossus. The Prism. Oh my god, good target firing. The Vikings fall. Colossus is barely saved, but the Marines, the Marauders, they stim on forward. They break through the ground army. The Colossus barely survives. Zealots are trickling in. Second Colossus does make it. But it looks like, again, Cure, he just barely has too much. It's so close. But he does break through. Forces another pickup. The Colossus. They're like barely standing tall here. As Cyan, he's lost 7 workers. He barely holds on to his gold. He's got 2 workers mining from it. Winter mines are about to reset. The Vikings are arriving as well. And sure, we may have saved the Colossi, but no more High Templar, no more Archons, Zealots, Stalkers. Everything else was reset. Oh god, another mine shot going to be going off as well. Again, Cure still has plenty to work with. His economy has been left untouched. He has a 4th base up and running. You could argue he's overextending as we do walk into the minefield. Again, Cure, he just needs a moment to consolidate his army. Just needs a moment. Vikings come in. Up. The Colossus. Clutch juggling there out of Cyan. Barely saves all of... Oh my god. Barely does save all the Colossi. We clean up the Widow Mines. We're chasing this back. Cyan, can we take a fight? Again, very impressive control so far, keeping those Colossi alive. Is it enough? Ooh, finally one Colossus goes down. The War Prism was sniped. Second Colossus falls. This is getting a bit out of hand. This is becoming too much. Cyan, he's going to try to expand behind this. Trying to build up his gateway count. Rebuild his army. And just being so cavalier with this. Gets a medevac, gets two. Very nice control. Very nice control out of Cyan. He does snipe two of those medevacs. We'll be rotating over towards that Nexus. The would-be fifth. I mean, Cyan is keeping up. So far, he is keeping up. Good EMPs. Oh my god. We catch half of the High Templar, but not the other. Storms zone away the Bio Army. Oh, massive. Oh my god. Massive storm on the Marines. The mine shots. Gonna be going off. Gonna be connecting. Cyan, he's barely holding onto his bases. We're just waiting for Cure to really bring everything together. To go for one big push across the map. There we go. Fusion Core is on the way. Second starport. 3-3 as well. We're working towards Liberators. Liberators are really the thing that we're missing here for Cure. To outposition and to zone away the ground toss army. It's in the chat. Mama la micra. Oh, it's beautiful. And yeah, Cure is going to be the first to max out. Cyan isn't too far behind. The problem here is that it's going to be a very big power spike once the Liberators do arrive. Like, the Liberation Zones are a big moment here for Terran. And Cyan doesn't have the best answer to it. Not yet. As he's just trying to keep up with the movement of the Bio Army. Cannot engage, though. Does have to back off. Does have to respect it. Behind this, Curie's on 87 workers. He's on, what, 5, soon to be 6 CCs. Cyan going double robo. Oh my god. Throwing down 2 more robos, triple robo production. With that, he can get into Mass Immortal, into more Disruptors. There it is. Finally, Liberator range is on the way. Now, Cyan is maxing out. He has bought enough time. Again, because Cure has been taking and transitioning, he hasn't been able to really punish his opponent. Big EMP! Another EMP as well on the High Templar. No storms are available. 8 workers go down. But again, Cyan has been able to max as well. I still want to give the edge to Cure when it comes to the quality of the army. Ooh, big mine shots. 11, 12 probes. Essentially the entire mineral line. Cure's drop his force back, but a good trade nonetheless. Cure's just clearing up supply, getting to Liberators. 4 Liberators at a time, Liberator range in production. And typically, Liberators would be forcing out Sky Toss. That's kind of the answer for the Protoss player, is to throw down a Fleet Beacon, second Stargate, +1, and work towards Tempest. The problem is that Cyan doesn't know. He isn't aware. He isn't aware of that transition of the Liberators. He's just hyper fixated on what he does see before him. And there it is, 6 Liberators at a time with +3 ship weapons on the way as well. Wild. Cyan going for a split push. Does run into a planetary. Big storm here in the mineral line. 9 SCVs go down. We're pushing forward. Meanwhile, the Liberation Zones have arrived. We have the freedom. And there's no pushing into that. We have 6 more libs on the way. I think that's going to be 12 in total. And you can see immediately 2 Stargates. 2 more Stargates are thrown down. A 3rd Stargate as well. Cyan, he knows that right now more than anything he needs that Sky Toss transition, but it's a very late transition from Cyan. That's the problem. There's +1 air attack on the way. Soon, I imagine the Fleet Beacon once the Stargate finishes. But we need time. We need time to get into that. Big storm. Oh my god. Big storms here on the army. Cyan taking a good fight. Another storm as well from behind. And again, all Cyan has to do is just survive. Survive until he can get these Stargates up and running. And so far he's doing well. Doing quite well for himself. Getting on top of the planetary. Does have to back off. Liberator's well underway. I don't think we have a Fleet Beacon yet. Cyan, that's a bit of an oversight. It is we're starting Phoenixes? Question mark? I mean, they can help. They can't help. There we go. We cancel the Phoenix. We started 2 disruptors. We need the Fleet Beacon. Oh boy. We'll see if we can work in that direction. For now, I mean, Cyan, he's kind of broke actually. I just realized he doesn't have a gas bank. Cyan, he has minerals, but very little gas. And speaking of no gas, Cure, he rocks up here with a massive amount of freedom. The liberation has arrived. We want your gas. And we're there for it. We do shut down this Nexus. We zone away the entire army at the same time. A secondary army with the Stalkers. They do overextend, and there's liberators everywhere. Oh my god. There's freedom towards the north and towards the south. The picture-in-picture, and 2 bases are going to be going down simultaneously. Cure just pulling Cyan apart. Takes down 2 bases at the same time. Getting a 3rd Nexus as well. 18 workers go down. And Cyan, he knows he cannot fight either of those armies. He's just pushing right through the center. A base trade is all that Cyan can really hope for, but we have Liberators back at home as well. They're everywhere. At every turn. To do lay siege upon that Nexus, upon the 4th. We can see Cyan turning back around. He's looking for surround. There we go. Coming in from behind. He dives on top of these Liberators with those Stalkers. And he's going to be able to clean this up. At the same time, we have the other army, though, getting another base. Expensive losses here for Cyan. Losses he just cannot afford. Yeah, GG gets called. Cyan is pulled apart, and Cure will take the 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Cure. Cyan almost recovered. He was almost able to stabilize. Almost, I mean, he did max out. But tech-wise, wasn't there. You know, both players were at 200 supply at one point, but the quality of the army was better for Cure. Both numbers are not the same. And with that, Cure able to take the 2-0. And Cure is looking for that all kill. He's looking for the all kill, Papi. Oh my god. Cure needs to win a couple more matches here to completely clean sweep Mystery Gaming. Cyan does take a bit of a loss here, and there's no question about it. There's one player left. There's one logical conclusion. Shin, aka Ragnarok, should be up next. The ace player of Mystery Gaming, and I do believe he has it in him to beat Cure. He's beaten Cure in the past. I do believe that he can do it again. The problem, though, is that it isn't just about taking down a Cure. It's about taking him down 2-0. That's the thing. That is what we need. That is what we're looking for, and that is going to be a tough ask. It is going to be a tough ask here, so we'll see if we can pull it off. Oh boy. As our players are just deliberating amongst themselves to bring it all together. So, yeah, for now, our players will just be deciding amongst themselves. Again, as a reminder, if Cure gets a 2-0 here, and oh, we have Mana! we have another player! Mana has arrived as well. I'll be honest, I forgot about Mana. I was talking about Skillus earlier, but yeah, Mana, he is another player for this. They are just discussing amongst themselves as Kira's taking a break. They're like, "Yo, do we even have to play today?" Like, nah, we could just watch, Pap. We could just watch. True. Having a good time. But yeah, Kira, even if he takes down Shin 2-0, there's still a revive. There's still a revive afterwards that we do have to consider. But now they're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our next series. We'll see if we get a twist, though, if we bring out another player instead. Where's Koopa? Never mind. I guess we'll be staying. Okay. Oh, we got Radisson Station. Let's go. We have Radisson Station up next. Oh, we're about to clown, Poppy. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. And we're just diving right on in. Or at least we're setting up the lobby here for Shin versus Cure for that ZBT. And yeah, I mean, this is really the only answer left here for Mystery Gaming. Now, I do believe that Shin can take a game. 100%. He can take a game. He most likely will. But it's not about the game. It's about the series. Let's hear it.
Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming. Game 3. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. So far on a roll, taking down so many players, and it is Cure. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player for Mystery Gaming. It is... Oh, Shin. Here we go. And this is... now I'm suddenly concerned. I wasn't aware that Radisson Station was going to be the third map, and suddenly I'm very concerned here for Shin. Here we go. We do have a hash gas pool opener out of our Zerg player. When it comes to this map, of course, it is very defensive. It is a very defendable map. It is very easy to set up here on 2, 3, and even 4 bases. And I'm very curious to see how Shin approaches this. I mean, we have some options, I guess. You know, we've seen some players attempt to go mutas in ZVT on Radisson Station with mixed success. Fun fact, it was the first week of the patch. We casted Serral versus Cure in the I believe it was in the South Shuai Cup. And Serral did try to go mutas here against Cure on Radisson Station. Cure was able to just knock down the muta play and shut Serral out. It was crazy. It was impressive to see Cure take down Serral here. And again, ever since then, I was like, I lost faith in mutas on this map. I was like, wait, look, if Serral can't do it, I don't know if it's possible. But you know, it is an option for Shin. We'll see if what he does embrace and how he approaches Radisson Station. How will he approach? CC first. Yeah, gonna be CC first here at a Cure again. So I should also reiterate, because of the map itself, because there is a pocket base, because there's a single ramp coming into the natural, because of the long rush distance by ground, you can cut corners. You can cut so many corners on this map. Cure going for a CC first, straight to a third CC as well. The third CC is basically on location, working towards 3 racks. So 3 CC, 3 racks here from Cure. Very delayed gases. We don't really need to prioritize gases too much here, and yeah, it's just a game agreed. Remember, if you ever see a game on Radisson Station, do not try it at home. Because usually builds are very much so specialized and catered towards the map when it comes to just cutting as many corners as possible and being as greedy as possible. And it's usually something that you can't get away with on other maps. Usually. There we go. Factory is now on the way. Double eBay behind this as well. My god, we're cutting so many corners. We're being so greedy, Papi. Oh my god. We are being so greedy. So we are getting to eventually attack the rest of our upgrades, prioritizing stim, soon to be combat shields, bioproduction. Yeah, Kier just establishing himself and enjoying himself here on these 3 bases. Actually, I should say Kier enjoying himself on these 3 bases. Shin, meanwhile, he's taking his own 3rd. He's droning, likewise. He'll be droning as hard as he can. Overlord goes in, gets a scout, gets an eye on all the Raxes. Recognizes the missing starport, of course. Oh, interesting. Shin is going for a safety baleen nest. I'm not too sure how I feel about this. I think Shin may have misinterpreted what he just saw, and maybe he didn't get a read on the 3rd base timing. But this is a very early baleen nest, a very safe baleen nest here. Designed to shut down early game aggression, designed to shut down Hellbat pushes, for example. Whereas I don't think Kier really intends to move out anytime soon. I mean, he's working on a 1-1 timing, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's going to be moving out without medevacs. Starport is on the way. We should be seeing an add-on swap and soon to be medevac production. Meanwhile, from Shin, because of his build, he's going to be behind in upgrades. He chose to go Bailey Nest into Lair instead of double Evo Chamber, which is typically what you would be doing against this to catch up and keep up in upgrades. So the upgrades of Shin are going to be very delayed. He will have the advantage of faster bailing speed, that is true. But we'll see if that's worth it. As all the Overlord survives, we get away. The Overlord barely does go down in the end, but survived a little bit longer. And there it is. There's the delayed double Evo Chamber out of Shin. He is now in production, and we're going for a Spire. It is going to be Lingbei Muta. Oh boy, I don't think I've seen Lingbei Muta work on the Radisson Station, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready to be proven wrong. I'm excited. As Kira is pushing, reinforcing with the double medevac drop. Again, Bailing Speed is on the way. 1-1 is on the way. All these upgrades still in production. And Kira is looking to trade with those queens. So here we go. We stim on forward. Yeah, a lot of creep is going to be receding. Shin, respecting the drop. Does back off. Does pull away. Another tumor going to be going down. And Kier, he doesn't commit. Again, he was just testing the waters, skirting the edge of the map, clearing up whatever creep he could. I do think there's potential for him to dive, especially without bailing speed, but now the bailing speed is done, Shin is a little more secure. Kier can't really push in and apply too much pressure. And mutas are on the way. Unscouted, by the way. The Spire has not been seen by Kier. He doesn't see, he doesn't know. Not yet. He's once again going to be diving on forward, picking up some more tumors. Shin threatening a dive. Yeah, but every single tumor here is going to be shut down. +1 air attack on the way. Again, Kier just being very careful with his movement. He hasn't really committed to any big fight yet. He's been preserving his army. Mutas are coming out. They will soon be revealed. Oh, they catch the medevacs. One full medevac goes down. Oh, barely one full medevac. Marines are going to be dropped. Mutas have been scouted. Oh my god. The observer freaked out for a moment there. As we catch the mutas. 2 mutas go down. Cure immediately responding with Widowmine production. Turrets are on the way. Just the muta reveal just like threw the observer off the chair. It was it's crazy. Here we go, Muse. They turn back around. The mines are in position. Up. Mine's going to be going off. Take down another Muta. Good pickoffs. So far, good trades here out of Cure. Behind this is getting his 4th base up and running. Thor production has commenced. Shin committing to just pure Lingbane Muta. And he's up to a decent worker count. He's still only on 4 bases. Oh my god, the mine shots! Mine shots do go off. Oh, Shin taking a brutal mine shot to the face there. I was gonna say that Shin, he's on a decent 4-base setup, but he needs a 5th. These losses are not helping him as another Muta goes down. Here we go. Cure is pushing, aware that the Muta army is battered and bruised. We do have a little Lingbane, thankfully. But remember, Cure is up in upgrades. He's got 2-2 against the 1-1 of Shin. 3-3 is on the way. Mine shot's going to be going off. Some decent connections. Nothing amazing. As they maneuver towards the 5th hatchery. Still not up and running. And slow and steady here from Cure. Getting in position. Mine shot goes off. Oof. Taking down another Muta. And basically Cure is trying to sneak up onto this hatchery. Widow Mines are getting in position. Very little creep here as well. So far, the spread is looking decent. A couple of banelings will connect. You have reinforcements from the right-hand side. The hatchery under threat, and Shin, he has to commit. He has to dive in with a massive amount of Lingbane. Decent Widow Mine shots. The Thor is going to be going down, and Cure is forced to pick up. So these Mutas, can we catch the Medivacs? We can! Big pickoffs. 1 full Medivac goes down. And the rest are going to be falling as well. Cure losing a bit too much here. And his reinforcements, they do barely make it to save those Medivacs. But Shin, he's holding, and he gets away with the 5th base. Big moment here for Shin. He gets his 5th up and running. He can start working on his Hive Tech, Adrenal 3-3. Hive is now on the way. The downside for Shin is that Hive has been delayed just because this army is so gas intensive with Mass Muta. So the Hive is a little bit late here for Shin. But it's on the horizon for eventually, all that we said, potentially even Ultras. See Shin trying to catch some of these units here. Very little creep spread. Shin catches a Marauder. Shin getting very adventurous here. I'm not too sure how I feel about it. Get no creep in sight. So he's trying to catch some reinforcements, but he runs into those Marines and Marauders. He's going to be cleaned up. Oh, the mine. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Doesn't go off. Thankfully. But the mine doesn't go off. Kira catches a couple of Mutas. Oh, my. Speaking of, massive mine shots. We're trying to 19 banelings go down, and Cure has momentum. Oh, catching even more banelings. Yeah, the banelings are all being shut down completely. Oh my god, every single baneling falls. And do we have any banelings left? We do not. 38 banelings on the way. We have 0 banelings remaining here for Shin. And Cure is pushing. Can he get on top of those banelings? If he can maybe end the game here and now. Yeah, he's stimming on forward. He smells blood in the water. Both move the banelings. They finish. They finish, but alas, they get picked off. Shin in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, Cure, he denies so many banelings. With that, we do have a bit of a link counterattack across the map, but it may not even matter because Cure, he's gone for the kill move. He's gone for the throats. All it takes is one bad fight to lose all your banelings, and suddenly there's nothing left. Lings are racing back home, but it looks like Cure has done it. One fight is all it takes sometimes. GG gets called, and Cure takes game number 1. GG. Things escalating very quickly out of control there. Ay. It was in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds where one Widowmine went off, and killed 19 Banelings, and then the rest of the Banelings were caught out by the Marauders, and that was it. that was it. That was every Baneling on the map going down, and immediately big counterattack. 0 Banelings left, 0 army left for Shin to survive, and GG. GG, well played. Ooh, at the drop of a dime, things can just snowball out of control, and Cure does take game 1. There was a bit of a back and forth, is what I will say, is that it did look like Shin was stabilizing. Shin had gotten his, like, the fight at the 5th was huge. The fight at the 5th base where he was able to collapse on top of the army, get on top of the medevac, shut down the drop play. That was a big moment for Shin. But remember, up until that moment, Shin wasn't able to touch the economy of the Terran because of Raz's station. Like, there was just no SCVs going down. The economy was up and running. The macro of Cure was able to sustain those losses. So Cure, even though he lost quite a lot of units out on the map, his supply was like barely moving, like was barely fluttering at that moment or in that fight. So again, Cure able to sustain himself and able to find the perfect engagements, the perfect set of events there, and GG, well played. The pressure is on. Can anyone stop Cure? If anyone can, I believe Shin can, but that was a brutal game, and hopefully Shin can just take a breath here, take a moment as we get into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid, Cure. And in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have representing Mystery Gaming, the red Zerg player. It is Shin. We're catching up in the chat. I should maybe do this if I ever get on this map. I've never played it. 2 times so far. It is the most vetoed map in the map pool. If a Zerg isn't vetoing it, if you're curious, Terrans usually veto it against Protoss. That's why it's also a Terran veto as well. As we do see Shin rushing into the gold. Oh my god. Going for a 15-15 opener. 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. Racing into that gold base. Shin looking to go for an all-in. The reason why I say this is that usually when you take the goal base as your natural on this map, it is not for a longer game. It is like, it's going to be so difficult. Oh god, don't disconnect. It is a lovely observer. But it is typically not designed to get you into the mid game just because this base is so exposed. Defending against drop play, against Reapers, against Hellions is so difficult. This should be leading into, I imagine, a Roach all-in. We'll see. As boys are being sent to Maynard and to saturate that gold. Now, because it's a 15-15, what this means is it's a delayed gas. Gases are very much so delayed. So the reason why I said a Roach Rush is because usually, because the gases are so late, you don't waste your time on link speed. Usually this leads into, the gas being taken here at the gold, and with this you can go straight into Roach production. That's usually where this goes, but we'll see. We'll see if that's where Shin wants to take this. We'll see where he does take us. SCV Scout going to be coming in, does get eyes on the gold. Cure is aware of what's going on. There's that Roach Warren on the way in the main. Now, I'm sure Cure can piece this together. I mean, he saw the Rich Resting Gas Geyser. There's no reason to get this Gas Geyser unless we're going 2-base lair or Roach rushing. Reaper does disrupt some of the mining, but does pull back. And Cure needs confirmation. As I just mentioned, with this fast Gas Geyser, could be Roach Rushes. It could be a Roach Rush, true, but it could also be like 2-base Muta. It could be even a... I wouldn't be a Nidus all-in, but again, it could be something out of the norm. So Cure would like confirmation. As he comes back in, and he will get a kill on the drone. Does get one worker. Oh, does get a second worker as well. Big pickoffs. Very nice pickoffs here from Cure. Meanwhile, 9 roaches are on the way. They're coming. They are coming out, Poppy. And with this, the Reaper dives into the main base. We get eyes on the Roach Warren, and Cure is fully aware of everything that's going on. Does spot the roaches as they come out. He is aware. Now, as you can see here, Shin, he does start 9 roaches, and now he's droning. He's droning, he's taking a third base. So this 9 roach push is committed, yes. It is designed to take control of the natural, but Shin is trying to transition out of this. He's trying to drone and establish his natural base. Meanwhile, what is Cure's setup back at home? We haven't seen it yet. Okay, he's got a bunker on the low ground. Bold move. Against a 9 roach rush, it is very bold to try to hold on to low ground. We'll see if he can pull it off. As usually, you just have to give up on the natural base and defend in your main. Files will be connecting. Boys have been pulled to repair. 2 Cyclones have arrived. And we'll see if Shin can break the natural. So far, he biles and he backs off. He respects the Cyclones. I mean, true. The Cyclones will be holding, and Shin wants none of it. Doesn't risk sticking around either. Interesting. Behind this, it's going to be a 3cc opener. 3cc into a 3-1-1 setup. Cure is looking to expand. And the game is going to be settling from here. Now, as we are backing off and as we are droning, Shin does have an army, don't get me wrong, but I do have to give the edge to Cure here. He's going to be building up his bio counts quite heavily. Stim is on the way, and when he does move out with Stim, I'm curious to see if Shin goes back into Banelings or if he goes into Infestors. He goes like Roach Hydra or something like that. There we go. Starport's on the way. Shin is just saturating, just droning. Getting his natural up and running. There's that 3rd CC on the way for Cure. Are we going to float over to the... We are. Let's go. This Cure, he does float over within range of the Overlord. We'll shut it down with the CC. Love to see it. The scouting orbital. We'll get into the command center. Behind this, we have +1 Carapace on the way, which does tell us that it looks like we want to work towards +1 melee as a follow-up. Roach speed in production. We'll see as... Oh, no, sorry, we start at +1 range. Okay, we are committed to Roach Ravager, which means this could be leading into, eventually, if the game goes on longer, into Hydras. Into Hydra Lurker Viper, specifically. And we'll see if we get +2 range. Keep our eye out on Shin. For now, he's just going to be establishing himself. Again, spreading out as much creep as he can. Cure still building up back at home. Cure has a better economy at the moment. He's got an even worker count plus mules. So Cure is ahead. Has the better economy, working on his 4th base. Likewise, Shin cutting workers early on here. Are we going to make any more drones? I'm a little bit concerned for Shin. He's still only on 3 bases. 4th is now on the way. But Shin, he's cutting workers at 63. He's amassing roaches and ravagers. And he may be looking to go for a 1-1 timing. I believe Link Speed did finish. And still no drones. So looking like an all-in out of Shin. Does start the infestation bit though. So we are looking further into this game. And actually, now that I think about it, 62 workers is 3-way saturation. I would call this all in, but we have the gold. So cutting workers earlier on actually is a little bit more, has a little bit more kind of economy behind it than normal. Because of said gold base. But again, Shin still isn't saturating his 4th. That's something important. Yeah, Shin is maxing out on Roach Ravager, and we're pushing out with a maxed out army. We're almost at 200 supply. 1-1 is done. We have +2 Carapace and +2 range on the way. I'm loving these fake medevacs. I mean, they're real, but there's nothing in them. Gonna be distracting Shin for a moment. And Shin has a super maxed army. But Cure, he's ready for a fight. So far, files will not connect. Neither on the Marines or the medevacs. Try and push forward. Reinforcements have arrived. Shin looking for a way in, but we have a wall of tanks and Marines. There is no breaking this. It looks like Shin has realized that as well. He backs off. Now, the problem here is that Shin chose not to drone. He maxed out on Roach Ravager, and he realized he can't do anything with it, so now he's kind of stuck with a subpar army. And here's our transition, and it's late. We canceled +2. +2 range was canceled. We have +1 melee on the way. We have Bailing Speed on the way. We have the Hive on the way. We're working to refine our army, yes, but Cure is max, and Cure, he has a more efficient army. His army is just better here at this point. Shin has to be very careful. So far, good splits, while they connect with the Metamax. Tank's just going to be going off. It looks like the first tank is going to fall. Good pick off from those Ravagers. Good at pick offs from those Biles. Shin is still just amassing more Ling Bane. Reinforcements have arrived, and Shin is still stuck on this army, still stuck with so much Roach Ravager. Vipers are in production. Big Sim Bailing Speed still isn't done. Oh my god, 12 seconds away. The Bailing Sim waddling in. Oh, and they just get targeted down. Curie's looking to snowball out of control. He's diving on top of the army. He recognizes just how vulnerable Shin is. The Marines are running out though. Shin taking a fight. A bit of an overextension from Cure. Maybe a little bit overzealous with all those Marines. And he is being forced back. That zoom was a little bit jarring. It was but there we go. Cure, he does retreat. He's getting more CCs behind this. Now what's important is that he keeps his tanks alive. His tanks did survive. Shin still being very active here with his roaches. Bailing Speed is finished. It's going to be ready for the next fight. 3-3 still on the way here for Cure. Feels a little bit delayed, more so than usual. Here we go. Cure is pushing. Slowly moving forward here with his tanks, refining his army. Now Shin has less roaches and more Ling Bane. So Shin, he does have a better force to deal with this. He's pushing in. Big blinding clouds here on top of the tanks. Yeah, the tanks, they are going to be covered here. A couple of them, they do get out of those blinding clouds. Is it going to be enough? Yeah, big tank volleys going up, but it looks like Shin, he's breaking through. Up. He barely gets on top of the tanks. 3 of them go down. But Shin, he's running out of steam. He's running out of Ling Bane. Likewise, though, Cure is forced to pick up, and Shin, he has momentum. He can keep pushing. He needs to keep pushing. As he's moving out across the map. Can he get into a mineral line? Can he take down some SCVs? Bile's doing a great job here, just buying time. Zoning back the army. 13 workers go down, and that is what Shin was looking for. Finally, some kind of economic damage here on Cure. I think for like one of the first times he loses workers this game. Which is crazy. 13 workers go down. Ultras are on the horizon. +3 carapace finishing up. Oh, but Cure, he is looking to take that gold. Now, we can see here that Cure, he needs a little bit of time to recover. He lost a little bit too much too quickly, and again, was just a little bit too adventurous with his positioning earlier, with his move out. We're finding our army, we're getting into Ghosts, getting into Liberators. I think Cure wants to avoid a split map scenario, but that may be what we have to go for at this point. I don't know if it's worth Cure, like, pushing out like through the open map the way that he has been. Bailey's roll in. They take down mules. So we'll see if he embraces the tank lib, which I think he is. There you go. Tanks are on the way. Liberators, sensor towers, missile turrets. We should be walling off. Yeah, there we go. I think Cure, he has recognized that, again, he was just a little bit too adventurous earlier. He was being very active and was maybe bleeding out a little bit too much. And I was like, okay, I need to calm down, and we just need to wall up. So we're in for a long one. We're going to be in for a bit of a longer one here, as Shin, I'm sure, wants to dive with this army. This army is designed to trade. There it is. Spires on the way to eventually get into Broodlords. Kira is trying to slow the game down, but we'll see if he can. Bane going to be rolling forward. Big blinding clouds here on top of the tanks. We are looking to break this planetary. Yeah, barely any tanks here in the backline. The planetary will fall. Nice trade here from Shin. Snipe's going to be going off. And Kira, he may be able to take down some of these ultras, but he lost a base. And essentially, Shin just has to keep doing that. It wasn't just the fact that Shin was able to break the base, but he also cleaned up a bunch of tanks, turrets. Just made sure that Kira isn't able to wall off. And the power of equilibrium, it is just so large. Kira going to try and pull Shin apart. Now going for drop play. But Shin is in position. The northern drop is going to be lifted. Oh, only 2 Marines survive. And yeah, essentially Kira is stuck at home. He's being active with these drops, like he wants to be active. But we'll see if he can achieve too much damage here, as he does get into the mineral line. Drones are going down. Get 7 workers. It looks like we can maybe snipe the base. The hatchery does fall. Good pick off from Cure. The medevac. Oh, does go down to the power bomb. Just barely. Yeah, you may not like it, but this is late game ZVT on equilibrium. This is where, like, once the action subsides, like, the Terran player kind of has to take a more defensive stance. But the problem here is that because this map is so open, it's so difficult to wall off. It is so difficult. And Tar's getting picked off here and there. Shin forcing Cure to be spread thin. Shin has to be careful not to lose too much. Again, these ultras are quite expensive. Throughout all of this, he went for the Spire. He's working on +1 air attack. Should be working on the Greater Spire as well. Working on those Broodlord upgrades. Bane coming in for a bit of a surround here, trying to catch this marauding force of Cure. It does get a couple of units. As well as a Liberator. Speaking of Cure, just getting to mass lib. That's 2 more starports in production. Both armies are just going to be maneuvering against each other. Scan reveals saturation. I don't think Cure can really do much about that, though. And Cure is stuck at home. I'm moving up with the Liberator, at least. But the Vials. Vials will bring it down. Eventually. We'll get there. There we go. 5 worker kills for a Liberator. Not too bad. A pretty good trade, actually, for the Terran. Pretty damn good trade. As both players are building up their banks. But again, I do feel like Cure still has some work to do when it comes to setting up his SimCity. The SimCity is lacking here, and without it, Shin can abuse these bases. And here we go. We can see Cure exposing himself at this Nexus, or at the CC. Might just going to be going up. Liberators do get shut down. And Shin has options. He can either try to break this position before he can get up and running, or try to avoid it and go for another counterattack elsewhere. His attention is here. Changelings waddling in. Yeah, he wants to break this position. Widow Mines are resetting. Oh, big connections on the Banelings. Uh-oh. We've seen this before. Blinding Cloud gets thrown down. Good biles here on the Liberator. CC falls. Big pick off there from Shin. Denying the space over and over again. Secure finally forces back the army. Getting nukes, 4 more CCs, Liberators. Again, the dynamic has changed quite a bit from 10 minutes ago, for example, where Cure is being hyper aggressive, and now things have slowed down quite a bit. There's that Greater Spire on the way. And I think overall I want to favor Shin's position, but that will all change if Cure gets his base up and running. Like, the map is being cut in half, and ideally the Zerg player wants to be up a base over the Terran, just because the Terran player is going to be trading more efficiently overall. Speaking of big snipes, take down an Ultra. Ultra goes down. Liberation has arrived. We're going to be nuking over the wall. Yeah, nuking over the wall here towards that mineral line. Mine shot's going to be going off. Oh no, the Infestor got shut down. The Bard Infestor unable to get in. The nuke does connect. And again, just over the cliff face. Connecting with the gas geyser. At the same time, it's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the CC. It's going to be 400 minerals. Overall, Cure has the better bank for now. Crafting production. I'm concerned. I still think there's only one Spire. Yeah, there we go. Finally, a second Spire is on the way for double upgrades, but it's quite late, which means Shin's transition into Broodlords is going to be delayed as well. Again, you don't want to go for a Broodlord switch with 0/0 Broodlords. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. So Shin's slowly working on those upgrades. Suko Liberation has arrived. Big mindshot here on the Bailings. Oh, do you get a powerbomb here on the initial medevac and the Liberator? But Cure slowly breaking through, takes down a Ravager. Oh. Takes down a Ravager, trading well here, kiting well against the Ling Bane. The Wiles, they do take down a medevac at least. Very nicely done, but oh, this is just not the trade we're looking for here. We take down another Liberator, but we lost so many Bailings. And the Broodlords, they have arrived. 12 Broodlords. I believe they're 2-0 plus 1 air attack and plus 0 carapace. 1-0 upgrades. I'm a little bit concerned, not gonna lie. Scan does reveal how many Broodlords there are and their upgrades. Sure, you're gonna be feeling pretty good about the lack of upgrades essentially. Oh. The Raiders going ham, force a split. Oh, one Liberator will fall. The other as well. Both players have taken those northern bases. We have an even base count. We have the map split up in half almost perfectly. Cut in half. Cure rotating towards the north here, forcing a big reaction out of Shin. Catches an Ultra. Oh. Catch an Ultra, nuke gonna be going off. Yeah, the base is gonna be shut down. Shin was outpositioned. I mean, his Broodlords are just too slow. And we should cancel that nuke. Oh, never mind. Does connect. And we can see Shin trying to collapse on this army. The Broodlords have finally arrived. Now, from here, Shin may decide to push towards top left. Like, he may just attack. He's already here. Sort of rotating back around, but no, we do pull back to the south. So a good pickoff out of Cure. He took down a mining base. Very important. One mining base went down, and he could come in once again for another. Raider catching a couple of workers. Broodlords here in the center of the map, or towards the south. Now, Cure, he can either respond to these Broodlords or ignore them and go for his own push. That may be what we go for. And the Broodlords are committed. Cure, he gives up on his southern base. At the same time, he's pushing towards a triangular third. Spine Crawlers are on the way, but they're not done yet. Oh. And yeah, that hatchery is that much more important for Shin. It's a bit of a gateway. It's a way in towards the main. Shin, he's racing back home. He will lose the base. Hatchery goes down. Pretty big pick-off, actually. And again, that area does lead straight towards the natural and the main of the Zerg. Bailey's going to be rolling in. Cure turning back around. Shin morphing in even more brood. Oh my god. We got 5 more Broodlords morphing in. Does Shin hopefully have some corruptors? If he doesn't have too much anti-air, the Vikings that are on the way from Cure, they could get out of hands. That's gonna be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to say 7 corruptors. 6 to 7. 6 corruptors here from Shin. 3 more on the way. Big snipes. Big snipes on the army as Shin is forcing Cure back. Now Cure, does he get ready for a surround or does he counterattack? Looks like he's coming back home with that army. Nuke going to be going off, zoning back Shin. Oh, going for the mineral line. Going for the gas. And it will connect. Nuke is going to be going off. Take down some Zag defense. Take down 4 drones. Pretty good. Pretty good Nuke. God, oh my, how many Vikings? 27 Vikings? And this is what I was worried about. We have a lot of Broodlords, but we morphed in most of our Corruptors, which means we have very limited anti-air. We can see we're only revealing half of the Viking count, or a third of the Viking count. Aye, aye, aye. Now, thankfully, we have all these Spore Crawlers. Oh, big fungal. Yeah, the Spores are going to be deterring these Vikings. Meanwhile, here we go for the Parabomb. The fungal Parabomb combo. So many Vikings go down. We're going for the fight. Corruptors are pushing forward. Where are the Marines, by the way? Where are the Ghosts? Vikings, they do break through. Spores are leapfrogging forward. But it looks like Secure, yeah, he is across the map instead. Taking one of Shin's bases. Yeah, his main attention is towards the north. So we're going to be trading bases. We see Shin taking the southern base, Cure taking the northern base. Both players on similar worker counts. Shin going to be pushing in. Yeah, Cure's not set up to defend here. Liberation zones are thrown down. Vikings, they take down the Overseers. Oh, oh my god. 3, 4 Overseers going to be going down. We snipe a Viper even. Very nice pickles here from Cure. Oh, the Fungals. We're looking for the Fungals. Cure gonna have to retreat, throwing down those liberation zones. Yeah, the Vikings bullying back that Skyzorg army. Another Viper! Another Viper goes down. Good splits from Cure. Mine shot going to be going off. And here we go. We're going for the push. Shin, he wants to try to break this planetary, but he cannot touch it. Oh, there are so many Liberators, so many Vikings as well. Cure trading very nicely here. Big fungal, though. Oh, my God. A big chain fungal as well, and it looks like every single Viking is going to be going down, but here come the Ghosts. Snipes are real. A couple of Vikings do survive. The Ghosts are getting caught out, though. This is so close. Yeah, the Ghosts, they get completely shut down by the Broodlords, and the Corruptors, they reign supreme. Shin, he is breaking this base. But the ghost, though, there's no detection. There is no detection, but the planetary falls. And you can see that Kira's out of gas. Both players are out of gas. It's all about minerals. And even though Kira can make Marines and Vikings, the Marines aren't really too useful here against all these Broodlords. Overall, when it comes to the surviving army, I think I would give the edge to Shin. But Shin has burned through his bank. You can see his bank is non-existent at this point. The southern base was denied, so was the northern base. Kira has better mining. That's what's important. He has better mining compared to Shin. He's catching some of these turrets. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Shin just making whatever he can, so mass Ling. Kira still has 4,000 minerals in the bank. Shin desperately needs another base. And with all those minerals, what can we make? We can make Hellions. We can make Vikings. Yeah, Kira, he has too much here. Even with only minerals, like Kira, he has just a more well-established army. Things they do come in for a big counterattack. Well, the Hellbats are shut down. Decent trade. We get 10 SCVs. Worker's going to be going down. 3 Infestors are on the way. Okay. If we can land like a perfect fungal, like a chain fungal on the Vikings, then maybe we can take a win. Maybe we can take a fight. That's still a lot of Broodlords. What are we looking at? 18 Vikings against 15 Corruptors. But we have Snipes. Now we have a ground army on top of that. Snipes going to be going off. 2 Broodlords go down. Big pickoffs. Every Broodlord counts. Liberation has arrived. Vikings going to be popping up. I think it's just a matter of anti-air here. I mean, there's potential with fungal growth, don't get me wrong. Do we do fungal the ghosts? A pretty big fungal, actually. Oh my god. Ghosts are going to be going down, but the Vikings, they reign supreme. They shut down the Corruptors, and they're going for the Broodlords as well. Too much in the air, too much on the ground, and Cure will take the series 2-0. Will take down Shin. Undefeated so far. GG. Cure popping off. He took down everyone. Bunny, Cyan, and Shin. No one on Mystery Gaming has been able to touch Cure. Shin came close. This game was back and forth. Initially, Cure had a lot of momentum. Shin was able to wrestle it away from him towards the end. And then we ended up in that split map scenario. And the reality is that Cure was just trading better the entire time. It was just trading more efficiently, mining better as well. I mentioned at the time that in that scenario, Zergs need an extra base. They need an extra base compared to their opponents. Alas, Shin couldn't get one. He could not get an extra base and was losing bases instead. And with that, Cure was able to barely edge it out towards the end there. GG, well played. Cure has taken down every single player on the roster of Mystery Gaming so far. I mean, on the playable roster here tonight. But there is a revive. There is one revive available. One player remaining. Who do we revive? Do we bring back Shin for another game? Do we bring back Bunny for a TBT rematch? Remember, Bunny came so close. Bunny was winning game 1. Oh my god. At the start of the night, Bunny almost started off with a win against Cure. That's how close it was. Or do we bring out Cyan? I do believe they can all take maps off of Cure, but it's on a good day they can take maps off of Cure. Is today that day? Going to be going in a short break. When we come back, our players will be decided, and we will have our revived player for Mystery Gaming. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you were able to gather your thoughts here, gather yourself, because we are so close to an all kill. As we're getting ready for
Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming. Game 4. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game as we are getting ready for our revived match, and here we go. We're loading in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Red Terran representing Mystery Gaming, the revived player. Our ace, it is Bunny. If you are unfamiliar with the formats, then for those that are curious, each team has 3 players that they can field, and after their 3 players have been eliminated, we have 1 revive available. Now, there's a caveat to that. Bunny has been revived, but he cannot drop a map. If he does, if he loses here in game 1, that's it. It's over. It all ends. It all does come crashing down. Bunny needs to reverse all kill, essentially. He needs to win every single game moving forward to give his team a chance at winning this series. The pressure is on. It's all on the shoulders of Bunny. Meanwhile, Cure has to just win 1 game. It's a best of 2. And even if Cure goes 1-1 here, it's good enough. It's going to be good enough to win it all, to end the series then and there. 1 game is all that Cure needs. And the rest of his team can chill. They can go to bed. I don't know if you saw. We saw a shot of Mana, Laser, Clem. They're all, just getting snacks. They're talking about their day. They're getting a nap in. They're fine. They don't have to play. It's all good. And here we go. We're getting to our openers. It is going to be a double gas opener from both players. We spoke about this earlier, but I do think that this is I don't think there was a wrong decision for Mr. Gaming as, oh my god, the Reapers are going to be duking it out. Oh god! And it looks like Cure will come out on top just barely towards the end. Bunny shaking his head on cams as Cure will take a Reaper lead. With that, he gets across the map. There's nothing to stop him. He can delay the CC, but a second Reaper has arrived. Cure has to respect it. He has to back off. But a second Reaper is on the way for Cure. He does have some momentum on his side. We'll see if Bunny can hold on to his CC. But I was just getting at the fact that in game 1, winding it back, remember, Bunny was in the lead in that series. He was winning against Cure initially, and then it all slipped away. It all slipped through his fingers, and Cure had an insane comeback. What I'm getting at is that Bunny has it in him here to take down Cure. But we'll see if he can bring it all out here on Alkyone. Reaper takes down another SCV. Hellion denies the CC on the low ground. Big delay here. Oh god, and again, this is all because the first Reaper did go down. Things snowballing a bit out of control. Doesn't look like a lot, but these small little delays do add up over time. And Bunny has some recovering to do. Meanwhile, back at home, Cure getting into Cyclone production. Medevac is on the way. Cure, he wants to be the aggressor even further here after defending. Wants to go for a counterattack to catch back up Bunny before the natural is even done. Third CC's on the way. Third CC's on the way here for Bunny. He wants to try to claw his way back into this economically. Being very greedy here. His army has arrived, forcing Cure to turn back around for a moment. 2 SCVs go down. But again, with this fast third base, it's a very greedy maneuver here from Bunny, but it's a way to catch back up. It's a way to close the distance in the economy. We'll see if he can pull it off. See if he can pull it off here. Drop is moving out. Is spotted by that Reaper, but do we have anything in position? The CC has been spotted, and the CC is going to be delayed. Yeah, the worker is forced back. Dive into the main base. Marine is going to fall. Oh my god, the lock-on. Lock-on is real. The medevac will be shut down. This is a big overextension. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, this is not really worth it here for Cure, but he snipes the Raven. The Raven goes down. We get a Mule on the low ground as well. Good trades here out of Cure. Gets a Cyclone, escapes with his own. No shot. I spoke too soon. Almost escaped with his own. And that was a pretty brutal trade here as the dust does settle. Did Cure get enough done? Remember, third CC is done, soon to be landed on location. Cure knows he is behind in that 3-base timing, and he's going for his own third on location. Oh, we go for the disable. Oh my god. We go for the disable. The Raven gets picked off. Nice moves here from Cure. And he get on top of that tank. It looks like, oh, he cannot. Takes a massive tank shot to the face. Cure retreats, but he does keep his Raven alive. Again, Cure not losing a single Raven so far. Not yet. Cyclones are being active. Additional Raxes on the way. Bunny looking to catch up. Can make 3 SCVs at a time. Triple mule production as well. Is the beginning of a comeback. The Raven harass doesn't stop. Come back in. Don't get much. We don't really kill too much. We do deny a lot of mining time as the Raven gets eyes on the lack of saturation at the third. The attempted saturation at the third. Behind this, we're getting into a bio production. No mech. Not yet. Not this time. Not from either of these players. It's going to be bio tank. Another Raven comes in. A bit of a miss rally. Cure. Big slip up there. Raven goes down for free. The miss rally was real. A good moment for Bunny. And he needs moments like this. Cyclone's moving out. Factory floating across the map. I was going to say that, yeah. You can see Cure shaking his head on cams. That was not intentional. Misrallied Raven, misrallied Factory. Oof. That is going to slow down tank production. That's actually massive. Raven's going to be going down. Make sure he's falling apart a little bit. 3 mistakes here, one after the other. But yeah, this just means that straight up Bunny will have a tank lead. Ay, ay, ay. Your Cure. Dipping in, gets a Marine. Not much else. Cure initially had a decent start, but Bunny has been able to capitalize on some of those mistakes. Is now taking a worker lead because of the faster third base. Has, of course, the tank lead as well. Tank production still not starting yet for Cure, which is huge. Just bio production. There we go. The first tank on the way for Cure. Moving out with some drop play. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of onus on Cure here. To trade well and to get damage on with these drops. Oh, Bunny. More games. More games. True, true. Banjwa. Gibj. I mean, this is just a really good start. And you can see now that reflected in the supplies, where Bunny is just getting further and further ahead. Because of what's been unfolding. Cure going for his 4th on location. This is a good way to catch back up. 2-2 starting up here for Cure. +2 armor delayed for Bunny, but now starting up as well. Viking's going to be patrolling outside the main. Waiting for any kind of drop play. Hopefully Cure doesn't send it. Fingers crossed. But there's no kind of major pushes here. Both players are just kind of vying for map control. They're just marauding around. Some units here and there. Cyclone's hoping to add some DPS here as well. A lot of Marines going to be going down. But here we go. Bunny, he is pushing. He is committed. The tanks have arrived. And I'm afraid to check here. I mean, I can't check, but I'm really curious as to what the tank count, the tank disparity is looking like. Here he comes in, though. He forces Bunny to turn back around. A big moment. As Bunny does pull back. 5 SCVs go down. How many tanks do we have, though? I want to say 8 tanks here for Bunny. Cure getting to his 2nd factory. Double tank production. from the blue Terran. Going for a jump across the map. I love 4 Medivacs and 2 Cyclones. Let's go. But again, the double factory production I think is very necessary for Cure just to catch back up. Drop into the natural. And again, this drop play out of Cure, it's not really, it's getting a couple of workers here and there, but it's just buying so much time. Remember, Bonnie was about to push, and honestly, that push may have just ended the game. But he's been forced to turn back around time and time again. Cure buying so much time for himself. Has to be careful to overextend. Oh, the Marines! Marines are getting caught out for a moment. Weak anti-armor missile. At the same time, Bonnie pushing on the right-hand side. He's going straight for that 4th base. Oh, and Cure isn't ready for this. Cure, he's not ready for this push. There's a planetary, sure. Cure instead going straight for the 3rd. Forces a cancel on the 5th CC. Can he get a kill on that command center? Looks like he cannot. But he gets 13 worker kills. Good concave as well from Cure. And we're just sending it. And once again, Bunny turns back around. Once again, that army on the right-hand side does turn around for Bunny. Just unable to be assertive and aggressive whatsoever. We go on top of the planetary as well. And Cure, he is bouncing back in this game. But Bunny has had enough. He loses the 4th base. And Bunny is pushing. This time, he doesn't turn around, right? I'm hoping he doesn't. Bunny up in army supply. He turns back around. He comes back home for a moment. For the past 5 minutes, Bunny's just been wanting to push, but he just can't. He's up in army supply. He has a larger army, but he can't make use of it. Until now. The tanks are on siege. Oh. One tank does go down. Cure just trying to take a defensive stance, but he only has 2 tanks on the high ground. Additional tanks are on the way. Sieging up just in time. Big tanks volley is going to be going up here on the Marines. But it looks like Bunny, he has too much. He breaks on through. Almost does. Meanwhile, across the map, he loses 16 workers. Cure making some magic happen. The tank can's still in favor of Bunny. CC is going to be going down. The tank drop. The tank micro across the map. Here we go. We go for a Dune drop into the main. Curie's not ready for this. He's not in position. We will be able to siege up. We take control of the production. Cure, I don't think he can handle this. Coming in from behind. Collapsing on the lower army instead. Tank does fall. But what about the main army in the main? As Cure, he has to retreat. Across the map, he's pulling back home. Yeah, Raxes are falling. Bunny has control of the main base. Tanks going down left and right. Bunny, he can still pull this off. He can still pull this off. Cure taking down 2 tanks. Gets 2 tanks in the end, rotating around. Again, his production still under fire. We have to get it out of there. Now, Cure has a better economy, but again, no production. Tanks are sieging. More Rax is going to be going down. Cure bleeding out so many units. He's down to half the army supply of his opponent. And this may just be it. Cure forcing his way up the ramp, stimming on forward here into tank fire. And it looks like he will barely not break through. It's so close. The tanks, they stand strong. Yeah, Cure, he cannot get on top of them. Bunny holds, production's being rebuilt, but this is late. These Raxes are so delayed here for Cure. They should have been started so long ago. Again, Cure's got 1,000 minerals in the bank. Just now the Raxes start. And it may just be too little too late. Yeah, too little too late. GG gets called and Bunny fights back. Bunny takes game number 1. GG, well played. Bunny had a massive lead in this game. He found himself in a really commanding position. And then Cure was relentless with the counterattacks. Even though Cure was so far behind, he was just going for constant drop harass, counterattacks left and right. Bunny was up like 30, 40 supply and he just could not move out. until finally towards the end we committed to a base trade, and that's where finally Bunny was able to secure that win. GG, well played. Bunny gets the first win for Mystery Gaming, but it's not over. This is still merely the beginning. Bunny takes game number 1. Bunny needs a 2-0. He needs a 2-0 here to keep the dream alive and to keep the series going. Remember, if Cure wins one more game, that's it. That's the end of the series, and Team Liquid will take it. One win is all that Team Liquid needs. Whew. But with that, again, our players are just going to be taking a moment. Going to be taking a moment here to get ready for the next game. It's going to be Cure's map of choice. It's going to be on Cure where we want to where we want to try to come back, where we want to bounce back here in this series. It's also a very cute shark on the desk. It's very cute. And yeah, what kind of map would Cure want here? I mean, we were just of course loading into Alkion in one of the larger maps. We could end up going into a bit of a smaller map. Hecate would be on the table. A map like even Goldenora. There we go. Along the lines of a smaller map, we're going to one of the extremes. Cure, Bappy might be done here. We're loading into Hard Lead. Oh my god, one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Very short rush distance. Hard Lead is going to be where Cure looks to fight back. And again, he only needs one more. We haven't seen any proxies yet in these CVTs. Is this where we proxy racks? Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And in the top left, we have his opponent fighting back for his team, for Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. Hello, Mr. SCV. Hello, Mr. SCV. Okay, it's going to be a proxy 2 racks. Proxy 2 racks here from Cure. Makes sense. It is a little bit predictable to go for a proxy 2 racks on Hard Lead, as we even mentioned it as we were loading into this. That's why I assumed that, you know, Cure may have had enough. He just wants the series to be over before it really began. And we'll see what opener Bunny goes for. Thankfully, Bunny's going for a double gas opener. What does this mean? Faster factory, which means faster Hellions. Now, it isn't a build order win. If Bunny had gone for a Rax expand, it just would have been a very difficult defense. Very difficult defense from Bunny, but again, with a double gas opener, should be okay. Now, obviously, there's going to be a big power spike for Cure. A big moment is going to be when he has 2 and then 4 Reapers, where he can snowball out of control and try to get on top of Bunny. Bunny is going to be on him to pull the boys. He has to pull SCVs, make sure he supports himself, he supports his army, and he's able to, again, minimize his losses and make sure he doesn't lose his Hellion or his Reaper. Bunny coming in for an SCV scout does confirm the Rax is missing. Should be able to piece together that it is a proxy 2 Rax. Yeah, factories on the way for Bunny. Should be for that initial Hellion. Reaper dips in. Boys are being pulled, as we mentioned, and Bunny does force Cure out. So far, really good start for Bunny. As you mentioned, it isn't about the first Reaper. It's when the additional Reapers do arrive for Cure, because he does have the production advantage over his opponent. He will have the supply advantage. And I'm loving this kind of repositioning here from Cure, rotating around towards the right-hand side. Again, he's looking for that Reaper. So far, though, Cure taking a lot of hits. He has to back off. He has to retreat. Really good hold so far from Bunny. Second Marine arrives. Hellion is on the way. When the Hellion arrives, that's going to be the end of this rush. Or it should be the end of the rush. Cure does threaten a dive. So far, good movement out of Bunny. Hellion does make it out. And we can force this back. Cure is transitioning. Factory is on the way for Cure. Bunny is expanding. We have a CC on the high ground. And Bunny is, at this point, perfectly safe. The Rax can soak some hits, so potentially Cure can dive. Potentially. As he does have high ground vision, he wants to try to pick away at that depot, but will not be able to get it. Again, 5 Reapers here for Cure. You can see the Marines are being drawn away by that floating Rax. Cyclone does arrive. 1 Reaper goes down. And here we go. We try to dive into the main base. We pick off the Cyclone. Not a bad pickoff, but we dive. Oh, the Hellion falls as well. Bunny being a little bit wasteful with his army. He has to be very careful. Does have to take care here, as the Reapers are going to be dipping on in, but we have more Marines. And another Cyclone is now coming out. Yeah, Bunny holds. And the game will progress from here. And Kier's in a rough position. With his opener, his command center is so heavily delayed. His transition is delayed. I mean, everything is late here for Cure. And these Reapers just did not do enough damage. But you can see he does dip into the main base, gets 2 SCV kills. Bunny going into Cloak Banshees. Can he get the Cyclone? He cannot. The Cyclone barely survives. Every single Reaper goes down. Again, not looking good here for Cure. Now, he did at least scan. Oh, sorry, scan. He did at least scout. He scouted the add-on on that starport. He is aware of Cloak Banshees. At least, hopefully, he is aware. He's getting established on 2 bases. There we go. The Cyclones are on the way. We see Cure. Yeah, he's investing into the Raven. Raven production, disable, fast 3rd CC. This is how we come back. So here in the early game, Bunny is ahead 100%. He is ahead. But Cure is going for a very fast 3rd CC. And with this, he can get into a fast 3rd base, of course, a better economy. He can recover in the mid game. Bunny getting his 3rd CC on location. I'm loving this out of Bunny. Going into Hyperflight Rotors. He's going into Banshee Speed. Okay, I was not expecting this. So a big commitment into the Banshees. First Banshee does arrive. He gets 3 SCV kills already. It's an okay trade. 3 workers for a Banshee. The Banshee did die. But here comes the rest of the army. Ooh, tanks are in position. Here he's holding. Here he is holding. He's surviving. You see Cure just going for his own add-on sub, has made a 2nd Raven. Was still committed to Banshee production, Cyclones as well. Oh, that's another fact. Oh my god, Bunny, he's playing mech. That's a 2nd, that's a 3rd factory on the way. Mech out of Bunny, that is not what I was expecting here, but okay. It's gonna be Cloak, Banshee, or Hyperflight Rotor, Mass Banshee into mech. Meanwhile, Cure going Biotank. Oh boy. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Now, playing mech from ahead is a terrifying thing. So this is not a bad position for Bunny. There we go. Just now pointing out all those additional factories. But we'll see what kind of composition he goes for. If he goes Mass Cyclone or if he goes into earlier tank production. Cure, meanwhile, has no idea, as we are still just building up that Banshee count. TY, oh my god, we're playing like TY. Going for like Sky Terran mech. Mass Banshee into tank. So we go the Banshees, they dip in between the bases, they catch some Marines. Big pickoffs. Vikings have arrived. The Banshees, they go straight for the mineral line as well. 3, 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs go down. Do you get a stick? Raven has arrived. Did burn a scan. Oh, we're still not even done. And 9 worker kills. We get a 10th worker kill, and the Banshees make it out because they are so fast. They're speedy boys. They have Hyperflight Rotors. Well, meanwhile, decent catch there from Cure. Does get on top of one of the Banshees, but the other still wreaking havoc, and Cure is being pulled apart by just the Banshee harass. He's pushing right through the center of the map. The tank's not quite in position. Cyclone's coming from the right-hand side. The tanks say they siege. Big disables. We get one. We get both tanks disabled. Cure, can he kill Bunny before he can really get going? Oh my god. Again, the factory production just now started and we shut down. We burned through all the tanks. Cure going for the kill move before Bunny could really get going. And Cure takes down Bunny and wins it all for Team Liquid. GG, the all kill. Oh my god. That was the window. Remember, Bunny, he was ahead. He had a strong start. He was crippling the economy. He was pulling Cure apart. And Cure just said, screw it. I'ma just send everything right through the center of the map, going essentially all in with that push. And Bunny, he was caught with his pants down. Straight up, he was caught unsieged. He didn't see the army coming at all. He was focusing on his Banshee harass, not focusing on any kind of scouting in the center of the map. And yeah, Bunny just was not ready for that at all. And that's also a little bit heartbreaking because Bunny was in a good position. He was doing very well for himself, you know, picking away at the economy and transitioning into mech as well. Just was vulnerable in this one moment. The window was open for Cure, and Cure squeezed his way through. GG, well played. Congratulations to Team Liquid as they will take the series, and Cure does all kill. He did drop a map. He did drop a map to Bunny. Almost multiple maps, actually. I'll be honest. Like, Bunny was looking damn good in the game we just casted, and even in game number 1 as well. But Cure does win it in the end. I did mention that Bunny did need to win every game moving forward. No room for error. GG. GG, well played. With that, Team Liquid will be advancing on into the next round, and we'll be casting that round after this break. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Psystorm Gaming. We might have a winner's interview. I think we had winners interviews last season, so we may be bringing the translator and the host together here with a laser. Maybe having an interview with Cure. We'll see. We'll see kind of what is going to be done here. Maybe asking him some questions about the all kill, about Bunny. I would love to like probe his mind about his matches against Bunny, because a lot of them were really close. And even his series against Shin, especially on Equilibrium, where it looked like Cure had a lot of momentum and then it was stripped away, and then suddenly he was forced into a long late game scenario, a split map scenario against Shin, which clearly was something that Cure did not want, by the way. He clearly did not want to get into that. Was kind of forced into it, begrudgingly so, and then was able to win there as well. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to ask Cure about. So I'm curious as to kind of where the questions will go. If there's an interview. I do know that this series was a bit of a longer one. We started what? Jesus. It's been 4 hours?
I mean, we did start with a show match, to be fair.
We did start with a show match, but it's already been 4 hours and we're only halfway through because we have another best of 7. And this next best of 7 is most likely going to be more of a back and forth as well. So it's going to be a longer one. So yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to hydrate hydras, stretch all of your roaches. Make sure you stretch them. Don't cramp yourself. Don't cramp. Massage your marines. Drain your disruptors. I'm going to go make some coffee. I'm going to go stretch my legs. And when we return, we should have our next series. Again, we might be setting up for interviews and all that good stuff. And after
连线一下 Kier 选手吧。
Now let's have
Hello
an
Kier
interview
选手，
with
你
Kier.
好，恭喜你获得了比赛的胜利。今天在开始之前，有没有想过自己的发挥会如此出色？已经算得上是一个 all kill 了，而且前面是直接打了一个6-0打穿了对面。
So you are really on fire.
승리하신 걸 축하드리고요. 오늘
You are
거의
really on
6대
fire
0으로 아주
today,
좋은
and
경기를
it's
하셨는데
we
올킬
can
정도의 이런
almost say that
그
it's
결과를
all
혹시
kill.
그전에 생각한 적 있을까요?
일단
What
MIG
is your
선수들이
secret?
워낙 잘하는 선수들이 많아가지고 솔직히 올킬까지는 생각 못하고 그냥 선봉 싸움만 이기자는 생각으로 하고 해서 임했는데 좀 최근에 그래도 연습을 좀 많이 하고 있어서 그게 좀 도움이 많이 됐던 것 같아요.
首先，其实对面战队的选手也是都非常优秀的，然后今天也没有想过自己会拿一个 AK， 然后只想着是自己是第一个出战的选手，所以就做好打头阵的这么一个准备。然后平时的话，最近练习比较多，可能也是对今天的比赛有所帮助。
第一个出场，然后一共打了2个多小时，虽然发挥非常出色，但是其实这2个多小时高强度的一个对抗也是非常消耗体力的。那后面其实还有一场对决在，这个想关心一下你感觉自己现在体力怎么样？
And I have practiced a lot, so that helped actually. So you've been hurt. You seem to have infinite stamina in this long fight, and we heard you've been working out. Is that your secret?
뭐 저희 팀원도 워낙 잘하는 선수들이 많아서 좀 쉴 시간이 필요할 것 같아요.
我现在的话，说实话体力还是有点吃力的，但是我的队友都非常胖，所以我相信他们，我需要休息一下。
Actually, I am a little bit tired now, but I still have faith in my teammates.
那其实我们之前也是听说，其实你平时是经常有在健身的。你觉得你平时的这些健身，对于这种长时间非常高强度的对抗操作会有一些帮助吗？这是不是也是你可以刚刚2个多小时状态一直保持非常好，最后一个人干穿了对面一个队的一个原因所在呢？
So you've been working out. Does that help?
김도우 선수가 평소에 운동을 많이 하신다고 들었는데 그 평소에 하는 운동하는 이런 습관이 지금 오늘 같은 이런 장기전에 대해서 혹시 뭐 좋은 영향이 있다든지 이런 거 있을까요? 도움이 된다든지.
최근에 뭐 일일 운동은 하려고 노력하고 있는데 그래도 집중력이 많이 향상된 것 같고 체력도 뭐 장기전 한두 판 했는데 그래도 마지막까지 집중력을 놓치지 않았던 게 좀 도움이 많이 됐던 것 같아요.
最近的话，运动尽量是做到每天一练，然后通过最近的健身的话，其实也提高了我的那个集中力。然后今天的比赛也是打了2个多小时，然后体力上面以及最后的集中力方面都是对我有比较好的影响。
Yes, I've been doing exercises every day, so it really helped for
一件事情也是听说很
better
多电竞选手其实
concentration.
平时都非常自律的健身，对于他们的一个电竞水平的保持也有一定的帮助。那其实想问一下，今天的第一场比赛让我们印象很深刻，在对阵 Bunny 的时候，其实开局你当时是一个比较劣势的情况，但是一波一波慢慢的靠着自己的运营打回来，然后最后一波的开战选择非常的果断和漂亮，拿下了比赛。可以跟我们分享一下当时第一局比赛自己是怎么抉择的吗？
On map 1, Bunny almost got you, and you were really close to lose map 1. How was the decision made? How did you? What was your thinking when you were doing that reverse counterattack last fight?
상황 자체는 제가 너무 불리했어가지고 제가 원하는 상황이 절대 아니었어서 움직임으로 어떻게든 역전을 해야겠다는 생각으로 컨트롤이랑 움직임으로 싸움에서 이득을 봐가지고 역전할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
首先情况的话对我来说是非常的不利，不是我想要的那么一个局面，那我只能通过操作跟运营去慢慢扭转局势，然后最后拿下了比赛。
Yeah, it was really bad for me, so I just tried to take control of the map, doing what I can, doing my best, and I really made it. So talking about future games, which are the most dangerous players or teams that threat your team?
적인 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수가 있을까요?
아무래도 엑스팩스 선수가 온라인에서 워낙 강하기 때문에 그 선수만 이기면 좀 수월하게 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
我觉得 Max Pax 这个选手的话，线下的时候实力非常强的，然后只要我的队友拿下他的话，基本上就可以锁定胜局了。
好的，非常感谢 Q 选手接受到我们的采访。那现在也是去稍事休息一下，因为后面还有一场硬仗要打。希望你们的队伍在接下来的比赛里面可以有出色的发挥，顺利拿下比赛。好，再一次恭喜获得比赛的胜利，也是谢谢接受到我们的采访。
Good luck and thank you. Goodbye.
인터뷰 감사합니다. 다음 경기죠.
好的，那么我们第一轮的比赛到这边就告一段落了。但是刚刚获胜的队伍还不能放松，他们会接下来马上就要进行第2轮的比赛，来抢夺进入到下一轮比赛非常珍贵的门票。那让我们先休息一下，一会儿会有精彩的比赛继续带给大家。我只能说这个东西，这玩意儿你饿的时候能吃。
味道还可以。
对。
那如果价格不贵的情况下，又让你能吃到一点类似蟹黄的味道，我觉得还可以的。但是如果价格多少钱？
来，价格11块钱一盒，是不是感觉贵了一点？11
块是不是贵了点？
贵啊，真的有点贵。
贵了点。我觉得如果6块钱，我觉得还可以。在越南多少钱？到蛮想知道，对吧？
在越南应该很便宜。
对，反正如果6块钱，5块到6块一盒的话，我觉得这个还是挺划算的。
好，这就是一款就是硬调了，用各种的粉硬调了一点点蟹黄味道出来的，但是实际味道很咸口的一款。 越南
蟹黄面，
好，接下来要吃另一款百象家的一个蟹黄面。来，黄哥给大家拌一拌。
这个有蟹黄吗？百象家？
你打开来看看，我也不知道。哇，这个倒是真的有蟹黄。这个是
蟹黄，那么多啊？
对。
是这个蟹黄，我感觉
料确实有点多。
三四只蟹肯定有的。
料超多的。
我看看有几只蟹啊？这个没写，但是肯定很多。
等一下，这边还有一个鲜美蟹醋，加一点醋，中和一下。因为蟹黄有的时候它味道会太腻了，你加一点醋中和一下就还挺不错的。白象走街串巷，醇香蟹油啊，还有蟹油，这个蟹油可以去腥，肥甘的蟹油提味。来，还有去腥。哇，你把一整袋醋全都扔进去了。
那不然呢？别人方便面肯定是给你了，就是全放的呀。
你还挺爱吃醋啊，黄旭东。
不是，他们肯定是这个东西就给你配好的。 你不可能说我就放一点点的，
拌一拌。哇，这个蟹黄的黄确实看着
这个也太多了，这个是真有蟹黄吗？
这个得煮啊，这个面得煮啊。
而且蟹黄真的有点多，来你加点，
搞一点。算了，你咬一下吧，我不吃那一边，勉为其难的接受一下。
不，就是可以。哎，这个真的怎么办啊？这个。 有没有什么办法呀，兄弟们？有没有什么剪刀啊什么之类的？吃味道就好了，吃味道。
蟹味比刚刚那个浓郁，然后因为黄哥放了一整包醋进去，所以导致醋味也挺重的，有点酸。你醋放太多了，那我觉得有点酸。蟹味还是浓郁的，
很浓的蟹味道。
对，蟹味是很浓郁的。哇！
再吃一口。
这个就有那种煮出来的面的味道。刚刚那个是真方便面，非常方便。
再放点什么肉，自己家里面再搞点那种什么牛肉啊什么的往里面一放，完美。
这个蟹味是真的挺足的。
是价格？
价格是74块9，3盒。
那么便宜，24块几一盒这样的蟹黄面。 挺值得的。你其实主要就是它这个蟹黄是真正的是蟹，对吧？这个是真蟹黄，不是刚才调出来的这个味道。所以20几块，我觉得吃一包这样的蟹黄是
性价比还挺方便的。 下28块钱，就算它29，那就等于
29块钱买了10袋面。
对，10袋面，其中1袋是小龙虾，5袋是火鸡面。
那不是你再怎么算也是2.9块1袋呀？你智力是不是有点问题？
哦，
你10袋面
不是
29块。
不，我刚刚用了另外一种公式，你也可以把它分成29，然后再除以2，然后再。
你为什么要除以？都是面呀。
因为我这样子写步骤看起来就多一点，我的卷面上面步骤就很多，然后
老师会觉得你吃很
不好吃，太贵了。
但是，你说火鸡面呢，喜欢吃的。
好的，今天也是品尝了很多世界各国的这个方便面，然后拌的、汤的都有。然后我们的国货之光白象最近也是有很多的优惠活动，最近的优惠活动我们价格都给大家放在这里了。如果想在冬天吃上一碗热气腾腾的汤面或者拌面，都可以来尝试一下。那喜欢我们这期视频，可以给我们1键3连哦。我们下次再见，拜拜。
拜拜。
Hello， 各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来，我是小兔。那么也是恭喜 Team Liquid 战队在第1轮比赛里面成功晋级，他们马上就要迎来 PSI 战队。那么我们也在开始之前要连线一下 PSI 战队，来采访一下他们，赶紧跟他们连一下线吧。
Hello, we're now doing a quick interview with Gerald from PSI.
好的，那我们这边也是有请到了 PSI 战队的杰拉德，那么也是要来接受一下我们的采访。首先第一个问题就是想问 PSI 其实是时隔了1个赛季，再一次进入到了我们的季后赛，现在感想怎么样？聊一聊这个赛季队伍和队员们的一个发挥如何吧。
Hi, Gerald. After a whole season, PSI just re-entered the playoffs. And how do you guys feel about that? Plus, let's just talk about you and your teammates' performance during this season.
It's a great feeling to enter the playoffs again. I felt that we didn't play our best last season and had a lot of bad luck with the pairings. So my personal performance was also poor last season. But this season, the whole team did an amazing job. I'm really proud of all of them, like Max Parks with the best Protoss score in the regular season, Namsha with some surprising builds and miraculous wins, and also Spirit, who left our team, but he was playing really solid. I also feel that I found my gameplay again, and this season I was playing quite well, so I hope in playoffs I can continue that.
首先我们觉得回来再次打回季后赛的感觉真的是非常的美妙，因为上个赛季我们打的也确实是不太好，对我自己来讲，我自己的表现也不是特别令人满意。本赛季我们队伍的表现自然是很好，我所有的队友都有出色的表现，我自己也觉得我的状态不错，希望我们能够在季后赛取得更好的成绩。
也是聊到了，其实这个赛季自己包括整个队伍的状态都很不错。其实，在这个赛季，你们队伍有一场比赛令我们印象非常深刻，就是在常规赛对阵 S2 的比赛当中，你在队伍1比3落后的情况下，在第2局超级无敌大劣势的情况下，艰难翻盘，2比0战胜了嘎姐，然后力挽狂澜，为队伍争取到了机会。然后 Max Pax 也是抓住了最后的机会，获得了胜利。可以跟我们聊一下那场比赛吗？是不是你们整个常规赛阶段让你们印象最深刻的一场比赛
？Speaking of the regulars, you have had a reverse sweep that is very impressive to all of us. Because I remember that in first round you guys were 1-2-3, and under the circumstances you took 2-0 and finally beat Scarlet, saved the chance for the boss fight in which Max Pax took the opportunity, and finally you guys won. So can we talk about that game and your feelings after the game?
I have practicing a lot of PvZ before that game, and I was feeling like I'm quite prepared to. And the first game went basically as I planned, but then Scarlet picked Equilibrium, which is the hardest map for Protoss. So I didn't feel too confident. And after really bad start, I was feeling like I should leave the game, but then decided, well, I need to win. Like is really important for team to get to playoffs. So I was trying to somehow come back. And I'm not gonna lie, when I was feeling absolutely amazing after this win, and I'm quite proud of it. And it was one of I think it was one of the best comebacks in my career. And when I won, I was just believed Max Parks can close it.
其实，在那之前，我一直都有练习很多这个神族打虫族啊 PVZ，但是开始的时候 Scarlet 也确实是太猛了，打得我一度觉得我可能真的是要败了。但是我又想到这场比赛其实对我的队伍来讲是非常非常重要，我就觉得我还是要赢，于是我一点一点的把这个基本盘又稳住，最后赢的感觉，可以说是我整个生涯当中最畅快的几场胜利之一。当然 MaxPax 也是打得后面也是没有让我们来失望，也是成为了我们的骄傲。
是的，这场比赛让我们在整个常规赛里面都为之印象深刻。我觉得每一支队伍可能都需要一场这样的比赛，会让整个队伍的所有选手进行一个蜕变。那么接下来你们要面对到的对手是刚刚获胜的 Team Liquid， 你觉得最棘手的会是哪个选手？不知道有没有看到刚刚 Q2 选手非常精彩的一个这个1穿6啊，直接0-6拿6-0拿下了。一个人把所有的这个对手全部都给干翻了。面对到他们接下来的挑战，你有信心吗？
So in the next game, you will be playing against Team Liquid. As I don't know if you have watched this game, Cure just have 6-0 and like one-man army just kill the opponent. So anything, what are you feeling now?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect Q to all kill in the match before, and it was really impressive. So I'm a little bit worried, but also I believe in Max Pax and I believe in all players in our team. So I hope we can win anyway. But also I still remember Team Liquid didn't use Clem in match before, so it's a little bit terrifying right now.
至于 Q2 选手他能够打出一个 AK， 我确实是没有想到的啊，这一点看来确实是有一点点担心的。但同时呢，我也觉得我对 MaxPax 和其他的队员都有信心，应该能打好。但同时，如果说还有什么担心的话，那 Clan 还没有下场，对于他来讲，我们是永远是有忧虑的。
好的，那么也是看得出，其实对自己的队伍和队友都非常的有信心啊。那现在赶紧去准备一下，要开始你们的表演了。感谢接受到我们的采访。
Okay, thank you for the interview. Please get ready for the next game and good luck.
Thank you. Bye bye.
拜拜。好的，那么紧张激烈的第2轮比赛马上就要开始了。那把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
Well, welcome back. Big shout out to Geralt, of course, for giving us a little bit of insight and a little bit of an interview as a preamble to get into this next series we just wrapped up with Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming. And my god, that was a brutal series. Cure, he went for the all-kill, the one-man army. He took down every single player before him, did drop a map towards the end against Bunny, but a really strong showing out of Cure. And as was just mentioned, is going to be looking a little bit daunting for any team to go up against Team Liquid, because bearing in mind that was Cure and there's still a Laser, Skillus, Mana, and Clement behind that as well. All well rested, all chilling, and of course enjoying the show that Cure has been putting on. So again, Team Liquid are very much so rested and ready to get into this, and I'm really curious to see what kind of player we're going to be feeling first. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they failed Cure, I'll be honest. Solely for one reason. Cure, he already played so many matches, he probably is a little bit tired. They even mentioned his endurance and his stamina in the interview as well, in the winner's interview. And it's getting late. It's getting late in Korea. So even if Kira is getting a little bit tired, better to send him out first instead of later, just so he can get some wins in. Even if he ends up falling, even if he falls to max rush or something, he can get his wins in, get his games in, and get some rest. Like, the sooner the better, so he can go to bed. Otherwise, if they like hold on to him and he's like, "Oh, can I play there?" It's like, no, we're saving you for last, We're saving you for last. And you know, it comes like 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, and Kira's like, "Can I sleep? Can I can I play so I can go to bed?" So based on how late it is in Korea, it would make sense to send out Kira first, but we'll see. We'll see how Team Liquid want to approach this and whether Kira's even tired or if he's willing to go the distance and to stay up and to, yeah, just play a little bit later anyway. We'll see. We shall see. Likewise, I know I'm focusing a lot on Team Liquid, but Psystorm Gaming, of course, have a big roster themselves. Unfortunately, the roster for Psystorm Gaming is significantly weaker. For those that are curious, a couple of weeks ago, in the middle of the season, Psystorm lost one of their key players on their team. They lost Spirit. Spirit was picked up by Na'Vi in the middle of the round robin season, and Psystorm still had a really good showing overall, and they still made it into the playoffs, but a big reason for their performances and for their success was Spirit. Spirit was a strong number 2 to Max Pax, where Spirit is one of the best Terrans in Europe. He's top 3, arguably top 2, alongside Clem, alongside Hero Marine. So to lose a player of the caliber of Spirit, it does really deal a big blow to Psystorm. But here we go. It's time for the prediction, Cat. Who's it going to be? Who do we predict? Who do you want? Who's going to win? Who's going to win, Papi? Let us know. Oh boy. Let's here we go. The cat is going to be lured in. Going to be getting the food ready. Who's gonna win, Poppy? Team Liquid or Psystorm? Who's gonna? Oh, they're on the flag. Oh, he likes the Liquid. This time there was no second guessing. Last time it took like 30 minutes to lure him in, and oh my god, Team Liquid across the board, and it makes sense. As I just mentioned, I do think that maybe one other person would have picked Psystorm. Oh my god, would have picked Psystorm if Spirit was still there. But because Spirit has since left the team, since he was picked up by Na'Vi, suddenly you have Max Pax. But even though we saw an all kill earlier, you can't really rely on one player in a team league like this. You need some support as well. And I mean, Max Pax is not alone. He has players like Namshar, he has Geralt, he has Epic. But against these world-class players, oh boy, we need to bring our A game, and let's go. We have our starting lineup here. It is not Cure. We're going to force him to stay up a little bit longer. Up first, we have a Laser versus Geralt. Let's go. A ZVP Polish on Polish action. A matchup that we have casted many times in the past, especially recently in the House Open Cup. We have been casting a Polish regional event every 2 weeks. Geralt nowadays, I would say, has cemented himself as the best Protoss player in Poland, has surpassed Mana, Christianer, Art, looking damn good recently, but here we go, we're diving into our next series.
Versus Team Liquid. Game 1. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Polish Protoss player from the land, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. Oh my god, he's got like a little octopus on the bed. On the counter. But here we go, as we dive into our second series of the night. Big shout out to all the sponsors, of course, to Doyu, Honkai Star, Taido, and Autofool. Without these lovely sponsors, the World Team League would not be possible. Masters Coliseum, Kung Fu Cup, none of that would be possible either. So big shout out to the sponsors, big shout out to all the love that StarCraft does get. Ooh, as we settle into our next best of 7. Again, if you're just tuning in, a big shout out. I forgot to mention it was happening during the break, but a big shout out to Coconut Games. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session and an overall good time, and a happy new year. Pretty sure Coconut's already gone by now, but regardless, thank you so much. Again, the raid did occur during the downtime, unfortunately, but we are now back with our next best of 7. Here we go. Now, to quickly go over the format, for those of you that maybe tuned in a little bit later from the raid even, this is a best of 2. I mean, kind of. It's a best of 7 overall, constructed by best of 2s. The way this works is that Geralt and Laser, they have 2 games here. If it's a 2-0 in either direction, the player that 2-0'd will stay on. If a Laser 2-0s, he stays on, and Geralt is eliminated. And then Psystorm have to field another player to bring a Laser down. Meanwhile, if Geralt and Laser go 1-1, if they both taking aim, then they knock each other out. Both players are eliminated, and both teams field brand new players in their stead. Now, in the last best of 7 in Team Liquid versus Mystery Gaming, Cure had an all kill. Cure, he took down Shin, he took down Bunny, took down Cyan and Bunny once again, and he was able to just take everyone down. We'll see if we can get another all kill, or we'll see if we get a more back and forth here in our next series. We can see our tech of choice, Geralt, going for a Stargate opener. Here we go. Going to be a Stargate opener here from Geralt. Meanwhile, Laser going for a Hatchgas Bull Force to take the unnatural. Natural, we are loading into Golden Aura, very short, very small map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is typically favored on a map like this. I mean, the bases are quite defendable, don't get me wrong, but the rush distance is a big factor, and as a result, a Laser could be looking to be more of an aggressive, or take a more aggressive approach here as we load into game 1. We'll see. Meanwhile, with this Stargate opener, should be an Oracle-based build. Geralt has been playing around a little bit with Void Ray first, but he's not as in love with it as some of our other players. I'm talking about Christiana, for example, or Rodzin. They've been embracing that a little bit more instead. And as we mentioned, Oracle is on the way. Very standard opener here out of Geralt. It should be an Oracle opener into a third base, into triple Oracle, into our tech transition. Now, that transition that I just mentioned, that is a little bit more up in the air. Geralt does like to mix it up, whether it's a Twilight Council and Glaive Adepts, or a Twilight Council and a charge-based all-in, which he has been quite fond of recently, going to charge, going to Archons, and a big charge of Archon timing, or even +1 Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, the Adepts are going to be threatening Shades. They do wedge themselves in the mineral line. Really good positioning with these Adepts, reducing surface area, taking control of that natural, and the Oracle has arrived. But Queens are in position. We have 2 Queens in the main, and the Oracle doesn't find any damage. Not yet. The Oracle dips towards the third base. Oh, we do shade in. 3 drones go down to the Adepts. Very nicely done here. The Oracle getting another extra couple of workers. 5 drones go down. Oh, the Oracle barely does escape, down to a slither of HP. 5 worker kills with 2 Adepts, a good trade. But the Oracle did sustain a lot of damage and is 1 shot away from going down. So you have to be careful. Meanwhile, another Oracle does rock up. We catch some more drones here. Oh my god. 8 workers in total, but once again, a little hull damage. Oh my god. The Oracle barely does escape. And we have our follow-up. There it is. Forge is on the way for Geralt. Nexus in production to take our third base, as is standard, as should be expected here from Geralt. But if I'm not mistaken, that's a Forge. Where's the Twilight Council? Oh, there we go. Gonna be a bit of a delayed Twilight Council here from Geralt, but is on the way nonetheless. Prioritization on +1. This should be +1 in Blink, but +1 in Charge is also on the table for Geralt. Meanwhile, 4th hatchery is being taken. Center base is on the way. A Laser going for a fast +1 or fast Evo chamber. This should be for +1 melee, should be for Ling Bane aggression initially from our Zerg player. So everything is looking pretty standard for the time being. Again, we're still waiting for the upgrade of choice from Geralt. Almost gets the Overlord. Ooh, Lings try to harass, try to shut down that Stalker. We're going for the Overlord. Oh, una más. We are just barely out of range. The Overlord is surviving. The Overlord will make it out here. Lings a zone away that Stalker. Plenty of Lings in position. Stalker goes down. And that is a second Robo. Oh my god. Wait, is that a second and third Robo? Oh my, regardless, that's a lot of Robos really early on here. On the way from Geralt. The Adepts are going to be moving out. We're getting in position. Twilight Council's on the way. Sorry, Twilight Council and my brain just blanked out. You know what I'm talking about. Templar building. Templar Archives, there you go. Templar Archives is on the way, which means we should be working on Charge. I'm very curious that we haven't started it. This is very unique to Geralt, actually. So this is, I believe this is going to be a delayed Archon drop. We have seen him warp in High Templar before even investing into Charge. He actually has defeated a Laser with this before. I mentioned before that we have casted some regional events, some House Open Cups, and even House Circuit events, and Geralt has been able to bring Alasia down in the past. Can he do it again for a second time? Massive gateway explosion. Stalkers, Adepts are going to be shut down, at least a handful of them. I'm still a little bit surprised, though. Where is Charge? It should have started by now, and oh, there it is. Never mind. We started Charge, we cancel it, and we're going into Blink. Oh my. Here we go. We're getting a bit of everything. Okay, so we have +2 alongside Blink. We started up a Phoenix here from Geralt as well. Immortal production has commenced. I believe, yeah, we do have 2 robos up and running. We have an Immortal and an Observer on the way. And Geralt is just fortifying himself and getting a 4th base. So Geralt isn't hitting any kind of timing. He isn't pushing anytime soon. All he's doing is being very tech heavy. Everything that I've just mentioned, I mean, that's a lot of resources to go double robo, storm, +2, blink. It's all taking quite some time to really get going, and Geralt, he's just basically going to be stuck at home, defending, teching before building up a death bull of an army. Meanwhile, Spire is on the way. It's going to be Roach Ravager to begin with here for a laser. The Spire on the way for Mutas. The potential for Muta is huge, but we do have a couple of Phoenixes to help deter that, to help deal with that potential Muta play. They are in production. +1 air attack. Ooh, a laser looking to commit here to those Mutalisks. We'll see how many we make. Meanwhile, we do see Geralt just fortifying himself, working on Archons, Blink Stalkers, Phoenixes. 9 Mutas are in production. A pretty healthy amount. That is enough to one-shot workers. More than enough to one-shot workers. We only have 2 Phoenixes for the time being. Again, I kind of appreciate this from Geralt. So basically, Geralt, he hasn't seen the Spire. He only made the Mutas, he only made the Phoenixes just to be safe, and they will come into play. Now, there's only 2 Phoenixes, though, so does have to be very careful with them. Doesn't want to lose them too prematurely here, as Mutas are soon to the field. Ooh, Geralt. I assumed he would be turtling up and getting into a maxed out ground toss army, but no, he's turtling up and getting into sky toss instead. Meanwhile, big revelation on the Mutas. Geralt is aware. He has a wall of Immortals here at that 4th base. And you can see just how well Geralt is just walling up. Look at this, just gateways all over the place. The Phoenixes! No! Phoenixes are going to be going down. One of them at least. The other will fall as well. A big pickoffs here from a laser. Going to be doubling down on Mutas. But again, Geralt, he fully walled off at the 3rd, and he's fully walled off at the 4th base. He's just turtling up and maxing out. That's the goal here for Geralt. But it's going to take time. Meanwhile, a laser... Can he really break this defensive line? Can he break this position? Because there's quite a lot here working for his opponent. Big Storm here zones away those Mutas. We have how many? 6, 7 Immortals. Oh, we try to dive on those High Templar. Bold move. Bailing Runback comes in, but the Safe Trap does catch the Bailings. Very nicely done here from Geralt. He is going to be holding, but that's a lot of Bailings about to come out of stasis. Meanwhile, Phoenixes are underway. Phoenix range in production with that Fleet Beacon. I assumed it was going to be Sky Toss, but it's just going to be Mass Phoenix. Oh, Bailey's they crash into the Archon. They deal some damage to the Immortals, but not too much else. We have to be very careful with these Phoenixes. Oh, another Phoenix goes down. And that is looking to be not an Archosis pylon, but we do depower one of those Stargates. But we do even supply block Geralt. He's going to be supply block. 2 Mutas go down. A laser still committing here to Muta production. Very interesting. He's working on +2 air attack and, again, continuing to produce Mutas. It's a very bold move. +1 air attack, another Stargate. All in production. Geralt is soon about to max out. He has plenty of storms available. Speaking of, one is spent. So you have to be careful with how freely we do want to spend those storms. So on the one hand, a laser has a really good economy. You know, he's on what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or soon to be 8 bases. A laser has the entire map, but Geralt doesn't really care because again, it is a death ball of an army. Essentially, even if a laser has a bank, Geralt is going to be pushing and he's going to be looking to take a really strong fight, a very efficient fight, and then just go for the kill. Go straight for the bases. And because we're on Golden Aura, the rush by ground is very short, so it doesn't take too long at all to walk into the bases of the Zerg. So it's going to be one big push here from Geralt. Carrier production has commenced. With the commencement of these carriers, I'm curious if Geralt even intends to push out. Yeah, we're taking a 5th base. And we may just want to slowly refine the army to get into a maxed out Skytos composition instead. I'm curious. I'm curious basically if we move out with like 4 carriers or if we want to build up to 6, for example. Alongside Tempest. Meanwhile, Pylon's going to be going down. We do depower the Stargate for a 2nd time. These mutants getting a lot done. Oh my god. Finally, they're being shut down. Meanwhile, behind this, a laser working on Hive Tech. Now, talking a little bit about a laser, I'm also a little bit concerned about our Zerg player here. Now, he has a good bank, right? He's got 6k minerals, he's got 2k gas, but he's been maxed out for quite some time. And he just threw away all his mutants, which is fine. But he still has a lot of roaches and ravagers that he also has to throw away. Like, he just doesn't really have a good army. It's okay to engage in the center of the map, true, but in the head-to-head fights, especially if Geralt gets into Skytos, Laser doesn't really have what he needs. But again, he's going to be looking to trade. He's going to be looking to go for these big Lingbane run-bys. Again, a lot of these roaches are also a little bit dead supply here for a Laser. But he wants to trade it out. And he is going for the wall. He's going to be busting down these gateways. Ooh, High Templar goes down. No Storm is available. We do bust in. And Geralt just was not ready for this push. Not ready for this counterattack. Baileys to get into the middle line. Probes are going down. And we do shut down this Nexus. A big pick off here from a Laser. Again, Geralt's army is slow. It's very slow, very immobile. The overcharge does keep the Nexus alive, but that is going to be 19 dead workers. And that may just trigger a counterattack. It may just be go time for Geralt. Now, as a Laser just threw away a bunch of supply, we have Corruptors on the way. Corruptors, they will help against these carriers. But remember, it's not pure Skytos. There's a lot of Immortals getting involved. You do need something on the ground as well, whether it's Brood Lords, Ultras, Lurkers. Lingbane Roach Ravager can be okay, but there it is. 9 Brood Lords are in production. Oh, we get into the mineral line! Oh, 13 probes go down, and Geralt is being pulled apart, and this is exactly what a Laser needed. He is trading out his Roaches, his Lings, and his Banelings, and he's replacing them with Corruptors and Brood Lords. Again, he's refining his army. He has +3 air attack about to finish up, or on the way, I should say. +1 air carapace as well, flyer carapace. And the quality of a Laser's army is now suddenly keeping up, if not exceeding that of Geralt. So really solid army here from a Laser. Now, what a Laser is really missing here is spellcasters. Whether it's Infestors or Vipers or both, that's really kind of the cherry on top that a Laser is lacking. But outside of that, yeah, here we go. The Broodlords have revealed themselves. They take down one of the Immortals already. Very nice pickoff. Geralt now aware he's up against Broodlords. If it was Roach Ravager, this would be much more simple. This would be easy to deal with. But now against Broodlords, something like Tempest are more necessary. Archons as well. Additional Archons even. Geralt is max. He's pushing. He is clearing up a lot of creep as he pushes towards the northern portion of the map. Remember, he can recall back home. He can also recall to the mothership. Ooh, as we do shut down 2 bases. Good pickoffs. 2 hatcheries go down. More creep is receding. And we are continuing carrier production. Bold move here. So we are avoiding Tempest. Now, the advantage of Tempest, of course, is their range. They can gain so much value over time by picking away at Corruptors, at Broodlords, at all that. Anything, really. But the downside is that Tempest are very slow. It's a way to... Oh, as the Immortals have been left behind. Uh-oh. Okay. But Tempest are very slow, and they're siege-based units. So if you want to go for a longer game, a later game, the Tempest would be ideal. It does look like Geralt wants to be in the face of a Laser, though. It looks like he wants to be very much so active and aggressive right now. And Tempests are a little bit too slow for that. When it comes to how long it takes for them to gain value over time and gain efficiency. And here we go. Geralt is going for that big Immortal counterattack. He has recognized that the Immortals are a little bit useless at the moment, so we're going to be trading. And we will snipe a base. There we go. Hatchery is going to be going down. The Immortal hit squad is real. We can take down the Queens, the Hatchery. Eventually, these Immortals will be shut down, but we want to get rid of them. Meanwhile, we're going for the dive. We're diving on top of the carriers. One carrier goes down, second carrier as well, third carrier. Oh, we're one-shotting carriers at this point. We are just tanking those storms to the face. We don't even care. And every single Skydos unit is going to be going down to these Corruptors. They are so battered, so bruised, deep in the red, but we shut down all the carriers, the mothership, and these Immortals, all it takes is a couple of lings, and we shut them down as well. And now there is no answer to the Broodlords. We can just fight this ground army head-to-head. Both players have lost quite a lot of supply here, but Laser has a bank, and Geralt's a little bit less so. Now, Geralt, he's remaxing on Carrier. He doesn't have any High Templar, not anymore. We have 4 more Broodlords on the way. The army supplies are similar, but I still want to give the edge here to a Laser. Geralt basically is doubling down on reinforcing with Stalkers, has a very mobile army. But a Laser, he's remaxing on Broodlord. And there we go, the Broodlords have arrived. Gonna be zoning back those Stalkers. We have a big Zealot counter taking on the left-hand side, but they're gonna be running into a wall of Spine Crawlers. The Spine Forest is real. Oh my god. As Zealots will arrive, they will shut down the Spines, but they buy enough time for the Lings to arrive. To get us around and deal with all these Zealots. And they will shut them down. At the same time, we do see a Laser marauding in the center of the map. It looks like a couple of Broodlords get caught out. 2 Broodlords fall, but only 2 Broodlords. Again, there's still so many here, and there's no answer. There's no answer for the Broods. Stalkers can deal with a low amount of Broodlords, but not this. We have hit critical mass. Without Skytos, how do we deal with this? Without Skytos, how do we deal with the Broods? As we can see Geralt trying to expand here towards the top left. But again, momentum is on the side of a Laser. A couple of carriers have arrived, but we still have some Corruptors left over. 5 more Corruptors in production. We're catching a couple of probes here and there, containing the Protoss player. Now, because there are so many Broodlords and because they're pushing, we can go for a base trade. I never oh the storms, but we could unironically go for a base trade at this point. Just because a Laser is so far out with these Broodlords, I think that may be better than just engaging head on. Speaking of, the carriers have arrived, but we have the Corruptors. We dive on the carriers, and one of them is going to be going down. We do have the overcharge, but I can only do so much. Second carrier, third carrier falls. A Laser, he has his way with this Skytos army. And now Geralt is going for a counterattack, but this may just be too little too late. Good storms. They connect on those Corruptors. But we have a surround. We have Lingbane from one side. We have Broodlords from the other. We collapse on these Stalkers. There is no escape. And a Laser is going to completely engulf this army. It looks like the ground army does barely avoid those Broodlords or the Broodlings. But the carriers, they all get shut down. Geralt, again, he's down to a handful of Stalkers remaining. This is all he has left. This is his army. And as a Laser rocks up, I mean, he can just deny this base, the most important mining base of Geralt. This is where the bulk of his economy comes from, and it's going to go down. Where can be the production? Tempest now on the... It's too late for Tempest. It's too little too late for that. Not anymore. We can see Geralt's going for a big counterattack with his Stalkers. Again, he's aware of how immobile this army is, so the Stalkers could maybe get a couple of aces. But we do have Ling reinforcements. A Laser remaxing on Lings. And looking for a surround. The Nexus will fall. And there's that recall to get the hell out of there. A Laser retaking bottom left. You can see Geralt, oh, hands off the keyboard. I think he knows, of course, that things are looking very dire for Geralt. They have been for quite some time. Again, he wasn't looking too bad up until the Broodlord switch. That was the problem. Once we got into Broodlords, it was just never a good answer for them. Never a solid response. So Broodlords are just, yeah, chipping away at the workers, what little is left. We do have 2 Tempests and 3 Carriers. You have a handful of Skytoss units. We have some storms. The storms are spent on the Lings. They rain down on the Corruptors as well. We dive on the army, focus on whatever we can. The Tempests are going to be falling. And the carriers soon thereafter. The final stand here of Geralt, his final units. GG gets called, and a laser will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of a laser. Geralt did a good job when it came to defending and fortifying himself on 4 bases. But yeah, he just had a really hard time actually being active on the map. I do think that the mutas really hurt him. I think the mutas did a great job at not just harassing, but forcing the Protoss player to deviate from their plan and to invest into all these Phoenixes and to run around in between their bases to keep up with the mutas. And this just gave a laser so much time to build up a bank, to take the entire map, to expand, take all these bases. And yeah, laser, he just had full map control and had almost full control of that game. GG. GG, well played. This whole game there out of a laser. And now it's going to be on Geralt to fight back. Now, the way this works, for those that are curious, it is loser's pick. There are vetoes available, but I mean, it's fine. And for the most part, loser's pick here from loser's pick here from Geralt is going to be in him to decide where we do take this. Where do we go? I'm curious. When I think of the map pool, when I think of how Geralt wants to play, Radis's Station would be a good one. It would be a big map for Geralt to very comfortably settle into a 4-base and even a 5-base economy, max out, get into Skytoss. That is something very powerful on Radis's Station. Similarly, I'm thinking Alcyone. Alcyone could be another one. I'm assuming that Geralt doesn't want a small map, but maybe I'm wrong in that assumption. We'll see. We'll see what direction we want to go in. Do we go for a large map like Radis's Station or Alcyone, or do we go for a smaller map like Oceanborn or Hard Lead? We'll see. We shall see. It's going to be on Geralt to decide. Going to be on Geralt, and here we go. We have a map of choice, and it's going to be a small map as we're loading in to Hard Lead. Oh boy, okay. So Geralt not really thinking too much about turtling and getting into Skytoss. Does look like he wants to be a little bit more assertive, but that goes both ways. Does go both ways, as both players can be aggressive. They can take advantage of the map and take advantage of their opponents. We shall see. As a reminder, a laser, if he wins one more game here, he will take down his opponent and force out a replacement. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the Polish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, Geralt. And in the top left, we have his opponent, the Polish Zerg player representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. It's a little octopus. It's beautiful. But here we go again, Hard Lead. Very small map, very short rush distance by ground. We've seen a lot of Queen Walks. We've seen a lot of Roach-based all-ins from the side of Zerg on this map. We'll see if that's going to be the case once again, or if we go into a bit of a longer game. We'll see what approach both of our players will have. Geralt does force out the unnatural natural. I'm curious if Geralt is tempted to go for a Twilight Council opener. On a map like Hard Lead, Twilight Council openers are a little bit more commonplace, a little bit more, I don't want to say standard, but yeah, I mean, they're a little bit more viable here with how much damage they can get done. I am curious how Geralt approaches game 2. But again, the laser needs one more win here to knock out his opponent, to force out another player from Sidestorm Gaming. Meanwhile, Geralt needs to win here and now to knock down his opponent as well, to knock each other out and bring a laser down with him. We'll see if he can pull that off. For the time being, he's just being as annoying as possible, mining and chipping away at those minerals. Behind this, of course, going into his gate expand, into the cyber core. Overall, some pretty standard openers. Everything looking as it should. Everything looking as it should here as we have the probe coming back in just to tase away at those drones. Again, being as annoying as possible. Before pulling back. And we should be seeing our tech of choice soon here from Geralt. There it is. There is a Stargate. So it's going to be a Stargate opener, not a Twilight Council. Bear that in mind. Going to be a Stargate-based opener. Should be Oracle into a third base, into +1 and Blink again. We'll keep our eye out on Geralt to see if he deviates, to see if he even goes for the Oracle first. Could be tempted to go for something different. Could be tempted to go for something like even a Void Ray. We shall see. But now, LA is just going to be joining on up, saturating his bases. Again, his bases are a little bit spread out, so a little bit split up, but overall, he's in position. We have Lings in the main, Lings at the natural, Queens as well, and the Adepts do not commit. And there it is, we have an Oracle first. So everything's looking quite normal, quite standard from the side of Geralt, just like the previous game. Going to be an Oracle, into a second Oracle, into a third Oracle, into an expansion. Just a really solid way to get into a three-way setup. Meanwhile, the Adepts, they dip in. They get one drone killed before getting the hell out of there. Very nicely done by Geralt. Just gaining as much efficiency as he can out of those two Adepts. As he does retreat back home. He's in position to defend his third base to make sure that a Ling run by a Ling counterattack does not deny his third. Meanwhile, as he's defending, as he's expanding, do have our first Oracle getting across the map. Does get met by some Queens. He's going to respect them. We have one Spore in the main, 3 Queens at the natural. And so far, Geralt doesn't find any damage yet. Going for a bit of a gateway explosion behind this. This is not normal. That's going to be a second, third, and a fourth gateway on the way. Where's the Twilight Council? This is different. This is very different here out of Geralt. You have my attention as we do have the Oracles going to town. They do pick off a Queen. Oh, very clutch micro there. One of the Oracles does escape. We get 2 worker kills. Ooh, almost a third. As that first Oracle is going to be able to get one more drone before barely escaping here on 3 barely any HP. Oh my god. Very close there from Geralt. But yeah, this is really weird. I don't know if this was intentional. We have the resources for it. So Geralt, he went for 4 gateways, and he goes for a delayed Twilight Council and delayed Forge as a follow-up. So he tries to get, he does get another drone across the map. Yeah, really interesting build choice here from Geralt. This should be +1 and Blink Stalkers, but again, these upgrades in the tech is going to be delayed for Geralt. In favor of a bit of a stronger gateway count early on. And we can see why. Again, because of the faster gateways, these Stalkers may not have Blink, but we have a lot of them really early on. This is very unexpected, and I'm sure a laser is not ready for this. And this is designed to catch a laser off guard to ideally get in and maybe even deny base. Here we go. We're pushing in. We find a hatchery, and we should force a cancel. Oh, Lings are going to be threatening us around. We have Oracles to support. Can we force a cancel on this hatchery? Adepts, they shade him, but the Lings, they do keep up. The Lings, they shut down the Adepts, and the Stalkers are forced back. Again, because we threw down the Revelation, we just didn't have enough energy to actually kill any Lings or throw down a stasis trap, so Geralt backs off. And this move out was supposed to get a little bit more. It has been a little bit lackluster. A big Ling counterattack. We do collapse here on the would-be 4th. Oracles are in position. 4th base is being taken. But essentially, Geralt invested into these Stalkers, and they weren't really worth it in the end. And that means that, again, Blink and +1 is later than it should be. It wasn't quite worth it. Behind this, a laser going into +1 melee. We have a Hydra Den on the way. A laser is skipping Roaches, going straight up Ling Hydra, which can be very powerful against Stalker play. This is going to be Ling Hydra. This can seamlessly transition into Lurker play as well. To Ling Hydra Lurker. Stalkers have arrived. They pick up an Overlord. They threaten the base. But plenty of Lings here. Plenty of Lings in position. And speaking of Lunkers, that is the Fast Infestation Pit. I believe it finished, or was it cancelled? I saw it suddenly leave the production tab. Interesting. I saw the infestation bit leave, and I saw the Baliness begin, so it may have been a cancel there from a laser. Yeah, as he is doubling down on Ling Bane Hydra. Yeah, Hydras are amassing. Geralt pushing from the left-hand side. Getting on top of the base, getting on top of the hatchery. Hatchery is going to be going down, but we are out of position, by the way. The hatchery will fall at the same time, though the Nexus across the map is also going to be focused down. We do recall back home just in time, and can we defend? Up. We can try, but the Nexus does get picked off. Big win there for a laser. May have lost the base, but he did take down one of Geralt's. Did cost a lot of lings, but laser, he's amassing Hydras. Geralt down to 3 bases. Gonna be double expanding. Reacting almost like a Zerg in this stage. Lings are pushing forward. The Hydra's dishing out a lot of DPS here in the back line. Is it going to be enough, though? Do we have enough Lings? Again, the Lings are so important here to just try to buffer, to soak up some damage, to allow these Hydras to get out of control. Stalkers are falling. Geralt has to retreat. A laser, likewise, he's on a decent economy himself. He's on 77 workers. He's still lacking that critical mass of Lings, though. And a big reason for this is he needs a hatchery. He needs larva. Like, a laser, he has 1,000 minerals in the back, but he can't spend it. He is hurting. As we do see a laser, sorry, Geralt pushing up this ram, trading with the Hydras, trading well. Again, expensive losses for a laser. We need those bases. We need that larva. Just trying to burn through that bank. More Hydra's going to be getting picked off. Hydra speed on the way. Laser just splitting up his army, defending his would-be 5th. Or would-be 6th even, as he is double expanding. Oh, Laser going to be losing an Overlord. Splitting up his forces here. Now, the scary thing is that Geralt is still stuck on Pure Stalker. And over time, it's been kind of these close fights, right? Where Geralt is barely not breaking through and he's trading with the Hydras. But now Laser's economy is really getting out of hand, and Geralt is still stuck on Pure Blink Stalkers. And now we have a transition. We have a second Robo, a Bay, Immortal production, but this all feels very delayed from Geralt. He's still stuck with Pure Stalker for that much longer. Likewise, a Laser is also lacking drones. He's only on 70 workers. He lost a lot earlier and he hasn't replaced them. He has not replaced those workers. He's going to try and push in, but the laser is bleeding out a little bit too much. A lot of Hydra's going to be going down. He gets into the mineral line. 18 probes go down, but every single Hydra's going to be falling here as reinforcements have arrived. And a laser, he may just be losing too much. Yeah, he's just been a little bit too careless with those Hydras. Another massive Veiling counterattack. 32 probes go down. Geralt, his economy, struggling. But he is going for a big counterattack. And he may just barely have enough to break a laser. Again, a laser is still struggling with larva. We'll be losing a hatchery. Colossi are on the way. Like, the big bane right now for Geralt is the Lings. The Lings are giving him a really hard time, and Colossi, they're going to make short work of them. As long as we can focus on a main push. Catch a Hydra. 2 Colossi on the way. Extended Lance just now started. In a very scrappy game, we catch some Banelings. Good catch there from Geralt. Still amassing Ling Hydra. There we go. Banelings now on the way. Geralt's just non-stop pro production. He has recovered worker-wise. Very impressive. The Colossi have arrived. Now, all that Geralt needs is one good fight that he can counterattack. We're diving on top of the Colossus. The Banelings, they do crash in. Oh, the Colossus barely does survive in the back line. Oh, I spoke too soon. First Colossus goes down. Set Colossus has arrived. Big swipes here, Bailey's to get into the middle line, but they do not connect. And the Ling Hydra, it gets completely shut down. GG gets called. Geralt will survive. Whew. And Geralt takes game number 2. GG. Again, a laser forcing himself all in a way. I say in a way because, again, a laser did not have a solid economy. He had 70 workers, and he just didn't really have a lot of lava to sustain himself. Too many rough trades, losing so many Hydras throughout the course of that game. Geralt was trading better. He was trading more efficiently. He had a better economy. And once his Colossi came out, that was it. That was good. That was enough to seal the deal. And the laser could not keep going. Not from there. Not anymore. GG. 1-1. Which means we knock each other out. And Geralt, he did his job. He took down a laser. Again, we've seen Geralt defeat a laser before. So a big win here once again. Bringing down a laser. And really, yeah, securing himself here. Like, Geralt has been improving so much over 2023. And I'm hoping his improving continues in 2024 as well, as Geralt has been really establishing himself as one of the best in Poland. Whew. And with that, oh, hello, Namshar. We are going to be getting ready here for our next couple of matches. I think that's Drickett. I believe that is Drickett as the team manager in the center call. So we have Drickett alongside Namshar and Geralt. And of course, Max Pax, I'm sure, is there as well, just off cap. Oh, meanwhile, Mana is deliberating. Who do we send out next? We have a laser. We have Mana. Oh, that's a McFlurry. Yo, we got some Macas, papi. Let's go. Ah, I'm celoso. Get that McFlurry going. But yeah, really solid win there from Geralt. With this, it means that both teams have to field new players. Both teams will be fielding new players here. And it may be time for Namshar to come out. It's very possible that they want to save Max Pax a little bit longer. When it comes to Team Liquid, I feel like we have to bring out one of the big names. Either Cure or Clem. And we don't even know if Cure is there anymore. Again, it's very late in Korea. Cure, he's already spent after the last series. He could be in bed. I hope he's not, but we didn't see him on cams. So we'll see. We'll see who comes out next. As I believe the top right, the streamer room there, I think that's Clem, right? I believe that's meant to be Clem.
Clem was not in the streamer room before, no.
Oh, okay. Wait, who's in the streamer room? Skillus?
Skill? Maybe Skillus. I don't know.
You know, yeah, Skillus, he has a streamer room. Yeah. True. Okay. Oh, here he comes. Oh, no, wait. That's Clem. Yeah.
Oh,
Clem,
he turned on the lights because it got dark. Because before he had his like window like uncovered.
There you go. Yeah. Streamer room. Okay, here we go. So Clem looks like he may be fielded here. Again, we don't know if Cure is available. We don't know if he's here anymore.
There's a cat.
Oh, the
Clem
cat.
has
The
a
cat.
cat.
The cat opened the door. Cat just turned the doorknob and walked in. Owns the place. Oh my god. Cat allowing Clem into his room. Shout out to the cat. Ugh. But here we go. From here again, our teams are just soon to decide who they want to whip out. I would love to see Mana, but you know, he's still eating his McFlurry, and we don't want it to melt. So I'm sure he's going to be finishing that up before he does get fielded.
I believe in Max Pax 2
Likewise.
Clem, but if he doesn't, let's say it's 1-1, then Namshar, you are next.
Oh.
And I think it would be Cure.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, they're trying to snipe. They're trying to snipe.
If not, though, however, the alternative is because since Cure all killed, it's very likely they might actually send out Skillus or Mana.
I was about to say that we don't know if Cure is even available.
Obviously, Cure will probably just go straight ahead and be like, yeah, screw it, I'm just going to tough through it. But, I mean, if Max Pax 2-0s, then there's no chance, right? well, there is a
trying to figure out who is going to be sent out and basically when they want to send out max packs. And clearly, you could hear there they want to send out max packs for Clem. They want max packs to snipe Clem. They want to save him for him. And if Cure comes out next, that's where they want to send out Namshar, which is an interesting decision there. We'll see what Namshar is ready. For those who were here a couple of weeks ago when we casted Namshar in WTL, he was very cheesy and he had a lot of really quirky builds. He had some very interesting builds and he was able to cause some upsets. So if Namshar is going to be fielded, I'm expecting a very aggressive, bit of a cheesier series out of him. And he may be coming in quite prepared for a Terran. Whether it's Clem or Cure, I'm sure Namshar has something ready for them. Of course, as I mentioned, skills is always an option. As we have seen, just because we have a little bit of, I guess, added extra information, based on the cam setup at least, we haven't seen skillless all night. So it feels like skills probably won't be fielded. Again, we don't have the cam of Cure either, so we don't know if he's available even, which is a bit of an enigma. But here we go, as we have our players of choice. Oh, let's go! We have our players here, and it's going to be Max Pax versus Clem. The PvT is upon us. Let's go. Ace versus Ace. Max Pax, the best Protoss player in Europe. Clem, the best Terran in Europa as well. They will be clashing here as the second players for their teams. Let's go. Oh boy, it's all on the line. And again, we are hoping for a 2-0 in either direction. This is going to be it. Titans do collide, and these two are very well versed with each other. They play each other on a weekly basis in the ESL Open Cups. Let's go.
Versus Team Liquid. Team 2. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. As we are getting into it and sporting in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Max Pax for Sidestorm Gaming. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran, the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Now, again, there's a lot of history between these two players. They face off on a weekly basis, whether it's ESL Open Cup Europe or ESL Open Cup Americas. Both Max Pax and Clem face off very regularly, and they go back and forth. I do know that for a long time, for like maybe a month period, Clem had a big win streak against Max Pax. He had a massive win streak. I want to say this was like in November, leading into December-ish. It was before DreamHack. It was before DreamHack Atlanta, I should emphasize. Like October, November. It was like a long period where Clem had like a massive win streak. And then that win streak was broken. I believe Max Pax was able to fight back, and again, they do go back and forth. They do go back and forth in series. So I'm feeling a 2-0. Sorry, I'm feeling a 1-1. I'm not feeling a 2-0, but we'll see as Max Pax is rushing into the goal base. This is very reminiscent of Royal Blood. If you were here in the previous season, yeah. We knew it wasn't a mistake. It's all good. Shout out to Drickett in the chat. We were listening in. We were listening in on some of your decision making, of course, on your deliberation. We were listening in. Yeah, if you are familiar with the previous map pool, if you're familiar with Royal Blood, it was very common for Protoss players to rush into the goal base on Royal Blood as well. So I'm not surprised that we have players like Max Pax and Hero rushing into the gold here on Equilibrium as well. So Max Pax looking to take initiative here in this game. Clem going to be moving out across the map with that Reaper. Soon, I imagine, going to be scouting that location. I'm sure Max Pax has taken this base in the past against Clem in these PvTs. And there we go. The Reaper does confirm the Nexus. Meanwhile, the Probe Scout also gets eyes on the Warlock, as Clem is going for a CC on the high ground. Very safe opener here out of Clem. Ooh, as we do have that recall going to be Maynarding those probes over. Now, as I say, it was a safe opener. I mean, it is a safe setup with the CC on the high ground, but it was a double gas opener out of Clem, so a much faster factory, which means faster Cyclone production. The first Cyclone is already on the way, so Clem, upon seeing this Ninja base, upon seeing this gold, he is going to be trying to punish it with, I imagine, these Cyclones. He already has one second Cyclones in production. Yeah, we're moving out. Immediately we are moving out. The pressure is now on MaxPax to defend, to try to hold on to this gold. And if he can reap its rewards. Behind this is going to be a Stargate follow-up here. Going to be a Stargate opener into Oracles, not Phoenixes. MaxPax, I'm sure, just amassing, getting ready here at his gold base. Cyclones are moving out. There is a shield battery. There will be an overcharge as well at the gold. Bear that in mind. Clem has quite a bit of firepower here. Now he can pick and choose. He can either go for the natural, for the gold, or for the main. Oracle going across the map. Bold move here from MaxPax. I mean, the Cyclones are out of position. Bear this in mind. The Cyclones are out in the center of the map. They are not at home to defend. Reaper does dive into the main base. Cyclones head towards the gold. At the same time, the Oracle gets into the main base of Clem. Chaos is ensuing. And how much is going to go down? The boys are being pulled. We have the shield battery going ham. We do get a couple of SCVs across the map. But the Oracle is forced back. We did have one defensive Cyclone. And that's going to be enough to force back that Oracle. Oh, the Adept does go down. And it looks like Clem, he's breaking the gold. There was only one Adept to defend. The Oracle, it's racing back home. We do have that overcharge, but it's running out. The overcharge is running out. Boys are being pulled once again. A lot of workers going to be falling here. And Clem, is he snowballing out of control? That's going to be 7-8 probe kills. Good juggling. Oh my god. Clem avoiding those stalker shots. Yeah, he has broken this Nexus, and MaxPax lose control of the gold. At the same time, the Oracle goes down across the map. The Oracle falls. And we're snowballing out of control. We have the Viking landing here as well. Phoenix comes in to pick up these Cyclones. It looks like Clem will be forced back. MaxPax, he holds. Oh my god. MaxPax, he will barely hold on here. He had to fight for it though, as it's still not over. These Stalkers are getting very low, and Clem refuses to back off. Finally, he will retreat. And we need to take a moment here. 14 workers went down. That was a lot of economic damage dealt. Any kind of advantage that gold base would have given MaxPax, not quite there anymore, as he has to resaturate his bases, rebuild his workers. But the Stalkers do barely hold on, and we're going for a counterattack. Blink is on the way behind this. It was a Stargate opener, but now we're going into Twilight Council, into Blink play. And can we break the natural base? MaxPax does arrive. Bunker's finishing up. Oh, we have a Liberator across the map, denying any kind of mining in the main. Liberator has arrived. Enjoying away the attention of MaxPax, and MaxPax taking his natural, taking a third even. He's expanding behind this. It looks like MaxPax doesn't really intend to commit, but he's containing his opponent. Is going to be containing. Nice control here out of MaxPax, but is still not enough to bring down that Liberator. Additional Stalkers are required. Dark Shrine on the way. Interesting move here from MaxPax. I mean, when behind, Dark Shrine. As MaxPax is down in those workers, DTs can be a really good way to come back. Even if we have scans, even if we have Ravens, Dark Templar can still find their way into mineral lines and can still wreak havoc. There is always potential. Liberator gets shut down. Drop gets spotted, but the Cyclones, they do get lock-ons on the Phoenix. Phoenix is shut down. Bearing in mind, Blink is done. We do have a Raven in between the bases. As we mentioned, the Raven is going to make things difficult for the Dark Templar to really find any damage. But if the army moves out, if the Raven moves out, the DTs, they can move in. And of course, they can pick off and have their way with that mineral line. Hallucination does get eyes on the Raven, as well as the positioning of the army. MaxPax pulling back, working on his own gateway explosion. And again, thankfully, because of all these Stalkers, Clem is stuck at home. So MaxPax, he's free to expand and probe and tech up. He has breathing room right now, thanks to all these Stalkers. Now, he does have to be careful. We can see that he's spreading out, trying to make sure he gets eyes on any kind of drop. And Clem will soon push. Third CC is now underway. Stim is done. +1 halfway. Yeah, and Clem is pushing. He's finally breaking free. Now again, as Clem moves out with the Raven, that's when the Dark Templar move in. And there we go. We have one DT being warped in from MaxPax at that southern gateway. MaxPax is getting ready for that counterattack. Ooh, almost snipes the Raven. There we go. The Dark Templar waddling on in, but they do not find a way, and that's a full wall. A full wall off at the natural. Clem's still pushing. Yeah, we go for the scan as well. DTs, they don't make it into the natural base. And Clemmy can focus on his push. Tanks are sieging, overcharges pop. That shield battery looking very exposed, and it's going to be focused down. And once again, this third base has been broken. The gold is going to get shut down. MaxPax has to evacuate. And Clem has a lot of momentum. A lot of momentum on his side. He has safety turrets back at home to defend. Shadow Stride is finishing off for those Dark Templar. Blink with the DTs. Stalkers, they come in from behind. Good pickoff. You do get a medevac. Very nice pickoff from MaxPax. Charge is done. We can try to collapse on this, but the tanks, they are pre-sieged. One tank goes down. The Zealots are getting annihilated. And here come the reinforcements. We are pushing on through. Remember, Overcharge is on cooldown. The Immortal goes down, and MaxPax just barely has an army here. The Zealots are being cleaned up. And it looks like Clem has too much. Up 40 supply. We're trying to warp in desperately here, but the Widowmine shots are going to go off. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG here again. MaxPax, I appreciate his opener where he was attempting to go for the gold base, but the reality is that he was punished. He was punished for that gold. He could not get it up and running as, I mean, he eventually did, I should say, but initially he lost 14 workers. 14 probes went down in the process of defending that Nexus, and he did hold on to it. He did save the base, but it did cost him a lot, and it was worth the trade for Clem. Clem did so well there, killing workers, trading with the army, and punishing that expansion to the point where even though MaxPax held on to it, again, he didn't have the lead that he wanted from that base. A lot came into that outcome as well. It was unfortunate that MaxPax did open up Stargate. Not just that he opened up Stargate, if you remember, winding it back, he went for a Stargate opener into an Oracle, and the Oracle didn't do any damage. The Oracle killed 2 SCVs, it killed 2 workers in the main, and then it went down to the Cyclone. There was a Cyclone in the main base, there was a Cyclone at the natural. Clem had the wherewithal to keep a Cyclone back at home to defend, and because of that, the tech opener of MaxPax didn't do any damage, and it wasn't really worth it in the end. Like, the Oracle was shut down, then we had to transition into delayed Blink and the delayed Twilight Council, and it was a rough road to recovery there from MaxPax based on the openers. And with that, we're now getting ready for game number 2. Now, MaxPax, it's going to be his map of choice, and the map is going to be Hecate. Here we go. Now, this is a best of 2. Clem may have won game 1, but MaxPax can bring Clem down with him and can take game number 2. Again, it's his map of choice. Hecate, a very interesting map. It is also another large map, not as open as Equilibrium. There are a lot of choke points, a lot of points of elevation in the center of the map, a lot of really difficult positions to actually push through as well. So with that, you have a lot of defender's advantage. You have a lot of advantages, especially if you have map control on Hecate. And I'm curious if MaxPax wants to open up Twilight Council here. We'll see. We'll see how he does open up. There is no goal base to tempt MaxPax either. I mean, there's like half a gold base, but it's not worth it. So it's only half a gold, so we shouldn't be seeing like a ninja base, or we shouldn't be rushing into a gold. Not here, because we're loading on in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Again, MaxPax, he needs your support in the chat to fight back And to tie things up, Clem already has a strong start here, and one more win for Clem means that he stays on, and MaxPax will be eliminated, will be knocked out until the revive later on. Potentially the revive later on, as there's no guarantee that it's going to be used on MaxPax. But likewise, MaxPax needs to win this game here to bring down Clem with him. And can he do it? Of course he can. MaxPax and Clem, they go back and forth time and time again. But it's all about how they feel here on the day. The pressure is on. It all comes down to one game. For the time being, Probe Scout comes in, does get eyes on the more economic opener here out of Clem. Winding it back, remember, game 1, Clem opened up double gas. It was a double gas opener out of Clem into a faster Cyclone. Here in game number 2, Clem is going for a Rax Expand. Only a single gas opener, which means delayed factory means faster CC. Oh, as it looks like we have jumped forward. I'll catch up. As we have completely skipped the early game. Shaking my head. So yeah, skip the early game, but it's all good. We are just getting into this. We have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener. Do apologize, but sometimes the clean feed does jump forward. But it's going to be a Stargate opener here out of MaxPax. Adept is going to be threatening that natural base. It looks like, again, Clem was able to get up and running. Factory now underway. Adept does get into the mineral line and is going to be attempting to trade here with the Marines. Does get one Marine. Nice pick off there from MaxPax. Meanwhile, second Adept has arrived. And we're going to be able to pick off one worker so far, doing a good job here at just pulling apart Clem. And we're going to be able to get another Marine as well. Nice pickups here out of MaxPax. Does escape with the Adept. Getting a couple of Marines and getting one SCV. Again, behind this, it was that Stargate opener. We're going into Phoenixes. This could be the beginning of Phoenix Colossus. I was hoping for a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. But again, it is going to be Phoenixes instead. Likewise, Clem getting into a 1-1-1, working towards a Widowmine drop. Okay. Mine drop is going to be upon us. Phoenixes are amassing. I believe MaxPax still hasn't fully gotten a scout of the main base yet, but he's just taking his gases. Robo's on the way. This should be leading to a Robotic Spay, a very standard way of playing here, very meta. Working towards Phoenixes, working towards Colossus. I'm assuming that's the direction we're going. Now we have options. We could throw down the Bay before the third, or the third before the Bay. We'll see how economic MaxPax wants to be, or how safe he wants to be. As it looks like he is going for that faster Nexus. Meanwhile, the Widowmines were in position to shut down any kind of Oracle or Phoenixes, but neither one did arrive, so Clem is going to be going for his drop. Meanwhile, there it is. There's a Nexus on the way alongside the Robotic Spay. So as I mentioned before, Phoenix Colossus is the bread and butter of TVP. At least it was for a very long time. Nowadays, we don't see it as often. It's really cool to see kind of the Protoss versus Terran matchup evolve and diversify, but again, MaxPax just going back to old reliable. And so we go, Clem not going for a mine drop, actually going for a push here with his Widow Mines, zoning back the army. Yeah, the army of MaxPax is going to be zoned away by these Widow Mines, and we get on top of the third base. MaxPax, he just cannot engage. He has to bring in a couple of workers. At the same time, he's catching reinforcements, does get on top of this Cyclone. Really good target firing out of Clem. Takes down an Adept. Oh my god, juggling back that Widowmine as well. Clem, calm down. Takes down 5 workers. And still has a mine shot. Again, there is no blink. But Clem is going to be forced back. Regardless, a good trade for the Terran player. Clem is retreating. Phoenixes, they get across the map. They're going to be able to get a couple of SCV kills. Oh, the turret is not done. Uh-oh. 5 workers go down. Good trade here from MaxPax. Remember, he also picked up reinforcements. And Clem backs off. And MaxPax doesn't cancel the third. He does hold on to it. So again, a really good moment here for MaxPax. He survives the attack, forces back the opponent, gets even more SCVs. At the same time, Clem going for a drop, but we have Stalkers in position. And the drop is deflected. With this, MaxPax is gotten away with his build. Phoenixes gain map control, Colossi on the way to shut down any kind of bio push, and the third base is getting up and running. MaxPax looking quite comfortable. Looking very comfortable here. Now, bearing in mind when it comes to the Clem side of things, he did lose a lot of workers, so he's recovering from losing all those SCVs, but he also preserved his army. Like, after he realized that he didn't quite have enough to deny the third, he did pull back. He respected the position of MaxPax. He consolidated his army, and now we're going for an even stronger push. Are those Woodmines stuck? As we go, Clem is pushing, and MaxPax, how many Colossi? That's the question. I know we have at least one. There we go, two. Two Colossi in position. We have sentries, we have force fields. Clem is going to have a hard time pushing up any of these ramps. Again, this is the power of Hecate. It isn't just like the secure three-base setup. It is all these ramps leading up into these three bases. It makes it so difficult for a Terran player to actually push up and to actually commit. And with that, Clem gets a couple of hits in on those Phoenixes. Widowmine drop here on left-hand side and making its way towards the third. We do have potentially a push towards the natural as well. Can MaxPax keep up? Clem going for a bit of a double-pronged attack here. Here we go. Widowmines into the third base. The main army pushing towards the natural. Colossi are keeping up though. Yeah, both Colossus in position. Viking going to be going down as well. Clem, he cannot gain any ground here. But the Widowmines, they come in. 5 probes go down. I think we have one more shot to go off. Ooh, on the main army. Pretty good. Clem, his main force is going to be stifled, but he catches some of these Phoenixes as well. 5 probes go down. Will these Widowmines reset? They might. They might end up resetting here. Clem, he may even get a sentry if it does. A probe. A little bit unfortunate for Clem. MaxPax does force back the army. Widowmines may be able to get extra hits in. As MaxPax is pushing, but he's down in supply. He has to be very careful with his movement. But there is a lot of pressure on him. Like, he can't stay at home. That's the thing. He cannot stay back at home and allow Clem to just freely expand and freely get his economy up and running. We are going to be pushing. We shut down a Marauder, a couple of Widowmines. We do have to respect the army. We do have to kite back. Force fields are thrown down, but has MaxPax overextended? The Immortal goes down. Expensive loss there for MaxPax. And he barely has anything to support his army. He has to retreat. Initially, it was a good trade, but losing the Immortal suddenly not quite worth it there for MaxPax. He is pulling back. Oh. As Colossus going to be recalling back home. MaxPax does preserve his units. But Clem, he's happily mining on 3 bases. We have a 4th CC on the way as MaxPax is taking his own 4th. Typically, the Protoss should be up a base compared to the Terran, but we're neck and neck. Which is why Clem, he's getting further and further ahead here in the supplies. He's been preserving his army and also maintaining a solid economy. Catches some Zealots here towards the left. Catches a pylon on the right. MaxPax has to split up his army. And Clem isn't committing. I mean, he knows he got scattered. That's what's important. He knows he got scattered. He knows that MaxPax should be in position. He scans ahead of time. There is a Colossus. There is a shield battery and an overcharge. It is popped. It is going to be popped here for MaxPax. At the same time, you see the Marauders diving on top of the Colossi on the right-hand side. Widowmine's going to be going off. Zealot's going down. It looks like the Colossi are safe. Clem going for a jump into the main. MaxPax trying to keep up here, but only a single Phoenix. Yeah, the Vikings go ham. They take down the shield battery. They take down one of the Colossi. An expensive loss there for Max Pax. And another Colossus is going to be going down. We got one more. Just barely. Yeah, the Vikings, they land. They take down the Stalkers. At the same time, the drop in the main base was deflected. But Clem, he is gaining ground. Can he get one more Colossus? We shouldn't be able to. Shouldn't. As we drop towards the 4th, 6 workers go down. And even though Clem doesn't have enough to break Max Pax, he has killed 2 Colossi. It's more than worth it. Low mine shots. Oh my god. The Colossus is so very low. We're going for the dive. Prism arrives just in time to juggle. Oh, but the Prism does go down. Good target firing out of Clem. A mine shot's going to be going off. We have a minefield left behind. Behind this looks like a Zealot counterattack at the would-be planetary. We get a couple of SCVs, and this does draw back the army of Clem. Max Pax just trying to buy some breathing room here. Observer arrives, and yeah, we can shut down all of these Widow Mines. Yeah, much more efficient cleanup here from Max Pax. But Clem is not out of this yet. He wants that 4th. It is so vulnerable. No shield battery, no overcharge. The army is arriving. Mine shots go up on the Zealots. Big mine shots. You see the Stalkers trying to push in. Clem doesn't have enough here to break him. Max Pax, he's holding. He is holding on. 2nd Robo's on the way. Again, he just now got his 4th base up and running. He couldn't afford a 2nd Robo. Oh, takes the mine shot to the face. But with that with that 2nd Robo, we should be getting into Disruptor production. Disruptors should be on the horizon. We do need to diversify our splash damage. Meanwhile, Clem, now that he's on 4 bases, working towards a 2nd starport, +1 ship weapons. I imagine Fusion Core on the horizon for Liberators. Ghost Academy well underway. Clem, his army is becoming that much more refined. Max Pax going for a Dark Shrine. As always, there's potential. Potential with DTs. It is going to be on the way. Likewise, there's always potential with Disruptors. You could be down 10, 20, 30 army supply, but one good Nova, one good purification shot from those Disruptors, and Max Pax, he can tie things up or even take a lead, even kill his opponent. As Max Pax is going to be able to start to recover here. He's back up to 3 Colossi. Now he's working on Disruptors. The Zealot counterattack catching Clem off guard here. He's racing back. There we go. 3 SCVs go down. Clem, his worker count not as healthy as it once was. And after all the aggression has subsided, I mean, it's been a while here. Clem has had a really hard time asserting himself. Max Pax is stabilizing. Max Pax has stabilized and has maxed out. Here we go. The Zealot Rumbies are not going to be stopping. Drop gets caught. Max Pax is going to be able to shut it down. Again, the momentum that Clem had, not quite there anymore. Pushing on the left-hand side is spotted by the Observer. Nova's go off. Up. Good connections. We take down Marauders. We take down Ghosts as well. Max Pax, he has weathered the storm. And now he can finally get into his own game. Now, Clem is on the cusp of maxing out as well. Bearing in mind that Clem is incorporating Liberators. That will change the dynamic of these 2 armies. Liberation zones are kind of the next big step here for Clem. +2 ship weapons on the way as well to help support those libs. Clem did double expand, or he threw down 2 CCs, getting his 5th. Here we go, Max Pax collapsing on this army. Big EMP on the Archons. Nova's going to be going up. Split's looking good here. The Colossi go down to the Vikings. Oh, a rough fight there for Max Pax, losing almost every single Colossus. Big Zealot run by. We have Liberators back at home. And Clem, he is breaking this base on the right-hand side. The Nexus will fall. Nova's will be a little bit better this time. But at the same time, Max Pax is out of position. The base is going to be going down. Clem popping off here, taking down the full mineral line. And 10 workers go down, and so will the Nexus. Good kiting here out of Clem. MaxPax bleeding out a little bit too much. There it goes off. Again, does not connect. That's going to be, what, 20 dead workers from MaxPax. In one swift move, his economy is in shambles. 22 dead workers as well as the base. And now we're diving on top of the disruptors. They're exposed. No shot. One disruptor goes down. The other barely escapes. Again, at the drop of a dime, things suddenly swing in favor of Clem. Both players were max, and then suddenly, Clem comes out with the split push. The Vikings killed every single Colossus. The Novas were lackluster. And the disruptors overextend. No shot. Every single disruptor goes down, and that's gonna be the entire robot army gone. Reset for MaxPax. He's down to only gateway units, only zealots, only stalkers. A big overextension. And here come the Liberators. Freedom has arrived. Liberation is here. And Clem, he's snowballing out of control. He shuts down at this fourth base. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-0, taking down MaxPax. GG. And along the way, we lost his camera. We lost the camera, but GG, well played. And Clem will take it here. And MaxPax, he had his moments. Don't get me wrong. He had his moments in that game. We did have a bit of a back and forth there. MaxPax was recovering. He was recovering from the early game aggression, from the nonstop pushes of Clem. He had maxed out, but we did see a kind of a big moment when both armies clash in the center of the map. Clem was able to pick MaxPax apart and also go for that drop towards the north. And with that, Psystorm is in a really rough position here. They need to bring Clem down, and they had a lot of faith. They had a lot of faith in MaxPax, and I don't blame them. MaxPax is the best Protoss player in Europe, arguably in the world, but wasn't able to take a game off of Clem. And with that, Psystorm, they're in a really rough position here. They need to send out another player, and they need to somehow bring Clem down. Now, they have Namshar, obviously. They have Namshar available. They may have other players as well. I'm not too sure who else is in the call or who else is on call. Players like Mindo VK, players like Epic. I'm not too sure if anyone has like a sniper build ready, but yeah, it is gonna be a tough call to make here. We may end up getting some insight as to what our lovely players will be saying, or what Psystorm is going to be coming up with. We'll see if we do get a read on that. Meanwhile, Cure's awake. Cure has returned. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to get some food. If he went and got some food to eat. But Cure is here, and that doesn't bode well. That means that if Clem is taken out, Cure is ready to come in to clean house. Cure is at the ready here, if need be. So, yeah, that's a little bit brutal here. Team Liquid looking strong, looking powerful in their position. Now, obviously, Clem is going to be staying on. He's going to be staying on for as long as he can, until he gets knocked down. That's all on Psystorm. The pressure is on. Cure lives. Catching up. We time travel though. It's fine. It's fine. MaxPax looking as fresh as ever. He did look quite fresh. He did. Looking suave, Bobby. Suave. But yeah, with that, again, the pressure is on Psystorm here. It was going to be a difficult one for them regardless, just because they're relying so heavily on MaxPax, and with MaxPax not being able to take a game off of Clem, suddenly all their plans, all of their strategies is up in the air. And I want to believe in Namshar. We'll see. We shall see. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. The teams are still deliberating who to send out. And when we return, we'll have our answer for who it will be. See you soon. And we have returned here, and yes, we have our player of choice. We're going to be getting into our next game, into our next best of two, and it is going to be Namshar. Namshar going to be coming in clutch here for himself, for his team, but he has a mountain to climb. But you know what? Have you seen his calves? Oh, he's ready to go, Papi. He's ready to climb that mountain, to climb that Clem. Vamonos, Papi. Namshar coming out as the final hope of Psystorm Gaming. Can we do
Psystorm
it?
Gaming versus Team Liquid. Game 3. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. As Namshar has arrived here, we have a ZVT before us in a best of two, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our blue Zerga player representing Team Psystorm. It is Namshar. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Ooh, Namshar going to be opening up with a 15-15. Interesting. Going to be 15 hatchery into an extractor trick into a 15 spawning pool. This is a very safe and very greedy way to play as well. I say greedy, a relatively very safe way to play. With this, we do have a faster spawning pool, a delayed gas geyser. We gain access to faster queens. And in a way, we want to be greedy because we want to drone up as much as we can. Just because we have delayed gases, we will most likely be skipping link speed and getting into roach play. That's typically kind of where this takes us. Again, with this, we're going to be having faster queens, and we can shut down any kind of early game Reaper aggression from our opponent. As Namshar is mixing it up. Again, this is an opener that has been rising in popularity a little bit. We've seen Wayne has been very fond of it. Shin has been very fond of it in this matchup specifically. As Overlord is being sent out, and the gas is now being taken for Namshar. And again, Namshar, he has been a really interesting player to follow, very quirky builds at times. When I remember, I do recall seeing some interesting all-ins as well, and I wonder if Namshar has something prepared for Clem, for the Terrans in general, whether it's Clem, whether it's Cure. What will he whip out? But now, queens are on the way. Again, no links. This is the purpose of the 15-15, is that you cut link production, you rely on your queens to defend, and you just drone. You drone up as much as you can. As links aren't really necessary here to defend, as long as your queens are in position. Oh, we lost the cam again. No. Clemch. We lost his cam. As Reaper dives into that mineral line, we do force out a gas geyser. But the drone is saved. And Namshar will hold. You know, we have 1 queen for each base. Meanwhile, we have our opener of choice from Clem. It is going to be a 3rd CC before starport. Very economic from our Terran player, as that 3rd CC is in production. So taking a much more macro-oriented kind of outlook here on this game. So there we go. We have replaced Clem with that still image. Well, as we do see, the drone going down. A bit of a misstep there from Namshar. And a nice start for Clem. Again, this early on, drone should not be falling. Oh, that is a 2nd Rax, by the way. This is a 3cc 2-1-1. It's been a while. It has been a while. As the Reaper comes back in, he wants another drone. And he's going to get it. 2 workers go down. This is getting a bit out of hand here. These, 2 workers doesn't sound like a lot, but this early on, when we have, 25 to 30 workers, every drone does count. Meanwhile, this is what I was waiting for. So when we go for a 15-15, I mentioned, right, where that you typically skip link speed. You skip link speed, and typically you go straight into roaches. But no, we're not going into roaches. Namshar is going for a fast lair. Very fast lair. Now, there's that roach warren on the way. Now, with this fast lair timing, we can, of course, rush into roach speed. We have an Evo chamber on the way. Okay, so we shouldn't really be going for something like Nidus play. As Hellions dive in, they get eyes on the roach warren, and they get into the mineral line. Drones are going down. This is a really good way to abuse the fact that there are no links. There are no links here for Namshar. Workers are going down. They're lining up. 5 workers go down so far. This is becoming a bit much. 6, 7 drones here. As finally we shut down this Hellion, but we get eyes on the lair. We have seen all. We know all. There's roach speed on the way. We could try to go roaches alongside a Spire, but there we go. +1 carapace in production here for the Zerg player. But Clem, he saw everything. He is fully aware of the commitment into roaches. He's fully aware of the lair timing. And he was able to deal quite a lot of economic damage. Namshar has quite a bit of recovering to do. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to Namshar going for an all-in from here. I'm talking about cutting workers at around 66, 3 base saturation. You max out on Roach Ravager and you just send it. Unfortunately, Alcyone isn't the best map for all-ins just because of the ramp leading into the 3rd, the points of elevation. This can be a very well-fortified position. It can be really difficult to break. We've seen players struggle to break Protoss players time and time again with Roach timings, and we've seen something similar in this matchup as well. So we'll see if Namshar makes any more drones. That's what I'm curious about. Meanwhile, we have a double drop coming in. Well, we can focus down the queens. But so far, we do hold on. Good defense so far by Namshar. And he is droning. That is 7 more workers on the way. We are saturating our bases. Bailing Nest, 2nd Evo chamber. It looks like Ling Bane Roach Ravager. It looks like after this +1 carapace, we should be working on +1 melee. But we'll see. We'll see if we commit to melee or range. As the double drop does dive into the main base, we're going straight for the queen. Oh, queen is barely up. Gonna go down. We chase down the queen. We get 3 more drones. Good target firing there out of Clem. And there it is. Not range, melee. So we can see that it was Roach Ravager to begin with, and maybe hoping to force an overreaction. But as a follow-up, Namshar is getting his 4th and getting into Ling Bane aggression instead. Ling Bane as a composition. So Ling Bane, Ravager here from Namshar. As the Roaches should eventually be morphed into Ravagers just to support. Just to be more of a supportive unit. Meanwhile, the drop play continues. Clem has already achieved quite a lot with this, and he wants more. Does want more here, as we do have the double drop into that 3rd base. We're going for another queen. Queen does go down. Clem gonna be forced back. Oh, gonna get another drone. 3 worker kills. 3 workers so far here in between the bases. Clem coming back in here from the left-hand side. Does get a couple of roaches. Meanwhile, throughout all of this, as Clem has been harassing, he is just building up his tank counts, working on 2-2. 4th CC is on the way. So far, Clem just building up, getting ready for an eventual push. I just realized we didn't have link speed. Link speed is on the way as well. We're catching up. We're catching up with those upgrades, and here comes the push. This is what Clem has been building up towards. We're moving out with 3 tanks, a massive bio army. And can Namshar deal with this? I'm concerned. If we had Ravagers, then maybe, but yeah, we haven't morphed them in. The Ravagers are not ready for this. Roche is going to be pushing. Link speed will finish up in time. We catch another queen. Another queen does fall. Oh, that's a lot of Marines here. Bailing speed has finished up. We're collapsing on top of the Marines. Oh, big connections. Oh my god. Massive connections here on the Marines. And Namshar cleans this up. Clem, a big overextension there. The splits were not good enough from the Terran player, as he took some massive Baileys to the face. And suddenly, Namshar has momentum. Namshar, that was the fight that he was looking for. That was the fight that he was hoping for. I mean, I don't think he was expecting it, but a very strong fight, a very strong engage. With that, Clem has to back off. Namshar building himself up, getting a 4th. 2-2 is on the way. Hive tech as well. Creep is spreading. We have an option. Either Namshar can push here and now to capitalize on Clem losing supply, or he can just try to get further ahead. And for the time being, Namshar is taking a defensive position, which is respectable. He's just double expanding, getting his goal base. Meanwhile, Clem is going to be pushing on the left-hand side, trying to catch one of those queens. Does get a queen. Meanwhile, Namshar is pushing. He's committed. Doesn't quite get that base, though. There are tanks in position. Clem picking up a couple of Bailings. Good pickups here from the Terran. The Vipers are on the way. Clem is recovering at this point. Yeah, trading well against the Roaches. Better target firing here out of Clem. And he will collapse on this army as well. Namshar, again, he had momentum earlier, but Clem has since recovered. He's been able to max out, build up his army. He's on 4 bases, soon to be on 5. And here comes the second wave from Clem. Can Namshar have another miracle engage? He does to get himself with a tank. Tank goes down. Oh, Bailey's they crash into some of those Marauders, though, as Clem takes a better fight. He's pushing on forward. And this time does pre-split his army. Vipers are still on the way. Good target firing. And Clem going to be focusing a little more here, but his army's bunched up. Ooh, hot pick up. Mine shot's going to be going if the Marines this time are saved. Clem will pull back. Will pull back in the end. Namshar still amassing his army. Remaxing is up to 92 workers. Oh my god. A very healthy worker count. As he's remaxing, I believe the Hive, yeah, of course, is done. 3-3 is on the way. Adrenal as well. Vipers are out. Namshar, he can keep up with this. Nice dodge on the mine, even forcing friendly fire. Up, up. Oh my god. Oh my god, the mine shots even taking down some of the Metamax. Good drags here from Namshar. Does come across the tank. Oh, try to bait out those Widow Mines as well. Good retargeting out of Clem. Oh my god. The retargeting. As additional Widow Mines go off. We do need detection. No Overseer, not yet. Yeah, 3 Overseers on the way. More mine shots going to be going off. And Namshar does have to retreat. I mean, he's been holding his own. It's been really impressive. Namshar, he's holding his own here against Clem. He has a bank to work with as well. Hive Tech is wrapping up. We still need that detection, though. Oof. Oh god, the Widow Mines are resetting. Widow Mines do reset, but we're going to be able to clean them up. do clean them up in the end. Bit of a better engage here. Ling Bane trying to go for a run by, but Namshar is racing back home. He has to take this seriously. Did pile down one of those libs. Viper has arrived. Oh, probes. Drone's going to be going down. Big mine shots here on the Banelings. Clem taking a better fight here. There's only a handful of Banelings left. That's a lot of Lings, though. A good target firing. The target firing out of Clem gets every single Baneling. Will eventually be cleaned up, though. There are just far too many Lings. Meanwhile, Liberators across the map getting even more drones. Getting out of hand. And you can see Namshar struggling to deal with this. A big part of this as well, the lack of anti-air. No Spire, no Hydroden. Just almost pure Ling Bane. Ling Bane Viper. And these libs, they have become an issue. They have become a problem. As Clem is reinforcing. Pushing in once again. And without anti-air, again, these Liberators, they're just buying so much time. And they're gaining so much value here. Yeah, we're relying on Biles. Liberators are going to be splitting up. We siege up on here on top of the Ravagers. Ling Bane rolling in. Oh god, the Widowmines. Mine shot's going to be going off. It looks like there isn't quite enough bio on the ground here to break through. But overall, an efficient trade for the Terran. Yeah, parasitic bombs are thrown down. That's all we really can do. Good Biles. Biles clean up a lot of those libs. We barely do get on top of that gold. Again, a very scrappy fight here from Clem. Big part of it, he's just heavily reliant on these Liberators. There we go. The Freedom has arrived. A massive Freedom Zone being set up here. Covering this entire area. They are bunched up, though. A couple of good Biles. Yeah, Biles, they will connect. They take down two of those libs. Power bombs as well. But Clem, he is maxed out. He's taking another base. He's taking his own gold. Clem has the better economy. And he's looking to snowball out of control. We're trying to engage here with Ling Bane off of creep, but we run out of steam. We run out of larva, of momentum. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, Clem will take it. But a shout out to Namshar. I mean, again, maybe... I don't know what it is, but again, Namshar, he's been around for a long time. He retired for a while. He's been taking a break. He's not as active as he once was. But for Namshar to take it to Clem like that and to even have some really strong moments where he was actually ahead and leading in that game, I'm impressed. Well, I've been getting really impressed recently by Namshar and like these kind of standout performances, especially in WTL. It's good stuff. GG, well played. Didn't bring down Clem, but did again not look too bad at all. Didn't look too bad whatsoever in that game. In game 1. But with that, Clem does take the first game, and it's going to be on Namshar to fight back in game number 2. Going to be on Namshar to bring it all back here in his map of choice. I also just realized, I could be wrong. Maxed and XY were casting initially the show matches, which made sense because F91 and Xiaose were, playing. But XY and Maxed, they've been casting the entire night, right? Right? They've been here the entire time.
I mean, they have switched with shows and F91 for a few.
Have they switched?
Okay, I think they did half and half, maybe.
Half and okay. They've been rotating back and forth, but yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised because I thought they were only going to do the show matches, but no, they're putting in the work. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Maxid and XY. Big shout out. Do love to see them. As we're getting ready for game number 2, and it is going to be on Equilibrium. So that is going to be our map of choice for Namshar. Let's go. Equilibrium is up next. And we're going to be loading on in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of our map. We have representing Sidestorm Gaming, Namshar. And in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, Clem. And the question becomes, will we lose his cam again? Will the camera be knocked out as... Oh, hello, Namshar. We are going for another 15-15. It's going to be a 15 hatchery at the goal base into a 15 spawning pool. Very similar to what we saw in the previous game, but of course, with a twist with the gold. Now, I'm a little bit concerned for Namshar. We saw how well Clem punished this in the TVP against MaxPax. MaxPax could not really get this base up and running, and I mean, by the time he did, like, it just wasn't worth it in the end. He has sustained so many losses. Clem did such a great job at punishing this gold. Can he do the same here against Namshar, or can Namshar get away with it? Can he get away with the gold? So we are going to be settling on in. His hatchery is on the way. We are going to be meandering over towards that goal base. As is being pointed out, no gases yet. And again, it's a 15-15, so delayed gases are very much so of the norm. May even just take the gas geyser at the goal base instead. But bearing in mind, winding it back to game one, Clem killed 2 drones. He killed 2 workers with his Reaper, and that was with a standard setup. Oh boy, so I worry for how much damage this Reaper is going to get done in game number 2. SV Scout comes in, Clem gets eyes on the goal base. He's aware, he knows. And how does he respond? Ooh, as Namshar is rushing into a Roach Warren, this is what I was hoping for here. Again, if we're taking the goal base, usually it's for an all-in, and we're going for a Roach Rush. Now Clem has arrived with his Reaper. Gonna be chipping away at these drones. Ooh, gonna be denying mining at the gas geyser though. Pretty important. Again, we need that gas to actually produce those roaches. So Clem going to be rotating around. Getting into that mineral line. Disrupting the mining. Oh, behind this economic opener, Clem is going 3cc. He's crazy. Okay, he's going to be going for a 3cc opener. Oh, does shut down one of those drones. Big pick off there from Clem. And now he's going in for the scout. He's going in for the scout into the main base. Hatchery has been spotted. And the Roach Warren is confirmed. Now, we aren't making that many roaches. I think we're making, like, what? 4 or 5 roaches are going to be waddling across the map. They're going to apply some pressure, don't get me wrong. But Clem is going to be getting ready for it. We got the roaches are moving out. Clem back at home, working on double Cyclone production. Got a reactor factory. As a reminder, again, it was a 3rd TC before Starport, so a very economic follow-up. And yeah, these roaches are being completely shut down by the Cyclones. Not even close here. The first roach goes down, and we can hunt down every other roach as well. Ooh, remember, because it's a 15-15, no link speed. No link speed, as link speed just now begins, and Namshar's in a world of hurt right now. He loses, what was that, 4 roaches? He is in a lot of trouble. Additional roaches are on the way. Overlord gets caught out. A handful of Cyclones is all you need to really just wreak havoc here for the Zerg. Supply blocking Namshar. Additional roaches have arrived. But the Cyclones do outrange them. And just kiting the hell out of these roaches. Reinforcements, they do come in from the left-hand side, but we now have 4 Cyclones. 4 Cyclones have arrived. And these roaches just cannot touch them. Now, the Ravagers will help. They do have longer range. Behind this double E base, it's going to be a bio transition out of Clem. Is going to be Marines and Marauders. It is going to be on the way. Likewise, Clem still hasn't lost any Cyclones. He's been very efficient with his army. Ling speed has finished up, but I don't think we have many Lings, and the mass Cyclone, it's getting a bit out of hand. Remember, we are working towards a bio push behind this. These Cyclones are just doing such a good job here, just trading. Keeping Namshar on the back foot. Rich speed on the way. And we can see Clem getting into the rest of his Raxes. His third CC up and running. And it looks like Namshar is committed. He hasn't droned in quite some time. He's cutting workers at 48. Roaches, Ravagers, Lings are on the way. And Namshar's all in. He's completely all in at this point. And if Clem is too greedy, then Namshar, he could end it. He could end it all here and now. Here we go. Namshar going to be moving out. Likewise, Marines. Oh, they are amassing. 21 Marines in total. 6 Cyclones. And Namshar is completely all in at this point. The Marines are going to get caught out. Yeah, a good chunk of Marines going to be going down. Lings, they come in from behind. They're going straight for the Cyclones. They do turn back around. The Marines, they do get surrounded. Already a good start here for Namshar. Shuts down the workers, or shuts down the Marines. The Biles. Oh, they also connect here with the SCVs. The tank has arrived. Clem going to be able to hold on to his natural, but he loses 12 workers. 12 SCVs did go down. Namshar is still committed, still not droning. Still just amassing nothing but Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers. And he is taking control of the third. But can he keep pushing the Biles? Biles grazing that orbital. Cyclone's trying to trade. And one more volley of the base is going to be burning down. Yeah, this CC, oof, massive volley there. So many workers fall. The tank is doing quite a lot in the back line. 6 SCVs go down. I can't believe the orbital's still alive. The orbital somehow survives. We sim on top of the Ravager army. Oh my god. Clem somehow cleans this up as well. Namshar losing every single Ravager. Oh my god, overextending. Likewise, I believe that he had enough. I believe he had enough to sustain himself, to deny the base, to bile down the orbital, but he was punished, and Clem cleans up the entire army. Now Namshar is droning, but now Clem can move out. Namshar is droning up as much as he can to recover from that all-in. Meanwhile, Clem pushing out across the map. 1-1 is done. Combat shield stim also complete. And do we have an answer for this? Do we have anything to deal with these Marines? We do have a couple of Lings. They're trickling in. They're trickling into the main base. We have some Ravagers as well. Thankfully, we have an army. We have 5 workers go down. The Queen as well. Clem being forced out of the main. Oh, God. Not like this. Here comes the main force. Again, the tank count was left untouched. That's what's terrifying here, is the tank count has been building up over the course of this entire game. Clem's still up in workers, up in economy. Moving out with a massive army. And he is just outscaling Namshar. Again, it was a failed all-in. And it's just so difficult to recover from that kind of position. Tank's going to be sieging. And we slowly pushing towards that goal base. I mean, it's almost mined out at this point, to be fair. Bailey's rolling in. Bailey's will crash into the tanks. A good pre-split here from Clem. A nice reaction there. We clean up the Ling Bane. We can keep pushing. Clem did lose a couple of tanks. Did happen. Down to only 2. But that may just be too much nonetheless. As we do stim on forward. Ling Bane is going to be shut down. You can see Clem just snowballing out of control when it comes to the army supply. I mean, this third base is fully saturated. Namshar trying to take his own fourth behind this. I mean, so far, good target firing here from these Ravagers. We're picking up some units here and there, wherever we can. We lost the camp. Not like this. We lost the camp up because Ling Bane's going to be rolling forward again. A good split there from Clem. Spreading out his Marines, avoiding those piles. Having his way with this army. Namshar trying desperately to hold on. But Clem is just rallying everything across the map. Yeah, there's nothing to hold him back, nothing to draw away his attention. The reinforcements, they have arrived, and this is just all we've been waiting for. Bailey's going to be rolling on in, but GG gets called. It's just become too much here. Clem, he will take the series at 2-0, taking down Namshar. GG. Double kill. Oh my god. I appreciate the build from Namshar, going for the goal base, going for the roaches initially, but he was completely shut down by the Cyclones. The follow-up all-in had potential, and we did deny the third. We were killing SCVs, but we couldn't touch the third. We couldn't touch the natural base. We couldn't break into the natural, and arguably arguably Namshar did overstay his welcome. He lost far too much when he was containing his opponent, and Clem, he snowballed out of control, Poppy. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be setting up for a revive match. Psystorm, they have lost Geralt, they've lost Max Pax, they have lost Namshar as well. Those are the three players that they fielded tonight. We have one revive remaining here for Psystorm Gaming to fight back, to bring it all back here. And most likely the revive is going to be Max Pax. There's no question about it. There's no debate. There's no discussion. Max Pax is the only clear answer. And there's a lot of weight on his shoulders. Max Pax needs to win every game moving forward. One loss and Max Pax will be out. And Psystorm will be out of the tournament. The pressure is on. But again, a big shout to Namshar. Again, I was very impressed in game one. Game one was very impressive to see Namshar take it to Clem, to be honest, and even be ahead in certain aspects. It was very impressive. Very impressive stuff in game one. Game number two was a little bit more cut and dry. It was a little bit more by the book. But overall, GG, well played. Namshar does bow out, and we're going to be going on a very short break here to confirm whether or not Psystorm do revive Max Pax. See you soon. Take this moment, hydrate a Hydra, set your roaches, get some water, and we'll be back for our next round of games. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Shulkora, we have our player pick here. We have our revive. One revive is available, and MaxPax has been chosen to lead the charge.
Persistorm Gaming versus Team Liquid. Game 4. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game as we're loading into potentially our final series here, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, representing Sidestorm Gaming. He needs your support. It is MaxPax. And in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Oh my god. Wait, what? Clem going for a CC? Wait. No, sorry. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a CC. Okay, we're fine. Everything's normal. He's going for a Rax at the triangular third base. This is a way to hide your Rax. It's basically a fake proxy. Very similar to PvP, for example. If you're familiar with PvP, you would know that sometimes Protoss players throw down fake proxy pylons. Very similar kind of mindset here. Where the Rax is at the third, and with the Probe Scout, MaxPax is maybe thinking it's a real proxy, and it is being sent across the map. So this is designed to force an overreaction from the Protoss player. Again, it's getting late. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. So, for a moment, I thought he was taking the unnatural natural as a CC with a CC first. That's where my brain went. I was like, what? But again, just a Rax on his side of the map. Meanwhile, to quickly reiterate, MaxPax has been revived. One more loss and he will be knocked out, and Sidestorm will be knocked out of the event itself. MaxPax needs to win every single game moving forward here to give Sidestorm a chance at redemption and a chance to make it further into this tournament. So MaxPax, he needs your support if you want more games. Needs your support. Meanwhile, yep, MaxPax did make a Zealot first. Basically, you would never make a Zealot unless you believed, of course, that you were being proxied. So a very safe opener here from MaxPax. Zealot is moving out across the map just to make use of it, just to gain some kind of value because it was forced out. So far, a good start for Clem. Did force resources to be wasted. You can see the Zealot going towards the natural. Clem going for the CC on the high ground, so when the Zealot arrives, there's nothing for it to do. There is nothing for it to kill. Gonna have to swipe away here at the wall. And does get eyes on the building CC. So at least MaxPax does scout. At least he's aware. At least. You know, I see Iron Ring in the chat. You know, I was a little bit on the fence about the nails. I was on the fence about it, but I like it. It's kind of growing on me. It's a good look. It's a good look. As we do have Cyclones on the way, Medevac as well for a Cyclone drop. So Clem is soon to be the aggressor behind this. Reaper chasing down this Zealot, looking for the kill. Adepts have arrived though, and yeah, the Reaper is going to be hunted down. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice. So just to quickly reiterate, MaxPax did go for a Twilight Council opener. It's going to be going for Blink Stalkers. We have a Committed Gateway Explosion. We have one Gateway and a second and third Gateway on the way. So 3-gate Blink from MaxPax. It is just a way to gain map control. We should be expanding behind this. We can either go for an expansion or for a Robotics Bay, depending on how economic MaxPax wants to be. As the Marines have arrived, we're diving on top of these Adepts already. The Cyclone does make it as well. Do we have a shield battery? Uh-oh. No shield battery. Stalker's going to be coming in. How good is the Might Shot going to be? We take down the Adept. The Adept does fall. We're pushing on forward into the natural base. Clem looking to snowball out of control. The Stalkers, they will survive. Boys may have to be pulled. We get another warp in. And with the surround, MaxPax should clean this up, but he will lose another Stalker in the process. 2 Stalkers go down. The juggling here from Clem. Oh my god. Avoiding the shots. He gets a 3rd Stalker. That should not have happened. Finally, the Cyclone goes down, but the juggling was crazy. Oh my god. That one Cyclone killed 3 Stalkers on its own. It was wild. Clem gets cleaned up. MaxPax is going to be pushing, going for a big counterattack. Remember, it was 3-gate blink. That was the opener, which means we have map control. We can counterattack. And now it's going to be Clem on the defensive. That was still wild, though. The juggling was insane. Okay, the Prism has arrived, going for a big warping across the map. Going to be committing to a push. The Stalkers towards the natural, drop into the main. Tank is in position. Bunker still not quite done. Oh, but the main base is looking exposed. And MaxPax is not going to take this lying down. He is here to deal some counter damage. We do have that. We do have the auto turret across the map, though. We do get 3 probe kills. Oh, meanwhile, 6 SCVs go down. Very nice damage here as the Raven is left idle. Raven left idle for a moment. Prism going to be coming in. Marines are in position. Chaos ensuing here as we throw down another auto turret. Meanwhile, MaxPax has vision of the main base. Is going for the dive. Going for Stim. Yeah, the tank is out of range. Stim, it's going to be cancelled. A big pig off there from MaxPax. Likewise, the Prism has returned. It does survive as well. The Stalkers are going to be going down, and we do recall the War Prism. But overall, not a bad trade here from MaxPax. He did lose a lot of Stalkers, but he denied Stim. With that, he delays the push. Push has been delayed. We have Charge on the way. Third base up and running for MaxPax. He does have a worker lead. Mules will be making up for that, but again, MaxPax not in the worst position. Really, the biggest thing that's hurting him is his lack of army, is his dead Stalkers. As it does take quite some time to rebuild and reinforce. A couple of Stalkers going to be moving out. Again, just going to be threatening any kind of move out from Clem. Scan into the natural does reveal, I believe the Robo was in the natural base. Doesn't see much else. We can see that we have not thrown down a Bay yet. It is not going to be Colossus production. We have Charge and Immortals instead. Speaking of, MaxPax getting ready for a Zealot run by. Zealot drop into the natural. We are preparing. Likewise, Clem, he wants to push. Does want to move out. I'm sure he's aware that the Prism is still active, is still out there. Fanning out his Marines. Trying to get a read on it. And there we go. As the army moves out, Zealot's moving in. Prism towards that natural. Is spotted by Clem. As Clem is distracted by the War Prism, going for some Raven harass. Yeah, shield battery is going to be targeted down. Good pick up. Oh, never mind. Shield battery survives. Third base is being taken. Viking on the hunt for that War Prism. Oh, did we come across it? Oh. So we barely don't. MaxPax taking a 4th base. Now working on his splash damage. Bay is done. Colossus production well underway. Now, Colossi have been delayed because of the build and the tech of choice from MaxPax. I believe he's going to have his 2nd Colossus by the time the fight happens. Or at least 1, which is not a lot. And MaxPax is pushing, he's committed. The Raven taking a lot of hits. Oh, does survive. Zealot Runby runs into the bunker. Jump into the natural. The first Colossus is in position. Shield battery not quite done, and we may just have too much, by the way. Big anti-armor missile as well on the Colossus, on the entire army. Zealots are getting across the map, but we have reinforcements back at home. Yeah, the Vikings going to be coming in, and the Prism is going to go down. And that means that Clem can focus on his push. Yeah, boys are being pulled across the map. A lot of SCVs are falling. But Clem, he doesn't care about his workers because he's going for the kill. The Prism is hunted down. Zealot's coming in from behind. Only 1 tank left. Clem running out of steam a little bit. He lost 22 SCVs. He's all in. He's all in at this point. He has to commit. He has to send it. But he's pushing into 2 Colossi. Tank is sieging. Zealots are going to be coming in from behind. And can we collapse on top of the Colossus? Looks like we can. Yeah, there's just not enough here. The first Colossus does fall. Tank shot's going to be going off. Zealots are coming from behind. Ooh, Widow Mines, they take down the Zealots. They force a bit of friendly fire, and MaxPax is holding. He does hold, he does survive. He lost a base and a Colossus in the process. But he's going to be able to hold on. Behind this, Clem, he's got 1-1, only a single eBay. He did lose a lot of workers back at home during that attack. And speaking of, MaxPax going for another counterattack, catching some of these medevacs. Gets one. Good movement out of Clem. This is one of those medevacs. Dark Shrine is on the way, and the game is going to be settling from here. Things got very chaotic, very intense, very chaotic for a while there. MaxPax barely held, and Clem respects that position, does retreat. So Clem is working on a 4th. Meanwhile, so is MaxPax, which means I have to give the edge here to Clem. He has a better economy. He has mules. MaxPax working on a Dark Shrine for potential DT harass. Dark Templar, they can do quite a lot here. They can pull Clem apart. As we sim on forward, we shut down some of these Stalkers. Big pickoffs. And Stalkers are quite expensive. Dark Shrine gets scattered as well. Immediately we have turrets on the way. Immediately turrets. Sack defense. I'm sure we're going to be holding onto some energy for scans as well. So a really big moment. It does sound like potentially even a prism just went down. Towards that main. And Clem, he's on the brink of maxing out. Yeah, he's getting a 4th, going to be maintaining his economic lead. We are moving out. A couple of DTs are sprinkled around the map. We are moving forward. Clem should be ready for them back at home, but there's no turret here at the 4th. There we go. Up, the Nova. Does go off. Doesn't quite connect. Meanwhile, SCVs are going down. Reinforcements coming. We do have an EMP. Good connection. Decent counterattack out of MaxPax, but Clem is maxed out. He's at 200 supply. He's ready to end it. Ready to just collapse here on the 5th, on the 4th as well. We need some miracle novas. These disruptors, they can keep MaxPax in this. We do need some miracle connections. Never goes off. Oh, decent connection. Does graze the army. Colossi being forced back. Mine shot's going to be going off. Clem will respect this position. Will retreat for now. Waiting for the overcharge. Overcharge is going to be running out. Never goes off. Oh, good splits. Oh my god. The splits here from Clem. Does avoid the Novas. Reinforcements are on the way. We're getting on top of these Stalkers. Getting on top of the army. Zealots are coming in. Decent Novas here towards the end, but we have taken down every single Colossus. The Vikings, they can land. And we're running out of Novas. Oh, big connection. Big connection towards the end here. The Novas, there's just always one available until now. As it looks like Clem has broken through the back line here. He's broken the backbone of MaxPax's army. And the disruptors, they're resetting. Decent connections, but the base is going to be going down. Boys are being pulled. There are 2 disruptors left. 1 disruptor remaining. We do have a Dark Templar. You have DTs mixed in. EMP does connect though. And it looks like MaxPax is going to be able to barely hold on. Does force back Clem for a moment until the reinforcements arrive. Clem is just rallying everything across the map. And it is becoming too much here. Clem does barely hold on to his base, but he lost his 5th in the process, if you recall. Did lose his 5th base. His Colossus count was reset. We have 2 Colossi on the way. But Clem, he does have a massive supply lead. Decent connection here, but we need more than just a decent connection. And again, we were hoping for more of a back and forth, hoping for a longer series. The base does go down. MaxPax knocked down to 3 Nexi. But Clem, very much so in form nowadays. He isn't the ESL Masters Winter Champion for no reason. As Dark Templar are going to be waddling on in. There are DTs all over the place, actually. Can we buy time? The Dark Templar does go down. Pushing towards the 3rd base. Colossi have arrived. Good swipes here on the army. MaxPax can try to take a fight here. A 3rd Colossus is on the way. And once again, Clem is going to be forced back. He does have Liberators. Liberation! They're coming out! Dark Templar, they do hit the 3rd. They do hit the natural. 6 SCVs. But now we are committing to Sky Terran. Liberators, Vikings, plus 2 ship weapons. All is necessary as we catch the Dark Templar. Now MaxPax, I was going to say he needs time to recover, but he won't be getting that time as MaxPax does tap out, recognizing how far behind he is and how little he has left. GG, well played. Clem will take down MaxPax 1-0. And again, because it was a revived player, that's all Clem did need. GG, well played. Clem, Team Liquid, a laser, Cure, Mana, all together, they will be taking this series and they will advance on into tomorrow's day of playoffs. GG. GG, well played. My condolences to Psystorm Gaming. They put up a good fight. Again, I was very impressed with how Namshar was able to perform. A big shout to Geralt. Remember, Geralt, he took down a laser. That was a big win for him as well. A laser is the best Zerg player in Poland. And Geralt was able to tie up his series 1-1 as well. So really impressive showing there by Geralt. I was impressed by Namshar as well. MaxPax, there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and again, he was able to have some good performances against Clem, but just wasn't able to take a game here. Again, Clem is on fire recently. He has recently won his first Premier event. He's in form and arguably the best Terran player in the foreign scene or even the world, possibly. Like he's been on point, been on fire. GG, well played. And yeah, Team Liquid there, they have a pretty deep run ahead of them. Like with players like Clem and Cure on their team, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential for how deep they can go in WTL. And their next series is going to be tomorrow. In 17 hours time, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion on this channel. So players like Alazer, Clem, Skillis, Cure, Mana, they're going to be going up against Björn, Lambo, Harstem, and Scarlet. Shopify versus Team Liquid, going to be an amazing series. Oh boy. And again, that is going to be tomorrow in 17 hours. Meanwhile, I believe we are getting ready for a winner's interview. I believe a winner's interview is going to be held. I believe we may be having an interview with Clem. Uncertain. We'll see if we do kind of come together here. Again, it is very late. It is 4:30 in the morning. It is 4:30 in the morning here. It is quite late, and yeah, that's well, we should still have the winners interview though. We still get this underway. All the way, Poppy, all the way. Meanwhile, this event did run a little bit late. How many hours have we been live? 7 hours. Jesus, 7-hour cast here. I was not expecting it to go this long. It's gonna be a long weekend, Papi, a long weekend. But it was a 7-hour cast, and essentially I was expecting this to go on a little bit shorter, and I was gonna cast the New Year Cup. There was a New Year Cup that started like 3 hours ago. And they're in the finals. They're just now starting the finals, and unfortunately we will not be a part of that. I could maybe do a replay cast at a later date, potentially. Otherwise, that was something we were going to be casting. We just didn't expect WTL to go on so long. Very long event. Very long. Very long. But it was amazing. It was a lot of good fun. And again, we will be continuing this tomorrow. We'll continue with WTL tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, if you're interested in our next broadcast, I'm going to be going to bed, and in 9 hours time, so I'm going to try and sleep. I'll try to sleep 8 hours. I'll do my best. But in 9 hours time, we're going to be live here with the KSL. The Korean StarCraft League is going to be live here on the CranKy Ducklings, and we will be covering KSL week number 41. Week number 41 in 9 hours time. So if you want some Korean StarCraft League action, we got you covered on the CranKy Ducklings. It's after KSL where we have WTL. I may have a nap in between KSL and WTL. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Bob. Oh boy. But otherwise, I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. I hope everyone did enjoy themselves. Not as late as yesterday. Yeah. Not as late. Thankfully. But yeah, looks like we do have our interview.
好的，非常感谢我们2位解说的专业讲解。那接下来的话就要采访到 Clam 选手，让我们赶紧来连线一下他吧。
Okay, now let's make a quick interview with Clam.
Hello Clam， 非常恭喜你赢得了今天比赛的胜利啊！那么也是带领队伍又进入了下一轮。那么第一个想问你的问题，其实是今天在打南木沙的第2把的时候，中间你的有一度机枪兵没有带运输机出去，当时是被包了，一度有一些陷入劣势，但是还是很快的重新的去部署，把自己的一个劣势给扳了回来，最后赢得了胜利。想问一下，当时自己是怎么把这段劣势期给过渡过去的？
Okay, first, felicitations on your victory today. And we have a small question, because when you're facing Namchar on Equilibrium, there was one fight that you let your Marines go without medivacs and lost some of your units. How did that happen, and how did you pull out and turn out reverse the situation?
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting his push to come so quick, and I just wanted to move out with my Marines and then just rally the medivacs and boost the medivacs across. But he kind of caught me off guard because my medivacs weren't there, and then I lost all of my Marines. And from that point, it got pretty scary because I wasn't sure exactly what his drone count was, so I didn't really want to give up my third base fully. In case he wasn't like 60 drones or something, but yeah, then the base almost died, so that was a bit scary. But he wasn't on a very low drone count, and when I cleaned up his army, then I knew he was probably fine.
是这样子，一开始我确实也是没有想到啊，这个来的会这么快。我本来只是想先让我的枪兵落一下位，但我当时的这个医疗机还没有到啊。又就在这个档口被抓了一下，抓的时候我也确实吓了一跳，而且陷入了比较被动的局面，但我还是不想放弃我的3基地，可以说我确实是大意了，但是我最后还是守下来了啊，就硬打把这个局面扳回来了。
确实，整体其实 Clam 选手的整体的运营还有基本功各方面确实是更为出色，哪怕当时有一小度陷入劣势，但是也是很快的凭借自己非常扎实的基本功打了回来。那其实最近有很多观众都觉得你近1年的一个 TVP 突飞猛进，是什么原因让你在这1年里面的进步如此明显呢？尤其是在 TVP 方面。
In the past year, we have all witnessed your great improvement in TVP. So, what's your secret for such a progress?
I think the the secret is playing against Max Packs every Monday and every day on the ladder. Yeah, I think playing so much. I was actually talking about it with Man earlier, and he was saying that he thinks that like, me and Max Pax playing so much against each other benefited really like both of us. And he got a lot better in PvT, and I got a lot better in TvP. And even on the EU ladder in general, the practice is mostly TvP. So I just play a lot more TvP than anything else. So that's probably why.
就是我确实是做了很多的专门的练习啊，总体来讲就是也是确实是强化了 TVP 的这个对局，所以就得到了现在的结果。
确实在背后也是付出了很多的努力，天道酬勤。那其实今天整个队伍的发挥都非常的不错，评价一下你今天对我们的表现吧，尤其是第一把都不用你出马就直接拿下了比赛，是不是从未有过如此美妙的开局
？So your team also did very well today, especially when Cure just took the first game, alone. How do you see your teammates' performance today? And do you think it's the most wonderful beginning that you've been missing for a long time?
Yeah, I think those were wins we needed, and I was very glad to see that Cure was taking out Bunny and winning the TVTs, because I wasn't feeling super good if I had to play against Bunny and play some TVTs. So I was very happy he could beat him, and yeah, I was very proud today. We did really good, and yeah, hopefully we can win tomorrow as well. But I think we have a really good shot, and we have some momentum going for us now as well.
我要说的是，其实还是很开心的，就是Cure 拿下了Bunny，因为我觉得如果是我打Bunny的话，可能会比较吃力的。我对我的队友感觉到非常的骄傲，我们现在也是气氛非常的好，希望明天能够打出更好的成绩。
也是要聊到明天的对决，明天其实你们要面对到的是 SR， 有信心吗？有没有机会看你们一路连胜杀到总决赛？
So are you guys confident to in tomorrow's game versus SR?
I think we're feeling pretty confident. At least I'm feeling pretty confident. I think it's gonna be a close match because I think all of the matchups are pretty close, and I think anyone can beat anyone as well, especially in best of twos. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun, and I'm looking forward to playing my matches. And yeah, I hope I can do well for my team, because it's always a bit more stressful when you play for a team, because you know that the team is cheering for you, and you gotta win for them. So I will definitely do my best in that match, and I think we're feeling pretty good overall.
Yeah. One more question. Do you guys have any plan on winning streak winning streak straight to the final fight versus OG?
Well, can you repeat the question?
Do you guys have any plan on keep winning straight to the final fight versus OG?
Oh yeah, well, of course we're gonna do our best, and I mean we're all feeling pretty good. I think all of us are playing pretty well right now, I think, and we can definitely do really good if we keep playing the way we did today.
Okay. 我们是首先关于第一个问题，就是作为明天的比赛来讲，我们肯定是非常有信心的。但是我要说的也是，其实我们每个选手的对阵都比较接近的，任何的事情其实都有可能发生，尤其是在这个BO2的这种情况下呢，其实胜负还真不是说的特别的死，而且我也有一定的压力。你知道，在这种比赛当中，其实会有。只要你去打比赛，就会有来自这个队伍啊，或者是来自对局的压力。那么第二个问题，关于这个一路连胜到 OG 呢，我们肯定会努力的，因为我相信我们队伍都很强，也会尽我们最大努力去做到这一点。
好的，非常感谢克莱米选手接受到我们的采访，也希望你们能保持住今天队伍的状态，在未来的比赛里面一切顺利。希望明天比赛一切顺利，祝你好运。感谢接受采访，拜拜。
Thank you. That's all for our
Thank
interview.
you. Thank you.
Bye.
好的，那么也是再次恭喜 Team Liquid 成功晋级。那我们今天的所有比赛到这里就告一段落了，让我们来回顾一下今天比赛的赛况吧。好的，这是我们今天季后赛第一天冒泡赛的一个晋级图情况。那明天我们也是会看到 SR 要面对到 Team Liquid， 然后他们的胜者会对阵到 PKZ 战队。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And with that, we have wrapped up day number 1 here of WTL, and we have tomorrow still ahead of us. We have Shopify Rebellion up against Team Liquid, and the winner up against Dragon Kaizi Gaming soon thereafter. We were just able to hear some words from Clem, hearing about, some of his matches that were ongoing, some of those matches, as well as his performances, Cure leading up to it as well. Really cool to hear some insight from Clem. Really cool to see. But with that, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. We have wrapped up a full 7-hour cast here of WTL, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow. As a reminder, tomorrow isn't just those matches, it is also some show matches as well. Before Team Liquid versus Shopify, we will have a show match between, I think there's Crank, F91, Chauset, and Rotterdam. They're all going to be show matching, and there's going to be some best of ones, there's going to be some 2v2s, some 1v1s as well. So be sure to tune in if you are interested. Be sure to tune in to that. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate the support. We're going to be live again in 9 hours' time. In 9 hours' time, we're going to be live with the Korean StarCraft League. We will be back. And, yeah, look forward to it. It's time for bed. It's time to get some rest. Big shout out to Kuro. Kuro has been handling the production. So thank you so much. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some KSL and for some WTL action. See you then.